on table 16, please. Jason Hill, Jimmy Graham. Jason Hill, Jimmy Graham, table 16. Waiting for lower night, please, on table 7. Waiting for lower night on table 7.
System's clock still on winter time.
Who is?
The time code on winter time.
Fingers crossed the report we hear.
Rewind selector, rewind selector, rewind selector. Rewind selector, rewind selector, rewind selector.
what I'm talking about.
Wait! Okay, now, from the beginning.
Hit it, boys.
This place, that'll rock this place, that'll rock this place, rock this place, rock this place, rock this
From the beginning. Rock this place, that'll rock this place, that'll rock this place, rock this place, rock this place, rock this place.
Good afternoon and welcome to day 3 here at a very sunny Coventry Doubletree Hilton Hotel for the conclusion of the Fair.com Professional Championships. And if you joined us last night, you would have seen an absolutely epic final between Clint Ianson and the world champion Liam Dunster, with Clint pipping Liam at the end to take the title. Mark, reflecting back on that final, what a match, what an atmosphere here last night for that final. Yeah, I mean, I couldn't really count everybody that was stood around the arena, but it was well over 100 people, and it was a sort of atmosphere that I've not seen before, or not for a long while anyway, and I'm sure the players felt it as well, because it got very edgy in here towards the end. We saw a couple of mistakes, but Clint Ianson, he deserved his final win, and he played some brilliant stuff, and he got better and better as the day went on. Yeah, he certainly did, and a very happy chappy indeed last night. However, today we're going to be focusing on the Open event, which features all the professionals and all the amateurs. Also, the ladies event will be drawing to a conclusion as well as the amateur event. But we'll be focusing on the Open. And talking of Clint, he's actually been beaten already in the last 1-8. Yeah, he has, and he was 5-0 up in that, 5-1 up in that, and then he played Matty Rowland. Now, Matty is a great player, played in our Champions Cup last year.
year, and he was unlucky in that. He only lost by the odd frame, but he just missed out on pro status this year, missed the last event due to work commitments, but he's a very steady player, and it just proves that the amateur ranks, they can go on and cause upsets, and an upset against last night's professional European champion.
I know, it really is unbelievable, and he didn't even take an early night as well, Clint, so because he was here to do the double after winning last night. So anyway, the match coming up now is going to feature Toby Bolt against Corey Rees. So Corey Rees, as we all know, Champions Cup winner just a week or so ago. He's absolutely flying high in the rankings. He's going to be one of the favourites for the title today.
Yeah, definitely. But what he's got to stop doing is giving players head starts. We saw in both of his matches, yesterday and the day before, he was giving players 5-2 starts, and he was making a comeback to either take it to a last frame or get over the line. But at this standard, at the IPA, you cannot afford to be giving them sort of starts.
Yeah, and as we know, Toby Bolt, lightning bolt, he's some player as well.
He is, certainly is, and he's an ex-professional player. He's on the amateur ranks, and how he's an amateur is unbelievable. He's one of the best amateur players in the country. He's been in our Champions Cup event for the last 2 years because he's qualified through the qualifiers that we've been holding. So he knows what it's like to be in this arena. He knows what it's like, this 30-second shot clock. He looked a little bit uncomfortable in this year's Champions Cup with the 30-second shot clock, but he'll learn from that, and I'm looking forward to this one because Toby's quite a fast, aggressive player, and Corey is a bit more methodical at times, but it'll be a fantastic match.
It certainly will be. So this is a last 64 match that we're going to be bringing you. So throughout the day we're going to be bringing you the rounds and rounds as we get towards that final, somewhere around 7, 8 o'clock tonight. And who knows who'll be in that final, but stay with us and watch the action throughout the day. But our referee, Brian Moss, he's ready to get the players underway. So let's get over to Brian.
IPA European Open last 64 match. Best of 7 frames. Apologies, race to 7 frames. First frame, Toby Bolt break. Time running.
On table 10, ladies, Sally Rover, Julie Holt. Sally Rover, Julie Holt, table 10.
Foul.
Oh, good afternoon, and this is our third and final day here at the IPA, live in Coventry. A glorious DoubleTree Hilton Hotel. As Kevin said in our studio when I was talking to him, this is the last 64 match of the Open. This is going to be a very tough match for our Champions Cup winner of 2022, Corey Rees. He's going to be up against, like I explained, Toby Bolt. He's one of the best amateur players in the country, and this is going to be a very interesting matchup. Corey, we've seen Corey already 2 times on this table, 1 win and 1 loss, unfortunately, with the loss. He's just going about his work very nicely here on these reds. Looks like he's rerouting a little bit here. Going down table. Gonna have to draw this back. That's not getting any easier. He's still not in prime position. But this is probably the shot now where he can get back into that prime position. So I'm going to expect him. He's going to be taking the 4 balls in the top half of the table. And taking that one down at the bottom half. And he should have, hopefully, an easy enough back, whether it's in the side or in the corner. It'll depend on which angle he leaves. Just clipped the yellow there, just slowed that white down. That stopped him getting Nice angle. Don't look like it has. And, it should be pretty easy from here. Anybody wanting to get any latest scores, etc., or on our website, IPApool.com. And there's links on there for all the live scores, which is done through qscore.com. We're going to be with you most of the day.
Frame.
That's a great start there from Corey Reese. Break and clearance, exactly what the doctor ordered at the start of this match. And this is going to be... I do apologise, I'm being corrected. It was Toby Bolt that broke. I was walking from the studio into the comm, so I did miss who did break them off. So thank you for the correction there. My eyes and ears that are around that studio arena. It's always nice to have a little bit of extra help. Yeah, no doubt they'll charge me for that extra help. But, not that I'll pay them. I'm not going to tell them that.
Leading 1-0. Time running.
So Corey Reese, he's got a huge break. Corey has. I've not just given him the kiss of death. He's not happy with the way that it's lining up. Connected okay, but just kicked into that top left-hand corner. And when the white ball does go close to these corners, there's always a chance of a ball coming up and kissing it in off. Yeah, it is a little bit unlucky, but also when you go near them, it can definitely go in off. So this is our first look at Toby. We saw him breaking off this, so they're both had an in off now. Off the breaks. So Corey punished Toby in the first frame. Can Toby now return that favour? These yellows are for the taking. Very creative with his first shot. Just open these yellows up very nicely. Remember this open event? Very different to our professional event. This is only a race to 7. Ooh, what's he done there, Toby? Just got into that a little bit too much. He's going to have to leave himself a pretty thin cut now on this yellow into the left centre after he's taken the one in the top right. And he could leave himself a double if he preferred, but looking at that black, that probably only goes in the left centre and the top right hand corner. Toby's played a lovely positional shot there. Just got to drop that in. And he's now got this simple black to level this match off.
frame.
So there's Toby Bolt. He's been on these amateur ranks for the last couple of years, where he was professional the year before that. Just had 1 year as profesh. He decided to go back to the amateur ranks just so he could play in a lot more events, etc. Been very supportive of the IPA over the years. Been playing in some TV events as well. Champions Cup mainly. Where he qualified on 2 occasions. Played in 2021 and played in this year's Champions Cup. So he knows what it's like under that 30, the pressure of that 30-second shot clock.
Frame 3.
So
Toby Bolt
this break here,
scores a tie.
he
One
needs to be
frame
getting
all.
this
Time
break working.
On table 13, welcome please. Ben Davis, Daniel Frame. Ben Davis, Daniel Frame, table 13.
Well, he's got a ball. I mean, they've not split very nicely. Has he got an opening pot? It's hard to see from this camera angle if he has. And then the obvious one, probably the yellow, clip back into the left centre. Don't think he can get through to the red in the balk area.
Sorry, Ben and Dan, stand down to match on table 13.
The red is closest to. I don't think it passes into the right centre, so this is the only option. There's yellow. He's got to be careful with this white ball. It's going to be travelling. He's travelling towards that top right-hand corner. He's played it with a little bit of stun there, just so he avoided that top right-hand corner.
Okay, Ben and Dan, table 16.
He's had one hard shot there, and he's going to be faced with another one. Looking at these yellows, the yellow that's left of the black, that's his probably most difficult one. He's going to have to develop that at some point. I think the yellow is closest to now. That goes into the bottom left. There's definitely 4 of them yellows on the right-hand side of that black. They all definitely got a pocket. And now all of these last 4 yellows have got pockets. This will be a lovely break and clearance. He took these out. That break was a little bit weak, like he'd taken some power off it. Yeah, I don't think he's left himself a nice angle here. What can he do with this? Is he going to have to draw this back? It all depends on the angle he's got. Oh, that clock, it's ticking down. Got to be careful with the white ball. I don't think he's got out. Can he see any of this yellow? If he can, it's only a thin edge. He won't be able to see enough of it to cut it into the bottom left-hand corner. That clock ticking down again. Oh, what a shot this is. But where does this yellow go? Does it go into that middle pocket? He's definitely not got all the pocket. He's probably going to have to play it off the far jaw if it does even go. Has he got a double? He's gone for the middle. Yeah. It weren't an easy shot. If it even did go. Just a containing shot there from Corey Rees. Don't think he's left the one cushion escape. Don't think he's got enough angle to bounce off there with one cushion. red's just too far, well, too near that cushion for him to get the white ball around it. You'll be able to get around it with side, but he probably hasn't got the right angle to hit the yellow.
Seconds.
So he's going to have to come up with something spectacular here. He is playing it with a little bit of swerve, and I don't think that shot was even on. But he was under shot clock pressure again. As you can see on your screen there, he's down to 1 second there.
One free shot, one
Now,
visit.
Corey Rees
Time running.
and a good snooker there. Look, Toby, he'll be disappointed. He should have cleared them up. It was just down to that lack of positional shot. On his, was it like the third to last yellow?
Extension, please.
Again, just trying to put this yellow safe, give him a little bit of insurance. Yeah, I think if he plays the red onto the red here, he'll want to keep the other red on the table. You don't want them both in one shot. He might just drop this in. Oh no, he has gone for both. Yeah, I like that shot. Very positive. And now this has got even more simpler. Corey Rees, he's looking like to go 2-1 ahead now in this race to 7. And there you see it, 2-1. Maybe he'll be a little bit disappointed there. Still early stages in this match, but Toby, you don't want to let it get too far away. Some latest scores up there. Look, Ryan Clark against Charlie Begley, 6-3 now. Ryan Clark, Darren Cook against JJ4, 6-6. Matty Rowland, who was the victor, over Clint Jansen. He's 4-0 ahead now against Thomas Bagvolgi. And John McAllister, 5-3 against John Cairns. Callum Singleton, 3-1 down against Craig Brown. As a World Championship semi-finalist. 2 amateur players there, Ryan Milson, Sam Chambers. They've played each other quite a few times. They have Sam Chambers 4-1 ahead. That's that match that we're watching currently. Mark Boyle against Matthew Allen, 2-2.
Frame 4. Corey Rees to break.
2 more amateur players, Matt Steeper against Rob Sim. He's a quality player, that Rob Sim, but Max Steeper. 2-2 there. We'll keep you right up to date with all the latest scores. A lot of them have only just started. Is that black going to drop? No. It's a dry break. But look at these. They've just felt very awkward here. Toby is a quality player. And when he gets in motion, he's a great player to watch. So, elected these reds. And these are far from easy.
On table 13.
I mean, the red on the right-hand cushion, the one below the yellow, probably plays off that yellow into the right centre. So we can get that one out, but the 2 that's in the bottom half of the table, That's near the black. The one right of the black won't be a problem because he'd be able to play, if that was his last ball, he'd be able to play red onto black, and as long as he potted both, he could win the frame if that was his last ball. So is he going to try and drop on the red that's next to the yellow, below the black spot? Does that go into the left centre? If not, it looks like it definitely goes in the top left. And I said about Toby, he's pretty ultra attacking player. He loves going through shots, he does. Good player to watch. Well, he's left a double on this red if he elects to take it as a double. He's going to need an excellent positional shot now. Oh, played a containing shot. There's nothing wrong with that. Corey Reese, he's got the same problems. He's got 2 yellows in the bottom area, or 3 yellows. That black is stopping being potted in the obvious pocket. Corey's trying to make that red go a lot closer to that black, make it more difficult for Toby. I think Corey knew what Toby's plan was. He needs to try and get this red away from this black. It's not going to be easy. Done a pretty good job though. Left a pretty good white as well. Corey keeps the pressure on. Looks like Toby here, and you can see the one red. It's on the left hand side of the table. That gives him a chance to get it out in the open. It's not bad. He'd have loved for it to be further down the table, because that would have put Corey under a bit of pressure.
Extension, please.
Right, Corey, as you see there, it just uses extension. Both these players get one extension per frame of 30 seconds and 30 seconds per shot. Again, another containing shot, but he'd love to have either reached that yellow or reached the cushion. He seems a little bit disappointed how he's left it. He's not left Toby too much on, but what he has left him, he's got a chance now of getting this red in play, and he's played a double. Oh, what a great effort. Well, sooner or later, Corey is going to have to pull the trigger and go for these. I mean, he could opt to cover the top left-hand corner. But if he can get on these yellows in the bottom half of the table early doors, he'll have a chance of clearing these up at this opportunity. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, he can play the yellow onto yellow as a plan. Be interesting to see how he plays this. For me, he'll play it positively. He's left himself a lovely angle now. Can he drift down the table? Get behind any of them yellows. Still a bit of work to do. Well, I think that's what he tried. dig too much into it in case he drifted near the black. Well, he's eyeing something up. Well, that clock ticking down again. This is going to be a great shot if he pulls this one off. I'm presuming he's got to get into the behind these yellows to have any chance of putting any of them. Oh, it was a good effort, but probably one he'd love to take again, and I was expecting him to pot that. But now Toby, can he level this match up? He's trying. He's probably gonna. Is he gonna try and go behind the red and take his hard red out? I mean, that's not bad. He's gonna have a shot now at this red into the top right hand corner. Feel that he needs to take this on now. Have to draw it back a little bit for that red into the left centre. Is that in? Yes, it is. Great shot, Toby Bolt. Simple black to level the match up. It's 2-2.
Frame.
Toby, he kept playing some really good attacking shots. Kept the pressure on Corey. I know Corey was trying to tie him up or leave him with not very many options, but Toby persevered with it, and he's levelled the match up. Toby, he's going to be breaking next. See if he's going to just up the power on this break. Toby Bolt, nicknamed the Lightning. Great nickname, the Lightning Bolt. Did look very calm there in that previous picture. And the referee, Brian Moss, doing a grand job once again. I seem to be in the commentary every time the Mossinator's on.
Thanks, Toby.
That's not his real nickname, by the way.
Frame 5.
I've made up for him.
Toby Bolt break. Scores a tie. 2 frames all.
Right.
Time running.
It's back to Toby Bolt's break. White always goes close to that left centre, but he's got a ball again. And, he'll take it. Like they broke a little bit untidy. Couple of problem areas.
Extension, please.
Yeah, first glance at these, the only yellow he's got on is probably the plant into the bottom left-hand corner. The red is an easy one in the top left. Opted for a very difficult thin clip, and I think the reason he tried to get on yellows because the bottom half of the table is a shallow that's over the pocket, well, not over the pocket, but it's covering that red from going in that pocket.
Extension, please.
So Blackpool rules, that means it's an open table. He umpired the shot after the break. It's still quite an untidy table.
Ten seconds.
Yeah, so anybody tuning in for the first time this weekend, this is our open event. This is where the amateur players mix with the professional players, whether it's men or ladies. They all play each other down to a winner. We also have a professional event, that's our first event, which starts on the Friday. Then we've got the amateur event, that will be concluded at some point today. And we've got a ladies event going off. They're down, they was playing the quarter-finals at 11:30 today. They're looking like they're into the semi-finals now. Yeah, and we'll keep you right up to every score possible. There's a lot of matches going off today. Going to be 4 more trophies given out, 2 for the ladies, 1 for the amateur player, and another 1 for this open winner. Yeah, so if anybody's questioning me why it's 2 for the ladies, there's a main event for the ladies, and then we do a ladies cup event as well. They're all battling it away now. Now this is where Toby's got to capitalise on this table. I mean, if Toby can manage to pot one, and what a great pot that is from Toby. You can nestle him in, weld him to this red. That's just above the baulk line if he wants or so wishes. Well, he can. There's no point in going for these. He needs to play a containing shot. But that's okay. And the way that he's played this, the clever way about it is that he's not left a total snooker. That means Corey is going to have to come down table and remove this yellow. That's blocking Toby's red. Corey needs to be very careful here where he leaves this white, but they both use their extension, so they're both going to be under shot clock pressure. Where's the white? Wow, I've got to say that's a bit of a loose shot there from Corey. I think ideally he wanted to come off the cushion and drift behind the red. He's left this. It looks like a very thin clip into the top left. We've already seen Toby underestimate these thin clips, but he hasn't underestimated that one. Good shot. And now really, Toby Bolt should be taking a 3-2 lead. Well, I have got some company this afternoon. Someone has drifted into the commentary box, realised there was a vacancy, and delighted to be joined, of course, by the chairman. It's Kevin Barton. Kevin, you've obviously been watching this from the sidelines, and we mentioned a little bit about Toby Bolt, and I sort of said he was one of the top amateur players in the country. And do you want to elaborate a little bit more about Toby Bolt?
Yeah, well, first of all, afternoon everyone. Loving Toby's shirt. Certainly can't miss him. If the lights fail, we'll be able to see Toby. But yeah, I mean, he's been around a few years now, Toby. And from the is it from Essex, down that way, I think. And yeah, very, very talented player. And as you said before, Mark, ex-professional, but didn't have the greatest of years when he was pro, so decided to step back and reset and go again. And so he's back in the amateur ranks, and he's going to be a force to contend with in all the competitions, the Open and the amateurs this season. And as I say that, he goes into that 3-2 lead against one of the players of the last 6 months, Corey Rees. So Corey's got a battle on his hands here, that's for certain.
Yeah, absolutely. And that black, I mean, it's heart of the pocket. And he weren't exactly hanging over the bag. Brilliant pot there from Toby. We know how capable of a player he is. And well, here's some of the latest scores.
Yeah, and as we said, the shock of the round, certainly the first round, was last night's pro winner, Clint Jansen, going out 5-0 up, and was taken out. Gareth Hibbert, he's another class player. He was beaten by Wayne Cam, just at the bottom of the screen there, 7-3. And just in the middle there, we can see Dean Shields. He beat Simon Baker 7-4, and David Adnall won 7-6. Those two will be our next match on the stream, our last 32 encounter. So the matches are starting to heat up now. Wow, that's unlucky. Oh, a bit of frustration there from Corey.
The cue nearly went over the knee. He was contemplating it. I don't think he contemplated it very long. But, I mean, that's twice now he's been kicked in off. And he's going to be very disappointed the way that these breaks are going on, and it seems to be happening again. Corey seems to be giving his opponent starts, and if Toby takes this, could be a 4-2 lead, and in these short races you can't afford to do that.
No, and he's certainly a little bit more animated than normal. Sure, he's quite got the focus he wants for this match. I know he does generally wear his heart on his sleeve, but yeah, he did for a split second think about that cue not being required anymore.
Yeah, there's a few of these Welsh players that definitely wear their heart on the sleeve. You see a lot of emotion from them. Oh,
and there's one.
There's one that we definitely do. Yeah, we saw some of it yesterday. But, I'm sure we'll see plenty more of Craig. Not going to be today. We'll see plenty more of him over the coming season.
Yeah, another big name that's had an early bath in this event.
Yeah, Morgan McInnes, another amateur player. Another top amateur player, to be honest. And he beat him 7-6. So, but Morgan's another quality player, been in our Champions Cup. Won an amateur event last season, and I'm sure he's going to take some stopping again this season. He's in the quarterfinals of the amateur event for this first tour already, and he's battling away in the Open again. Yeah, we're right up there, and then when the rankings come to an end, come November.
And that just landed really nicely for Toby. He played the plan, and he left himself an absolutely perfect angle on his third to last yellow to come down for these two at the bottom end of the table, and just put the finishing touches to this frame. Doesn't mess about, doesn't Toby Bolt.
Well, and there you see it, 4-2 now, and it'll be Toby Bolt to break next. Corey, he's going to give his head a little bit wobble. Hopefully he's not took that cue with him.
Yeah, I'm just going to just have a little wash of his hands, just to try and clear his mind, and we'll just check on a few more scores. Liam Dunster, last night's beaten finalist, world champion. It was interesting on his interview last night where he said he just lost confidence. How can you lose confidence when you're as good as him?
Well,
It just shows what can happen.
yeah, it really can. I mean, we're so blessed. I mean, the good thing about the Open is where they all come together. The amateur players, the ladies players, they all play each other, especially the ladies players that enter the amateur status. And it gives them a chance to play against professional players.
Yep, so some of the last 64 matches there. Another top seed going out, Rob Donkin beaten by Joe Prince. Another new players on the tour this year. And yeah, all these will be making their way into the last 32 matches. And there at the bottom we see Matty Rowland came back from 5-0 down to edge out last night's winner, Clint Jansen, 7-6. Yeah, and looks like there's been a bit of a scoreboard malfunction there. Ryan Clark 7, Luke Johnson 7.
That must be a race to 8, that one.
They're playing their own races. The impressive Luke Sanji's there in the middle, 7-1 winner. He's definitely back in form, which is great to see. Not sure if we can see any of the last 32s. Some of those have some nice matchups starting to develop.
I think some of them have finished as well in the last 32. And just like that, there they are. There's quite a few that's finished.
So Alex O'Donoghue, he'll be facing Liam Dunster. Mickey Oliver, another ex-professional who's come back. He's having a good run. He's going to be up against Simon Ward. Dean Shields 7-0 against Andy Crosdale. That's some performance. As I said, we'll be seeing him against David Adnall next. And Ross Fernie, he's making his way quietly through. Luke Sanji's, he's won again, and Matty Rowland, the giant killer of Clint Jansen, we said he's 6-1 up against Tamas Bagbolgi from Hungary. So Matty Rowland on the charge. And another surprising result, Darren Cook, he's edged out JJ Fall, World Championship semi-finalist. Won the deciding frame there. So the last 16 matches are all beginning to take shape.
Yeah, another one in there. Luke Sanches and Ben George, battle of the Welsh players, 7-4, and them two played in the pro event yesterday as well. And I'm pretty sure it's the same scoreline. Well, I'll keep you right up to date with all of that. But the ladies' event, they're into the semi-final stage now. They're going to be kicking off very soon at 2 o'clock. Kerry Griffiths against Ashley Bird, and then Harriet Haynes against Alexandra Kunha. And wow, that's going to be some taste. I know Harriet Haynes, she was 2-0 down against Deb Birchall. She came on to beat Deb 6 frames to 2.
A repeat of the World Championship final.
Yeah, Kerry Griffiths, she beat Lauren Williams 6-2. Ashley Bird, she beat Kelly Egan 6-4 in the quarter-final. And then Alexandra, she beat Beck Sweeney 6-2. And Beck Sweeney, that is Corey Reese's partner. Or girlfriend, whichever one you want to use. Oh, Toby Bolt.
Wow, look at those yellows.
Yeah, I know, but he continues to keep potting balls off his break. And all Corey can do is sit and wait for an opportunity. He could be 5-2. This will be the 3rd time on this TV table he's been 5-2 behind. If Toby takes these out, which he's more than capable of doing.
Yeah, he's going to love these yellows. Look at this. I mean, this is meat and drink to these players.
Yeah, and I think every time when Corey's been 5-2 down, I've been commentating, so no doubt I'll be getting a ban from the commentary box when Corey realises that. I'm sure there'll be a letter going in.
Well, he's spending enough time in his chair, he could start typing it up now.
he's making light work of these. He's not, has a little bit of a nod of a head there. I think he just got a little bit too much into it.
Stunned this white. I thought he might have just stunned it.
We don't want that to drop. I mean, it wouldn't have mattered if it had dropped, because he could have played that yellow and cannoned into the red on the right hand side. But now he's just giving him something extra to think about.
Yeah, it should be okay, but I think that's why he should have just played a really soft stunt when he played the plant, just to park the white there, which just left him a slightly better angle. But he's okay here. Just needs to make his mind up which pocket he wants to black in.
Yeah, it looks like he's going to just draw it back. Oh, he's going around the angles. Where's the white ball?
Is this a turning point?
Oh dear.
Oh my goodness me.
Very loose white there.
One free shot.
Let's just have a look at this.
One visit.
Yeah, he's just potted it a bit too thin.
Time running.
The white's not come back at the angle that he wanted. He wanted to screw it back closer to the black. But is that the let-off Corey Rees needs?
Yeah, that's not come out too bad. I saw he looked up to the heavens there on one of the other cameras that I can see. But I think he's okay. That red definitely passes into the bottom left-hand corner. I mean, the way that Corey's looking at it looks like it's impossible, but he's okay. He's milking this one, I think. Well, that's just wobbled in. Didn't get a lot of movement on the cue ball either. Played it with run inside just so he could pull it in as well. He was right behind the shot, so he was the one that knew what he could do. Can Corey's get within one? He still don't seem very happy with where the cue ball is.
Extension, please.
So we'll be bringing you the action all the way through to tonight at the conclusion of the Open final. We also expect to be bringing you the ladies' final as well. We'll just see how the schedule pans out. We might even get the amateur final on as well. And if there's any other finals, we'll get them on as well.
Well, we're doing our best to make sure every match. We'll keep bringing you match after match here today. Talking about that amateur event, Kev, so we're just playing the last 16 that we couldn't get played on Friday. They're playing now. Dave Stratford against Harry Compton. Harry Compton only just missed out on professional status last season. He's been knocking on that door for the last couple of seasons. He's just making you wonder if he can get to it this season. But he's 1-0 down against Dave, and that's going to be the last position filled. The winner of that match will play the Isle of Man's last amateur champion, Jordan Everts. Then we've got Kevin Kirkham. He's going to be playing Adam Griffiths. All these games are scheduled to be played at 3:30. Then we've got Toby Bolt, who's playing here now. He's going to be playing Morgan McInnes. And then at the bottom of the draw, Joe Prince is going to be playing Andy Lucas. What a quarter-final lineup that's potentially going to be.
Well, if you're hand-picking, you won't be far off all those names there. And that is some lineup. I mean, the last two that you mentioned there, Toby and Morgan, that's a juicy one. And the Joe Prince, Andy Lucas, that's another one.
Yeah, they're all very worthy of being on this TV table. And they're probably worthy of the actual final itself. And yeah, very blessed here at the IPA with the amateur ranks, and some real top quality amateur players. Some returning from past years, and some very existing ones. You know, we mentioned about Toby. He's been here probably 5-6 years now. He has. Well, Corey Reese, he'll be glad to get back within a frame, because it was looking like he was going to go 5-2 behind.
Frame 8. Corey Reese to break. Trailing 4 frames to 3.
Yeah, is that going to be a turning point in for this match? But, time will tell on that one.
Well, he needs to get his brake working. He's had 2 in-offs on his previous 2. They was both kicked in, etc. It's a better break. It's not going to get kicked in this time. But it's dry. And look at the way these have split open. It's one good positional shot from this opening pot. And they're all there. Very positive pot there. He's sort of shaking his head, and he's not got the right angle on this now. He just hit that miles too well. Just proves how well he is cueing.
Yeah, I've just opened up the chat on YouTube, so if you've got any comments, any questions, just fire away, and as always we'll do our best to answer them. You know, let us know, did you see the final last night? What a match. What a match, what an atmosphere. It was truly electric. It was one of the best, certainly one of the best I've seen on a tour. Toby, resplendent in his yellow top there, Mark. It's certainly eye-catching.
Yeah, it is, and I mean, we don't force players to wear all the same tops. We like them to express their characters, and Toby had a very similar one when we created all the tops for this sporty stuff. He had a gold one.
Gold.
Yeah, it was very bright gold as well. It was a brilliant selection. And all these tops, all from onboard sportswear, and seem to be taking over the market at the moment. Busy as ever. Oh, Toby just missed another one. I'm seeing a little bit of frustration now from Toby, and he keeps missing these chances.
Extension, please.
No reason why he should have missed that. He just took his eye off the pot, or I don't know. Either way, Corey is back to the table. As you can see, a little bit more frustration shown there.
Yeah, and it's just one of the things that sort of plagues Toby a little bit. It's all the talent in the world, and I guess, like, you know, like a lot of players just make those unforced errors at crucial times, just when he needs to put his foot down on this match. He's got Corey where he wants him. You know, Corey's shaking his head and trying to break his cue, and he's just really gifting him the opportunities now to get back in this match, and you know, allowing him to refocus.
Yeah, and just as we say that, Corey's gone out of position. I don't think he hasn't got anything, can't. I don't think, can he cut this back into the right centre? That's a mighty fine clip. And if it does go into the top right hand pocket, it's a big pot. Or this one. Is he trying to drop this into the left centre? Is he going top left? Top left.
Never moved from the middle of the pocket in that one.
No, but he's had to force himself into producing a great shot. But this yellow, tight on this bottom cushion here, that's going to be the crucial one to get.
I wonder if Toby's an Arsenal fan. I bet we know that from his bio, don't we? Yeah, that's why his shirt's yellow. Either that, or maybe he's in his spare time he's a school traffic warden.
No, he's definitely not a traffic warden. I think he is an Arsenal fan, though. Sure he is.
No, we're not.
Yeah, he is. He is Arsenal fan. He is Arsenal fan. 100%.
Well, 1 out of 2's not too bad.
Yeah.
It was just a rumour I'd heard, that's all. Just that he might be, have a lollipop, big lollipop.
No, definitely not. He's just got a good bubbly character. That's why he picks these very loud shirts, and it's good to see these players. You can have the boring, the red, the black, etc. But no, it's good that they're expressing the characters that they really want to be.
It's not frozen.
I like it when players come in different coloured trousers or different coloured shoes. We're not an organisation that has to have black shoes, black trousers. Them days are well gone. They really are. We're the future.
Looks a bit high.
Yeah, he's got a good white though. But I think he's going to be in a little bit of trouble of his own. He's not going to be, if he does get behind this black or the black colours, these reds, Toby, he's going to be struggling to be winning this frame.
Well, he'll do well to get behind the black. This will take some real precision. I think he's going to still leave that bottom one. Sorry, the right-hand side one. Has he blocked that off? That is a good shot, if he has.
Total snooker.
Yeah, that needed to be precise. I mean, I think it's a one cushion escape. You might have to swerve it a touch, but it's not what you get, it's what you leave. You might hit this for a bit of pace, try and get a red move in, or make a bit of a difference. I mean, he's got not a bad white, but he's left the pot on. And one good positional shot here from Corey Reese, and this match is going to be level, and then we'll be into a best of 5.
Yeah, and if you're at home watching this and you think, oh, I fancy a little bit of IPA action, then you can enter our events on an individual basis, and the next one is in about 2 months' time. But places are very limited. We only have 10 spots remaining, and that is it. We've had such a good entry on the tour this year, we're going to have to limit the number of one-off entries. Otherwise we're going to be here another day, and Dave won't be happy about that, will he?
No, he won't. I'm sure he's fully booked. Yeah,
He needs a kiss. He needs a kiss.
He's going to be okay. He's going to be okay. You always like them nice little flicks, don't you? And lands plump on this yellow. He played it well, though. He played it at a good pace. And sometimes when you do that, you get these nice little flicks on this yellow. Firmly into the pocket and straight down to this black. He's levelled this match up now. He's picked up the pace. It's 4 apiece. We're into that best of 5 now. And Toby Bolt, he could be home and dry now, or at least be on the hill and with 1 frame needed. He's missed his chances.
Yeah, it should be 6-2, and now he's 4-all. But he's pretty unflappable, is Toby. He's not really one of these that's going to fret too much about that. I remember when you interviewed him at the Champions Cup, and he's pretty matter of fact, isn't he? I'm just going to turn up and play, and that's it. I go anywhere and I'll play, and if I win, I win. If I lose, I lose.
Yeah, I know. He's got some great support at home with his sponsors, etc. He goes all over the country playing in a lot of tournaments, and well, this is what he enjoys doing, and It's good to see him on our TV screen supporting the IPA like he has done over lots of years. But he needs another ball off the break. Needs to be careful with this white. He's been close to this left centre 2 times running now. He's gone the opposite side. He's got a better connection, but has he got a ball?
Strike.
Yeah, he hit that a lot better.
So Toby's using an interesting break cue. Can maybe talk about that a little bit later. But meanwhile, Corey's got a great chance here to get his nose in front. It's a sort of clearance that he has been getting on a pretty regular basis. He seems to have speeded up the pace. Maybe he's got that focus back. And as you said, Mark, he's used to giving starts. Not intentionally, of course, but it just seems to happen. And then he finds a way back into the match, gets his mojo back, and he's back to the normal Corey.
Yeah, but being known as a slow starter, it's not the title that you want. And he needs to be leading these matches. He's going to be becoming one of our top players. He wants to be getting in the top 8, top 5. Then he needs to start leading matches and taking control of them right from the very start. Yeah, so Corey, he's definitely looking a lot more positive around the table now. Played the little gap there.
Do you think Corey's now in that elite group of players, or does he just need to get a few more titles first before he gets into that very special group?
Yeah, I think he needs a tour title, and then he'll establish himself as one of them players. He probably knows he's got to work a little bit on his game if he wants to catch the likes of Farnsworth, Dunster, etc., even the John McAllisters. But he's going the right way about it, and Corey's doing exactly his own thing. And but I just don't like the way he keeps giving it like a slow starter, and it don't want to be a habit for his pool career. It'd be very hard work if it did.
Well, I guess that poses the question, would you rather be a slow starter or a fast finisher?
Well, I think if we ask Corey, I think it'll be the latter. I think, possibly.
That's nicely judged, and now just put the finishing touches to this frame. And maybe this is his strive to get to 7 frames to get his place in the next round, keep his hopes alive of that first tour title, as you mentioned, Mark.
Yeah, and this black, he's taken 3 frames in a row. Corey Rees, 2 frames away now from getting into the last 32. We'll keep you right up to date with some latest scores. So just going back to that amateur match quickly before we go through these. Dave Stratford is 3-0 up against Harry Compton now. And he's 4 frames away from getting into that quarter-final. There's some scores coming along the bottom of your screen. Matt Steeper against Robson, 2 amateur players, 5-4. Jason Hill, professional player, against Jamie Graham, 6-2 now, Jamie. And Jordan Graham. Morgan McInnes in the last 8 of the amateur event. He's 5-3 down against Jordan. Andrew McKeon of one of our professional players against the amateur player Stephen Walker, 2-2.
Leading 5 frames.
Kevin
to 4.
Kirkham playing Chris Toombs, 5-3 now. Gavin Robinson, 6-2 ahead against Sean Moore. I saw Sean Moore, he was playing next to me this morning. He was getting beaten up really by it was Dean Richardson, and it looks like he's come through that. Our very own commentator, Dan Davey, 2-1 behind against Dave Evans, Wade Morley, Steve Thompson, Battle of the North East, 3-1 to Stevie, Snaky, Tom Barley, Dave Walker, 2-1 Dave Walker. Mark Farnsworth, he's at the bottom of the draw. That's one apiece against Jamie Farrow. And that Liam Dunster, that's just kicked off now, 0-0. I think that's a last 16 match, is that right?
That's correct.
Yeah, so all these matches along the bottom of your screen, they've only just started. It's a 2 o'clock session for the last 16. Looks like there's going to be a few amateurs in this last 16. I think I remember I think was it the first tour or maybe the second tour? It was very early on, and there was 8 amateurs into the last 16. It just proves the strength in depth here with the amateurs is very strong, and that was last season. I think it's even stronger again this season.
Yeah, I think you're definitely right. There is an abundance. That's, I think, the appropriate word. An abundance of talent in the amateur ranks, and the game is in a very, very healthy place. Great matchups wherever you look. Even Jamie Graham, who was going through there, 6-2 up. He's an ex-professional, Jamie Graham, back in the day. Good to see him back.
Yeah, it's been a few years since Jamie's been on the tour. Probably 4 or 5 maybe.
Maybe more.
Yeah.
Maybe more.
Yeah, I know, there's quite a few. But yeah, quite a few new faces as well here at the IPA this season. Everyone's obviously been watching us on the TV and they want a piece of it. I'm sure there's plenty more that want a piece of the IPA.
Yeah, I just it's getting near lunchtime, Mark. I was just thinking back to yesterday when we put out
There's like an SOS call, wasn't it?
yeah, if anyone we had any cake in the area, we were like comparing ourselves to Test Match Special. But we didn't see any cake arrive, so we were happy to accept muffins.
Yeah, we'll keep asking, we'll keep trying.
If anyone is in the area and feels sorry for us stuck in this little booth, and are you chocolate muffin or a sort of lemon drizzle type muffin kind of guy?
Just keep it down a bit while Brian gets this ball back in the right position, and then we'll talk about it. Yeah, whatever it is, and we only need 2. So.
Surely we'd get one for the crew to share.
2.5 then. Corey looks like he's got a kick on that white ball. Had it cleaned by Brian Moss. Looks like he's going to have to do a bit of travelling now with this cue ball. I don't think he can. Can he hold this? I don't think so. Around the angles. Left himself.
He's actually judged that very nicely. Just needs to maybe just screw the white back maybe 2 inches, 3 inches.
Yeah, and I suppose it all depends on the angle that he's got here. But the shot clock is ticking down. Perfect.
I think that was 3 inches.
But it was, yeah, it was up there. It was.
But yeah, there is an SOS out there if anyone is passing and they just have a few spare muffins that they could He'd like to donate
That's
to
what's
the
going to use the word donate.
to the IPA. We can't afford to buy them. Crack, there's no budget for that. Then please do. It would be greatly appreciated, especially if they came with a latte.
Right. I think you're asking a bit too much, Kev. Well, you never know. Local people of Coventry, they might be listening in.
I'm sure there's one kind soul out there somewhere. And remember, you know, delivery is an option if you can't get out.
Yeah, and then even if you're in the Coventry, just pop in, come say hello to the team, watch a few matches. I mean, it is still quite busy in this arena. A lot of matches going off, a lot of people still here. Beautiful hotel.
Yeah, it's a great venue. It really is a great venue, this one.
Frame 11. Toby
Great
Ball,
setup
break.
in the room. Just
Turn
having the
6
one
frames
room with
to
all the
4.
20 tables in with
Time running.
the main feature table in the centre really is a massive plus point.
He's dry again. The break is just let him down on these last 2 occasions now. And is that going to be Toby Bolt's final shot?
Extension, please.
Yeah, you might need to buy a new break cue. This one doesn't seem to be working very well.
Yeah, well, he's kept with it. He hasn't changed his brake. We have seen Corey. He's switched from the head-on brake to the cup brake. And he's just trying to make things happen. Well, I mean, this isn't a simple clearance.
Yeah, it's first pot, whichever colour he goes for. It's pretty tricky. Can he clip this yellow and left centre? Oh yeah, can get to that one just above the red. No mistake. Drills it in really. Where's that white going to end up? Probably the worst place on the table. Who put that black there?
Yeah, and I think if... oh, he's put his hand up of apology. I think he's okay. The yellow closest to the left-hand cushion in the bottom half of the table. He can get through to it. Very fortunate.
That is a bonus. Played it with some left-hand side to send the white off the cushion and back into it. I was hoping for a bit more of a favourable kiss, but it's not too bad.
Yeah, he's got to find himself there. He was a tad fortunate there to leave that.
You can screw this back.
Cued that lovely. Yeah, and I think the yellow that's left of that red, I think he's got enough room for it. I think it's out, you know, it's out of the way of that red enough to pot into the bottom left-hand corner. I think he can get to a potting angle for it anyway.
Well, if he hasn't, he can try to kiss onto the red with this shot.
Well, I suppose playing it like this, it tells us that he can get through to a potting angle. He's overrun that by that famous 3 inches.
I'm not so certain he didn't try to move that red on that shot.
Really? He didn't get into it enough if he...
Yeah, just the way he played the shot.
I think if he was, we would have seen him shaking his head and the cue over his knee and all of that.
Well, I think he did have a bit of... Wow, where's this one going? Well, what's he... He's got into that one.
And that is probably overscrewed by a foot or 2. He seemed okay with it though. It doesn't seem like it's starting to huff and puff now.
I think he's battling himself a little bit here.
Yeah.
He's battling to keep it together.
Is Toby Bolt going to get another opportunity? That clock is ticking down again.
5 seconds. There's the beeps.
Good pot. Still not perfect.
It's a bit in betwixt and between. Each pocket is he can the easier pot is into the left, bottom left, but the white is going to be struggling to get anywhere near the black.
Yeah, if it's going to be hitting that red and probably travelling towards this bottom cushion. What can he do? But that clock, it's ticking down again. Oh, he's played this well. He don't want that.
Is that red going?
Oh, he has.
Oh, he could hit that fuller than we thought.
And there you see it. The black down, where's the white ball? It's okay. And Corey Rees had a good clearance there. Made hard work of a relatively easy clearance, and he'll be pleased to get over the line. And it was a tricky tie, really, against Toby Bolt. I'm sure we'll see him back on this TV table at some point throughout this season. It might even be the next one in 8 weeks' time. But Corey Rees, he's safely through to the last 32, and he's going to be having a few words with who was my assistant comms person. And I'm going to hand over now to the studio, and there's Kevin Barton talking to Corey Rees.
Thanks a lot, Mark, and I'm joined once again by Corey. Corey, it was a typical Corey match, I think. You seem to like to give your opponents a little of a head start, and then you come right back at them.
Yeah, I wish I didn't do it, I must admit. But yeah, just first 8 frames. I think I had the first chance once, and it's hard to get into rhythm. And as you noted, like throughout the match, I kept losing. The white table still playing really good. Just kept losing the white and out of position. And then when you haven't got no rhythm, it's hard to sort of keep it going. But Toby, lucky enough for me, Toby gave me a couple of chances towards the end, and I took them.
Yeah, he was 4-2 up, and he had 2 glorious chances to really put you away. And you know that was a turning point. I think you went to the toilet at 4-2 because you were threatening to break your cue. I think you're very frustrated. But you know, whatever happened, it turned around for you.
Yeah, because at 4-2, it just. I was hitting the break good. It just wasn't getting the ball. And it's, like if you're hitting them bad, it's your fault. But he's got his last ball on the hole, and all he got to do is screw it out anywhere the table, middle of the table. He's got both corner bags, and he's overscrewed it, screwed it off in the middle, and obviously turned the match around.
Yeah, is the cue safe for the next round then?
Well, hopefully, yeah. I cut broke. That's the first thing I've cut.
Yeah, we noticed, on the cut.
I have been practicing it, but it's not my first choice. But I've tried to learn it just so I got another option, and lucky enough there, the one time I used it, they broke pretty good.
But what you did do is finish the match really strong.
Yeah.
I think your last 3 or 4 frames was really pleasing.
Yeah.
The form, the confidence, it's all still there.
Yeah, obviously I've been in good form. I haven't been too great this weekend. I haven't played bad, but overall it's not great. But it's just keep trying to keep winning, and hopefully you get a bit of form. Hopefully if you keep winning, you get a little bit more form, and obviously confidence gains then as you go in.
So another big event, obviously hoping to go deep.
Yeah, hopefully so. Yeah, of course, every event I want to go deep. That's what we turn up for.
Are you a draw watcher? Do you know?
Yeah, I do. Yeah,
a draw watcher?
Yeah, I watch everything.
Finally, somebody who admits to being a draw watcher.
Oh yeah, they all do. They lie in there.
Who do you know? Have you got next?
I got Sam Chambers, the winner of Sam Chambers and someone, but I don't really know. I have no idea who won. I have no idea.
Right, okay, cool. Well, hopefully we'll see you later on, Corey. Thanks a lot for your time. Cheers.
Thanks.
Corey Rees, then he takes his place in the next round. And Mark, we've been on commentary for that match. I mean, what is it with the start with Corey that he's such a lovely lad? He wants to give his opponents a few frames start.
Yeah, he can't continue to do that, and especially when he gets to the latter stages of this competition. He's going to be coming up against some fierce competition. And I mean, Toby's a great player. We saw some good things to him. I've just been talking to him there while you were talking to Corey. He's a little bit disappointed with that performance. He said that this table plays very different to the tables that's out on the outer arena, which is a very interesting comment, and one that we've heard before. And it says this table's very different, very more slidey, and maybe it's just the camera lights and a different sort of pressure. Maybe, I don't know.
Do you think it does? Is it just in the mind? You know, because of the lights, and they maybe create that illusion that it's faster. Because all these tables are the same.
Yeah, well, we know they're the same. They come from the same manufacturer, etc., and we've got the same cloth on. And maybe it just got like a different atmosphere in it. You sat in that seat with the referee, with the shot clock, and it's definitely different to the outer tables.
It becomes a different game to the outer tables.
Absolutely does.
So coming up now, another juicy match. I'm looking forward to this one. I think it's going to be a great match. Dean Shields, one of those players coming through, ready to knock on the door and just waiting to go through it against the Isle of Man's pro number 1, David Adnall, who we know is a fantastic player.
Yeah, David Adnall, he's been on the scene probably 2 or 3 years now. He's been in the top 16 for a little while. It looks like he's just coming out of that now because COVID that stopped him from playing in a couple of events last season, unfortunately. But Dean Shields, one of the most up-and-coming players, along like Corey Rees, who we've just seen in the previous match, and he's a great player. Dean is. I'm always very complimentary about his cue action. Everything's got a lovely pause and a lovely follow through. And if he starts very well in this match, Dean's one of them confidence players, and he needs to start well for him to take this match against David Adnall. But David, he takes these shots on, and it could be a spectacular game.
So for anyone who's just tuning in who's not really seen much of these two players, what would you say the strengths and weaknesses are of each two?
Potting for Dean Shields, without a shadow of a doubt. I think David Adnall, he's probably got a bit more better pattern play. A little bit, he just edges it for me over Dean Shields, and that could be the crucial factor in who wins this match. It's very even. It's a flick of a coin.
I think it's got all the ingredients of going all the way, this one.
Oh, absolutely, yeah. We're probably going to be a deciding frame. I actually thought the previous match between Toby and Corey was going to go to a deciding frame. Probably deserved to, with the chances that Toby had. But yeah, definitely, it's definitely got the ingredient to have that.
Well, that's it. Don't take your chances. You get the bus home, don't you? And that's
you do.
It. Right then, okay, let's get our referee, who is Darren Maidman. He's just racking the balls up. So without further ado, let's get over to the commentary box. Dan Fairway.
Thank you, Kev. Good afternoon, everyone. Second match on the stream table today. Dean Shields, David Adnall, England versus the Isle of Man. We've just seen the lag, and it will be Dean to break first. Spoke to David just before this match. He doesn't feel like he's in the greatest form this weekend, but he said that actually playing on the stream table might be beneficial. He's the 30-second shot clock might stop him from overthinking things. He's just got to get down and play his pool. And it is, of course, the same situation for both players. But despite what Kevin Mark said in the studio, rather, I think Dean is probably a reasonable favourite for this one. He's certainly been in better form in recent events than Dave. And his opening break is a pretty tidy one. Just that red and yellow welded together just below the balk line there. It's a slightly tricky situation for him to navigate. If that red was open, I think he'd have started already. Red's probably edging it in the mind of Dean Shields purely because the red holds control of that top left pocket for the black. So if he goes reds, he's only really got one bad ball to develop. Going after it early. Oh, he wanted to flick that yellow, and he hasn't. Does he have a shot here? Will that red close to the cue ball slide down into the bottom left corner? It looks very tight as to whether it gets past that yellow closest to that corner pocket. Oh, he's tried to cut it in the bottom right. What an effort that is. Just half an inch too much width. And now David Adnall will get his first visit at the table. Not an easy table to come to, but he'll be happy for the opportunity. Straight into his work there. Immediately spotting the easiest route to develop the difficult yellow. Dean's red over the bottom right corner causes a slight problem, as does the black. Although the more I look at that black, the more I do wonder if you got right behind it, if it would just go in off the far jaw.
Referee to plate, please. Referee to plate, please.
On table 14 in the ladies, Zina Heath and Daniel Randall. Zina Heath and Daniel Randall, table 14.
Dave stalking the table almost with a scowl on his face. It's quite unusual actually, because he's one of the smiliest and nicest guys on the entire tour. Always got time for a chat. But when he's on the table, he means business. He looks like he means business here. He's got quite a nice angle on this penultimate yellow down to the bottom left. We'll probably need a chunk of running side just to run round the back of the last yellow into either left centre or left corner. He's going to screw across. Don't know about that one, because this is a horrible angle to get on the black now. I don't think he can come down the right hand side of the table and leave it for a double. I think the red in the middle of the table is in the way of that. Oh, this is a great effort. Needs it to travel. Needs it to travel. Oh, he might have a shot at it. Another inch and a half. And he'd have been quite happy. Oh, that's wide. That's never dropping. And it hasn't even covered the pocket. Dean Shields is going to have a brilliant opportunity to take a 1-0 lead. So tough to judge that. Black ball for David Adnall. It's one of those, if you get right behind it, it's easy, but because it was a blind pocket, it makes it that much tougher. And now Dean can just mop up. He's got a big pocket for this red, but he almost certainly won't be using it, because you don't really want to flick the black away from the pocket. And he stroked it in beautifully. And he takes the 1-0 lead. So a miss from both in the opening frame. But to be fair, neither of them had a particularly easy chance to go at any point. But I do wonder, whether if Dave watches this back, he might consider that second to last positional shot just wasn't quite the one he would have played had he had a bit more time to think about it, perhaps. Referee there, Darren Maidment, Jim to his friends. He seems to have been an ever-present on the stream table this weekend. I know that's not the case, but it just seems to be every time I'm in the commentary box, I'm watching him wrap the balls up. Referees this weekend have done a fine job. And so has David Adnall with that break. That yellow nudging into the cue ball should shouldn't cause him any real problems because yellows would almost certainly be the favoured colour here anyway. Owing to that one nearest the top left corner pocket. And these are laid out like a practice routine, to be honest. We heard Mark Pickworth waxing lyrical about David Adnall's pattern play in the studio before the match. Well, Dave, it's time to prove it. Doesn't want to flick off that black. Well, not fouling is a good thing, but I don't think he's left himself a shot. I think he can he just about get through to this one that's on that racking line, near just above the black spot there. He could, but he couldn't get the potting angle. That is just purely an error in cue ball control. Doesn't show a huge amount of emotion, Dave, but he'll be pretty livid at himself for missing that chance because it was a very gettable one. You always feel as a player that you should be getting a finish if there's nothing to break out. Dean Shields there, showing him how it's done. Got on the most difficult ball early. The red that's directly to the right of the Cuba will pass that yellow to the top left. Oh, but he's missed the pot. That's a careless one from Dean, and it was a careless positional shot as well, because had he made that pot, he was really going to struggle to get on that last red. David Adnall, well, I assumed that he could see the yellow to the bottom left, but perhaps not. If he couldn't, then Dean's massively got away with one there. And now it really is an easy finish. The man from Stalybridge. Got his own club up there, Staley Vegas. And he leads by 2 frames to 0. A couple of slack positional shots now. I mean that David Adnall he's just not looking comfortable out there yet. He needs to sharpen up pretty quickly, because Dean's not going to continue to give Dave the chances that he has in those opening 2 frames. Plenty of action still going on the outer tables. You can see behind the main arena. Stephen Walker at 3-3 with Andrew McKee. Dan Davey on the verge of an early exit. Dave Evans leads him by 6 frames to 3 and just needs the 1 more. First time professional Wade Morley, losing 5-2 currently to Steve Thompson. Mark Farnsworth,
Frame 3.
his opponent Jamie Farrow, putting up some stiff resistance, but does look like it's going to be Mark who takes that one. We'll bring you some more scores as the day goes on, and perhaps as this match goes on. But for now, it's back to the action. Dean Shields breaking in frame number 3. Well, that is a horrible break. He's made a ball he might prefer not to have. He's landed right in behind that red. And there is a shot on here. He could take the plant into the right centre. If he does, he'll be forced on reds, and that red in the cluster there is not a pleasant one. But the plant was missed, and David Adnall comes to the table one more time. Is there an early opportunity to get into that red here? He's not going to take it. There is a nice red to attack that area with, and it's the one just to the left of the black spot. Oh, but Dave's decided against.
Total snooker.
He's not going to push the boat out. He's going to wait for a better opportunity. He's going to try and force Dean Shields into giving him that better opportunity. But this is an easy escape for Dean. Don't really see that safety shot changing the course of the frame. Oh, well, I say that. What has Dean Shields done there? I can't believe he hit it that hard. It was an easy hit on that yellow, and the only way that shot could have gone wrong, really, was by nudging it into the red, and that's exactly what he did. I just thought he'd rest on it. There is one more piece of the puzzle here for Dave to find, and it is that black ball. Doesn't look like it goes particularly comfortably anywhere. And he's lost the cue ball again here. It's forcing him to line up the plant on those two reds. The bottom of those two reds is actually quite easy to get onto if you can get somewhere near the bottom cushion. And I thought he might have thought about that previous shot, but he didn't. So now he's going to have to play the plant. It's just starting to get sticky again for Dave here. And it does mean that he will almost certainly have to break out the black with his last red. And when you're 2-0 down and clearly feeling the pressure, that is not a situation you particularly want to be in. How aggressive is he feeling? He could attack it now. He could go round off 3 cushions. Bottom cushion, side cushion, top cushion. Try and get into it. Well, that is a pretty pinpoint shot, it has to be said. Does he feel this black? Can he get this black? He must feel that he can. Perhaps it is a bit further away from that yellow than I thought. I'm sure this is going to be going more towards the far jaw than the centre of the pocket, though.
Right.
Nope. And it flies, and David Adnall gets on the board. Courtesy of that snooker escape from Dean Shields that couldn't have gone any worse. They're clearly having a little natter about it. I don't think Dean could believe his luck, to be honest. It was a good hit on the yellow. You could argue it was a little unfortunate to only contact the red and bring it out perfect, because there were 100 ways that could have gone okay for him. just the one. It couldn't have gone any worse.
Frame 4.
So he did well to find it.
Trailing 2 frames to 1. Time running.
Dave Adnall's first break in this match was very good. And an opportunity he should have taken, but that cue ball was always tracking towards that top right corner.
1 free shot, 1 visit. Time running.
It was on its way. It looked like it was going to get kicked away, and then it got kicked back in. And the lay of the land here for Dean Shields is, well, he's on easy street. Under hit the previous shot a touch, had to pop that in the side of the centre pocket to be able to hold the cue ball. But this really is a risk-free finish. Won't mind leaving a little distance on this black. It's easy enough for a player of Dean's ability.
Frame.
Here is the open last 32 as it stands, or as it stood, because all the games on that screen have finished.
Frame 5. Dean Shields to break. Leading 3 frames to 1. Time running.
Dean Shields to break in frame number 5. All David Adnall's hard work in the third frame, getting himself on the board, were undone by that foul break. But Dean really hasn't got his working yet. A couple of dry breaks in a row now for that man on the left of your screen. David is going to have to find a couple of tricks if he's going to finish these off. That cluster of reds, he can get to the bottom of those quite nicely now. Can he just nudge the yellow out the way without flicking the red? Nope, just taking control of the pocket. It's a nice shot from Dave. He is a terrific shot maker when he needs to be, but generally David Adnall is a percentage player, and we're seeing that here.
Extension called.
He's had some very good results on the IPA since he turned professional. But he hasn't really threatened the podium yet. Dean responding with a safety of his own. And that's a very clever shot. He's knocked those two reds in this up half. They're not safe, but they're not nearly as easy as they were. I think Dave might be able to see the top one of those just to flick into it and make them easier for himself again. It is certainly advantage David Adnall in this frame at the moment. But Dave's just knocking that red into that cluster. I think that opens up a couple more options for Dean, because Dave's only got the one ball left in the top half of the table. Dean Shields wasting no time. He is going aggressive in this frame, and that shot has worked out beautifully. Gives him a wonderful opportunity to establish pretty quickly a 4-1 lead. And joining me in the commentary box is an old pal of Dean Shields. It's Gareth Hibbert. Good afternoon, Gaz. How are you?
Afternoon, Dan. I'm not too bad, mate. Yourself?
Yeah, not too bad.
Good. Yeah, Dean looks like he's had a good start here.
To be honest, Dean's given up chances that Dave should have taken.
Oh, right.
But Dave hasn't punished him. Dean hasn't done a huge amount wrong, to be fair. Dave should have finished off his own break and didn't. Should have finished off one of Dean's dry breaks and didn't. And yeah, Dean's been mopping up reasonably well, actually.
Yeah, I think especially on this table, you've got to take every chance you get, really. It's playing quite open and the breaks are coming out nice, so...
It's weird how that changes day to day, isn't it? Because on Friday, this table wasn't breaking particularly well, and yet the last couple of days it's been a lot better.
Just bedded in, maybe. Seems to have good control, Dean. He's judging his screw shots nicely. That's dead straight on that.
Dean Shields does take the 4-1 lead. I'm in the signs now for Dave Adnall, because he was well in control in this frame and played a couple of slackish safety shots. You know, he didn't give anything away to Dean, but he certainly let Dean have a go at that aggressive shot in the end.
Yeah, I was speaking to someone before, and Dean won 7-0 in his previous round and dished off all of his breaks. So he's obviously got a break. That was against Andy Crosdale, who's dangerous player, so
yeah, very dangerous.
If he's taking all his chances like that, he's going to take a bit of beating.
It's interesting because Dean's dry 2 out of the 3 so far in this match, so just one of those things where tables break differently, I suppose.
Last one.
Always the way. I'm sure Dean had hopes looking at that split that he was going to be able to spring out of his chair, but no such luck. David Adnall with the first visit. It's not the nicest of tables, Gaz.
No, it's not. I think the red in the baulk area, if he can maybe screw onto the yellow that's just towards the middle pocket, he can leave the red across. That's more of his tricky red, and might give him a chance to the finish. Just this first shot, really. He's tried to open it up. I think the safer shot was probably just little cannon on the yellow there. Leave the red to the opposite middle and just work your way around.
Yeah, a couple of times now I've questioned Dave's shot selection.
I think the one by the black goes, so they all go, but that first shot was vital that he got on his tricky red in the middle of the table by the yellow. It's going to be hard to get on it now. Missed that anyway.
Yeah, and actually, I think this is a great chance for Dean as well, because I think the red and yellow that you're talking about, I think the yellow might go into the left centre.
Yeah, I think so, and it's just whether the black goes into that left centre as well. Having a good look. It definitely goes long, if not, or he may try and nudge it.
Extension called.
This is the last 32 game, Dan?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, we are. And we're cruising through this one as well. Well into the last 32 now. last 64 has pretty much finished its run its course. There's a few matches still hanging on in there. And Dean can attack that yellow that we mentioned.
A little surprised the way he's gone here. I thought he'd, I was saying for getting on the black, I thought he'd have got rid of this end first. Can't really see an obvious, the route is gone now, I can't see an obvious ball for getting on the black now, really.
No.
I actually thought he'd have got rid of this end and left the one that's nearest the red to stun over to maybe take the black longer if it doesn't go in the middle.
Well, we are about to find out, but yeah, I'm completely with you.
I think he's getting to the stage realising it's quite a tough finish now from here.
Yeah, it's one of those that creeps up on you, isn't it?
Yeah, it has done a bit. Especially now.
Oh, yeah, that's not good. I suppose if he plays this yellow up to the top right with lots and lots of right-hand side, he might be able to manufacture an angle.
Yeah, he's got to sort of come across two cushions and back past the middle line there to leave a decent angle. Caught it way thick. Even if he'd potted that, he needed to be another probably 2 foot across the table to have any sort of angle for getting on the black.
Yeah, he's just the wrong side of straight, really, isn't he?
Obviously, if it hit it a bit thinner, the white would have had more pace, but I still don't think it would have had enough. Oh. Chance David needs to take, really, this one.
Yeah, he's capitalised on one of Dean's errors, but just the one. He probably would have felt he should have won the first frame. Bit of a shot to nothing there. I quite like the way he's played that, actually.
Yeah,
if it didn't go, he was always leaving.
He'd have preferred it to stay right over the pocket, obviously, but yeah, he's still in control of the frame unless Dean pulls out a miracle double. He's pretty good at these, though. There you go.
Oh, that is a beauty. That is an absolute beauty from Dean Shields. He is going to need another one, though. That black is not easy to get on nicely. Is he looking at playing this cushion first so that the cue ball stays a bit?
It's obviously, if it doesn't go in the middle, it's twice as tricky because you've got to be a lot better on it. There's a lot more area to land on if it goes in the middle.
It just widens the angle playing at cushion first, doesn't it? But you've got to hit it properly. Yeah. He's dollied that, really.
Yeah, I don't think, by the way he's played that, it definitely doesn't go in the middle. He's having another look.
Well,
this is probably a 3 out of 10 now, whereas if he played that slightly better, it's a 6 or 7 out of 10.
Do you think he caught it too thick or underhit it?
Yeah, I think he just caught it too thick. Well, it looks like it goes. Nice.
It doesn't.
No.
Worst news, is he going to foul?
Oof.
Well, actually, that creates a bit of a problem
Keeps him in
Dave.
the frame a little bit, yeah, for a little bit longer, yeah.
I say that. I think there's enough gap between the black and the cushion to just slide that red in there.
I think there is, but I think he'll probably play safe and just let Dean have a smash at it and move it, as long as he doesn't leave any sort of skill shot.
Is that a risk worth taking, though? When you've got the balls like this and they're at your mercy, is it worth?
Well, I wouldn't have played. I think maybe safety was an option, but not like that. I'd have definitely snookered him because.
Well, I've seen these skill shots got. It's
pretty tough from where the white is because you're cutting it.
Yeah,
so
1 in 50 maybe,
yeah,
but it's possible.
If the white was a bit more over towards the middle pocket, yeah, you'd fancy him forcing this through, but
he's got to go for it, surely. Oh, he's got it. That is an unbelievable shot by Dean Shields. That might be the best skill shot I've ever seen.
It's a tremendous shot, yeah. I didn't fancy him for that, to be honest, but he got down pretty quick for it like he liked it, and David will be gutted with that one, to give him a shot at that.
I think it's one of those where you've got no choice, isn't it?
Yeah. Like you say, it's if you got the opportunity to clear the table, don't let people get back.
Yeah.
Anything like that, that's some shot. It'd be nice to see it again.
For me, they were there. for Dave. Okay, yeah, the black going there made it a little trickier. There was something to navigate, but if he'd taken that red that I spoke about and got it through the gap early, then he would have had other options to get back for the black
I
later.
think he just had to take more care on his safety. If he decided that safety was the option, he had to take a bit more care on the shot and snooker him.
5 frames to 1.
Well, massive turning point, that.
I'm glad he played a bad shot because it meant we got to witness that, and that was an unreal shot from Dean Shields.
I'll be pleased with himself with that one.
He was actually in the commentary box with me when John McAllister played his in Bournemouth last year. And we spoke about
Sort of
that,
similar,
how
wasn't
good
it?
that was.
Yeah.
Yeah, but that was better because there was so much more angle on it.
Yeah.
John wasn't directly behind his, but he was, like you said, you know, the cue ball was a bit further over to the left, the object ball was a bit further over to the right. It was a lot straighter than that.
Yeah.
That was so much tougher. And there was a clear sort of 5 mil gap between those balls as well, which makes it even harder. It's all running Dean Shields' way at the moment.
Tricky little finish again from this break, though. It's not a gimme finish.
Is it worth playing red off the red here and nudging that red
Yeah,
up?
that's quite a nice shot. Yeah, I'm not sure if he's seen it yet, but the reds are better if he plays this first shot right and plays that shot. It's 50-50, really, I think. He looks like he's just screwing it into the pocket for me, the way he's playing this. Yeah. Maybe it drops in, the one by the yellow. Maybe he thinks that just drops in off the jaw.
It's a lovely shot because he's opened up the other 2 tricky reds on the other side of the table, but that's very tight.
Doesn't look like it goes from that close in angle, does it?
No, I think the overhead probably gives the best view of that, and it's well, maybe it might just slide off the far jaw.
Looks tight.
It does. Dean needs to hurry up here.
Not known for his jogging. He's had a little jog there.
He cut that very, very fine on the shot clock.
Almost heard the beat then.
What does Dean do with that problem ball?
You can't leave it till... He's obviously going to have to drop it in dead weight, so he can't get on the black off it. So he's got to plan his route pretty well here. Oh, that's not good.
No, I think he was just trying to slide past that yellow, wasn't he?
I think he may have to try and screw over and play it long now.
Oh, he's overhit this. Oh, this is getting tougher and tougher for Dean Shields. He's pulled out some wonderful shots in this match so far. Can he hold for this long? He's pointing his finger.
I think his only shot is to try and run into the yellow, but then that creates a problem. That could get in the way.
If he plays this with sort of real extreme left-hand side, he might be able to check the cue ball up enough.
Yeah, I think he'd have to hold it off the yellow. If it goes, it's a great shot, but it really looks like it's one of those that if it goes, it's just a drop in. So
yeah, he can't get nicely on the black. He may have to leave a double.
I think he's playing it thinking he can just get enough.
Just caught the edge of the yellow.
It would have gone because you can tell he's just missed it by that pace. So if he'd played it earlier in the finish dead weight, it would have dropped in. But leaving it to last was always going to be a problem.
Yeah. Isn't it always the way though when you're 5-1 down? David Adnall comes back to a table that it's not that pretty, is it?
Yeah.
He's got some work to do here. And as much as his safety shots have been okay, they haven't been anything more than that, and they keep leaving these Hail Marys for Dean Shields.
You don't mind leaving this one with the black where it is, because you sort of think he might pot it, but he'll have no shot on the black. You wouldn't want to leave this shot if it was just the black on the table. But
well, it's a good hit. It's a good pot as well. He's going to have to find something.
Miracle in him.
Yeah, I mean,
I think he can only catch the left edge of it, which is taking the black nowhere. So he's got to go. He's got to go cushion across the cushion. I think across to the side left cushion and try and pot it in the what we call the green pocket, maybe.
Well, if he does do that, he's got half a chance of covering the pocket as well.
Yeah, to make it difficult, just got to watch the slide. Yeah, it slid. Might be a foul. That. I think he's fouled there.
Foul. 1 free shot, 1 does it.
So it's up to, he did call a foul, the ref. So it's just up to David to play a good first shot now, get him open, and There's a chance he can't afford to let beg this one.
Time out.
Yeah, there's only so many times you can pull off a spectacular shot, and Dean Shields has been showing plenty so far.
I think if he'd potted that black, I think David would have walked out.
Yeah, I would have done. Oh, it's okay. Didn't show a lot of control, that shot, for me.
No, he sort of rushed that a little bit. He could have thought about it slightly more. Maybe took his extension, just worked out the finish, how he exactly wants to go about it.
These are easy enough.
Yeah, it's just about the angle he leaves on the yellow to the left of the black, really, second last. As long as he can leave a decent angle on that to drop the other one in the middle. Yeah, Dean let that finish get away from him a little bit. Leaving that one to last was always going to be tough.
It is amazing how this game goes like that. 5 mil positional shot here and there can really start to build up quickly.
He must have had it in his head that it dropped in to not play the shot you mentioned, playing it in off and opening up first shot of the visit, but it was obviously pretty tight.
Yeah, and to be fair, he kind of had a choice there to make, because the two that he did develop on the left-hand side, they were awkward as well.
Yeah.
So he developed those as opposed to developing that one. Obviously felt like either it went or he had a good opportunity to develop it later on. It just never materialised.
Extension called.
Oof, only just reaching that one.
That's not a sign of a confident man.
I think because I don't know if he's played on this table before, it is slightly more reactive, so he's thinking if I stun that, it might screw back an inch or two and leave it a bit trickier, so he's just dollied it in to make sure he knew where the white was going to be.
Right.
Well, it got there.
Yep.
And he reduces the deficit. And we can have a look, I'm being told, at that skill shot from the previous frame.
Be nice to see that again. Yeah, it was a great shot.
Okay, we will be having a look at it, just not right this second. Yeah, it really was spectacular. If you are watching on YouTube, you can probably rewind.
Oh, here we go.
Oh, here we go. No need to.
He's even put a bit of right-hand side on that, which sometimes with a skill shot just skews it off a little bit. It's a great shot.
I get the feeling that's one of those that's going to look better and better on each viewing.
Frame 8.
Helps on a nice fine new cloth to do that shot. If you tried that in your club, I think it'd
absolutely
the black
zero
would
chance.
Just stay there.
Yeah, zero chance. The balls make a huge difference as well on those shots. Oh, a bit of anger in that break. Dave's hit those really hard.
It's nice that actually. I think you can just sort of soft screw the red into the middle and come across. Once that bottom yellow goes, which I'm not sure it does. If it does, maybe yellows are the balls.
Yeah, well, it looks like it does.
Yeah.
That's
the problem, I think.
Wow.
You should have. That's the time to take your extension and just weigh up your options there. I think he's made it. Well, I don't even think he's got a shot on now, but he could have played the red into the middle, and the reds would have been easy.
He's taking on this as a plant, I think.
He's cutting it back, I think.
Oh yeah, he is.
That's a nice result. I'll take that. But the two yellows have gone a bit tricky together as well at the top end near the boat line.
Yeah, as long as he can get the cue ball somewhere in the centre of somewhere near the centre of the balk line, it's still not too bad, because he can take the left one into the centre. But this could have been a much easier finish if he'd just taken that extra few seconds at the start of it.
It's all about his angle now after this shot. Just below the black maybe is what he wants. Maybe on the line of the black, but an inch or two behind the black.
Needs this is slow.
I think he can get there, that's fine. He can either screw that or use the cushion there, I think. It's cushion with right hand side. But so reactive that table, he can probably screw up past the reds as well. Don't want to be short on this one either, though, where you're cutting it back and knocking into the other yellow.
Yeah.
That's pretty good, I think. Yeah, it's a great shot.
He looks almost straight on that.
Yeah, he's fine there. Yeah, he just sort of put it slightly near jaw.
Yeah, I guess the way he played that, it wouldn't have been the worst if he'd finished an inch short there, because he could have taken the right-hand one into the centre first.
Yeah. Still an option, that, but I don't think he will.
Well, no need to now. Looks like he's screwing straight back into this red to me.
I think he can get past the red, but it's just a judgment shot now. I think he'd have tried to run that further, so he was screwing across the table, so you got a bigger space to get on the black. Does bring that red into play. He should be fine, but it brings that red into play a little bit. Just judging the screw back.
It looks to me like he's lining this up to sort of play into the cushion almost. Nope. Nicely done. That will be a big boost to the confidence of David Adnall. The break and dish at a pretty crucial time, because Dean looked like he was well on top until that mistake in the last frame. 5-1 is a lot different from 5-3.
Yeah, this next break's big now, because if he goes dry or it goes messy and we're suddenly 5-4, it's game on then.
Yeah, and Dean Shields' breaks haven't been amazing in this game. You said he, in his last match, 7-0, and he dished all of them.
Yeah, I believe so, yeah.
That's some going. But this time he's thrown in a couple of dry ones. He doesn't seem to be making particularly brilliant contact with that cut break, because even when he has made a ball, they've come out awkward.
Seems to go through spells with his break, Dean. He'll have spells where he's just putting nearly every time, and then he's always saying he'll have dry spells, and I suppose we all do in some ways, but I remember when we did win that doubles, he hardly had a dry break all week. It was great following him.
Leading 5 frames to 3.
Yeah, it's certainly nice when your doubles partner's doing that.
Yeah.
It's interesting, he's gone back to the front ball.
Controlled the white nicely, but only a couple of balls threatened the pocket.
It's not the greatest split, this, is it?
No, I think the reds all go, but he'd have to play a couple of clever little positional shots early on in the finish.
Extension called.
Yeah, if you can clear those 3 reds in the top half of the table, then yeah, it certainly becomes a lot easier.
The problem is the red on the left-hand side, you can't really get on it straight enough to screw straight back out, so you're going to be bringing... Oh, that's a terrible shot.
Now, you say that.
He might be on it through the gap.
I think he's on it. I think...
If he's played that, I'd take it back. It's a clever little shot. I didn't even think that was an option.
I think he's played that. I'm going to give him the benefit.
Yeah.
I think he deserves it. He's a nice bloke. I think he wanted to catch more of that yellow on the way back out, though.
Yeah, that's a bit nasty, that now.
Finish is still on. He's really only got 1 red to go out, though. The one just to the left of that racking line there. It just means he's going to have to go back up the table later on in the finish at some point to take that final red into the left centre.
Yeah, he's got to
play the right corner.
He's got to play this pretty slow. Trust the table. Again, it's just in between balls, really. Not ideal for getting on his tricky one.
No, and the longer this goes on, the more difficult that becomes.
Yeah, I think he can probably screw back past his other red now for this bottom one. It's all about his next angle, really.
Now that red will go to the left centre. It will also go to the right corner.
Yeah, I think that's going to be his shot. Go just past the left middle to leave it to right corner. just get off straight to the next red, to the right hand middle. Drift up past the centre pocket.
Looks pretty good.
Yeah, it's one of those you've got to put a bit of stun on those. It's judging it, and you don't want to bring that centre pocket into play with a cue ball.
No, but if you don't put enough on it, you might be bringing that yellow into play on the pulp line as well.
With this table being so reactive, you get a little bit scared of these shots.
It's too slow. I think he's on it, but
Trusting to look on position, and it's pretty thin, isn't it?
It's very thin.
I wonder if he can play the double to middle, and I think it might just sneak past the yellow for double to middle, and at least you've got a long black if you get it. Double to the corner.
It's going to have to. It's hard enough though that he's got to be wary of double hit rather. Oh, this is a good shot.
Oh, nice knuckle as well.
Dean Shields. I've just seen him put his hand to his face in disgust. He is livid.
Suddenly game on though, Dan.
Absolutely. You certainly feel every shot with me watching Dean.
Yeah.
Don't you?
Yeah, you do.
Was it like that when you won the doubles at the Worlds with him?
Definitely, yeah. He was, especially he was quite new on the scene then at the time as well, so he was loving it, and I was in a lot of the other competitions as well, so he was the one that was keeping me on track really. But yeah, he's wears his heart on his sleeve.
Yeah, they're quite opposite in their demeanour around the table. David barely cracks a smile when he's playing.
You wouldn't know if David was winning 7-0 or losing 7-0.
It's really true, yeah.
It was a good finish in the end because they weren't easy to start with. It didn't go exactly to plan, but if you get them, you get them.
Yeah, that's exactly it.
5 frames to 4. Time running.
Dave on the comeback trail.
He's got a few cues lined up there, Dave. He must have not seen many people go out there with 3 cues.
It's not a jump cue, is it? So what else could it be?
He must have just a spare braking cue in case his first one isn't working, but that one's definitely worked.
Oh, I bet. And that's another dagger through the heart of Dean Shields. It looked dry, this break, initially, and then just here. I know, one flew in a little bit earlier than that, but the one that dropped in the middle there didn't look like it was going to drop for a second to me.
Extension call.
Pretty nice spread, but the cue ball's just landed a little awkward. I think it's probably reds, isn't it? Cut the red into the top left, work your way across, and the big shot will be just. I think the red in the triangle area, just getting the right angle on that is going to be probably the toughest shot in this finish.
That was another nice little flick there as well.
Yeah.
He could have nudged that red into trouble, but he just got it thin enough, and actually quite nicely on that now to the centre.
Yeah, I think that's probably his option now. Not something he was thinking of before, but it's worked out well.
So this should be all about just that transitional shot from top of the table down to the bottom. A couple of shots time.
It's not guaranteed this time because if he plays on the pocket one now, it's not so easy to get on his the ball we just talked about if he takes the one into the left corner after that. So might look like they're pretty easy, but he's got to play a couple of good positional shots now.
Oh,
he's pinched a bit of an angle. That's a nice shot.
That's a brilliant shot.
Yeah, it is.
That angle did not look on. I thought he was going to have to screw back. He looked very straight on that red.
Got the momentum at the moment. You'd probably have to say if he gets these, I know it'll be Dean's break next, but from 5-1 to 5-all.
I've had this conversation a couple of times this weekend, and you're right. You know, we talk about this being a momentum game, but as soon as you get back from a deficit like that, as soon as you go from 5-1 to 5-all, the pressure suddenly switches and it's all on you again.
Yeah. Yeah, you see a lot of games where you think the person catching up's bound to win now, but it doesn't always work that way.
Dave's massively overhit that.
He wanted to leave quite a big angle because he's just nudged the black a bit trickier, but it's not that big an angle.
No.
I think he's dead now because even if he goes across and pots it, he'll have no shot on the black.
Well, that's all he's got on. He's had a go at it. It's a good effort, that. Now he needs to come up with a Dean Shields shot. Can he play the... I mean, does it go off the yellow? Up to the top left, maybe?
Maybe
I'm clutching at straws, but...
Maybe I can just sneak past the yellow to cut it if it goes, but... It even looks tight getting past the yellow nearest the boat line.
It does, yeah. Well, what have you got in the locker, Dave?
Into the yellow and hope.
Oh my word! That...
Don't show Dean's face now.
That is extraordinary. Oh, wow.
At least he finds it funny, like we do.
Someone's got it. Let's take another... I mean, he's played this.
He has, yeah. He had to play it at pace to get the angle of the black. The white was flying everywhere. There's a yellow flown in.
That's magnificent, though.
I've picked a good game to come and commentate. Some shots being pulled out here.
I mean, you could get a shot of the tournament reel from this game alone.
Yeah. Dean's still chuckling away.
The thing is, and I get why Dean's feeling the way he is at the moment, but Dave would have every right to feel the same way after that skill shot.
Yeah. But Dean shouldn't have had a chance at the skill shot. It was Dave's mistake to give him that chance. Whereas in this frame, Dean didn't even get a go. So it's just. But he must have thought when he'd come too far on that last red, he was going to get back to the table there. Now he's going to the cut break again.
This has been an absolute classic.
Dave's even chuckling as well.
Yeah. Well, at least they're both having fun out there. That's what it's all about. Dave Adnall has gone from 5-1 down to 5-all. Dean Shields' break hasn't been working for him. He's gone back to the cut break this time, and this time it has.
Yeah, it just takes a little bit of working out in that left middle, but you'd fancy him for these. Might have to play a plant along the way.
Yeah, I just wonder, the sort of bottom of that triangle of reds, I wonder if that sneaks through the gap between red and yellow into the left centre. I think if it does, then actually they've all got a pocket.
Yeah.
But if he catches the red and pushes it to the cushion, he could be causing himself big problems.
Yeah, so he's probably going to have to play the plant in a couple of shots' time just to... just got to watch where the red he hits doesn't run towards the cushion a little bit. I think he's straight enough on it. Leave the red nearest the black to the bottom right corner, I think they're done. Be careful of the first red going safe. Yeah, he's plenty straight enough on it. He'll be delighted to get his chance after the way the last few frames have gone.
There's some response to this as well, because it's so easy to throw in the towel, even though it's still 5-all.
Especially the way the last frame finished.
Yeah, the way you've seen this game go, you just feel like you must be cursed, but Dean Shields has held his nerve together beautifully in frame number 11. that one in dead weight.
Cut break certainly worked for him that time.
Yeah, it's been, I mean, his break's been literally hit or miss in this match. There's clearly a good sense of fun in the arena, which is actually quite nice to see and quite refreshing.
I think it's just the way the match has gone with some of the shots that have been pulled out, and it just Vicky's having a laugh.
That honestly, that David Adnall black off the yellow, that is a shot that I am never ever going to forget.
Can David respond with a break and dish to take us to a decider?
Well, his break has been slightly better than Dean's, apart from one where he screwed straight in off. Well, he got kicked in off, but it was always heading that way in the fourth frame.
Time running.
Dave's break has been very good, actually.
Oh, cue ball. Disaster.
Oh, yeah. This should be frame and match to Dean Shields. I can't see a single problem here, guys.
No, I think he just opened up the yellow by the left middle with the two reds with his free shot. Away he goes from there. It's amazing how it soon the momentum just goes. David, when he potted that black to go 5-all, he'll be thinking, oh, I'm favourite now, and now he's probably just going to get one more shot in the match. It's a horrible game sometimes.
Yeah, it is. I've been on the receiving end of that many a time. I'm sure you have as well, although I suspect you've dished it out a bit more often than I have.
Yeah. Ooh, that's not the best. He's going to go reds. So yeah, I thought he was going to go yellows because of the position of that bottom red, just getting on it. It was a 50-50 really.
Yeah. Yeah, he should be able to play this plant and go up table now. Yep. Yeah, if that red was, what, 2 inches to the right, you'd say this was absolutely game over. I don't think it goes to the right centre, so he's going to have to just come across table at some point.
Yeah, he'd rather not sort of covered that right middle with that yellow, because he could have just he dropped this in now and stunned down, and it's simple. But if the red doesn't go to right middle, he's actually, like you say, he's got to screw across at some stage. The way he's played that, it looks like it might go to right middle.
You'd have to hope so.
Unless he bounces it back out or leaves it long. Oh, this could be short.
Oh, this is going to be horrible queuing. And I think it's just moved enough, hasn't it, that you can get more to the centre of the cue ball.
It's nasty.
In-off possibility?
Yep, it's definitely there. Could even clip the black and go in off. He's digging into it.
Oh, where's this cue ball going to end up?
Oh, he'll take that. He's been a bit lucky there.
Yeah, it was always flying into those yellows, but this is definitely a pressure pot for the match. One good pot from Dean. Oh.
Sweet as a nut.
Absolutely sweet as a nut. A brilliant performance and a brilliant game from Dean Shields and David Adnall. One of the most entertaining matches I can remember in recent seasons. It had absolutely everything, that match, but it is Dean Shields who comes out on top by 7 frames to 5. What a match, Gaz.
There were some shots pulled out there. It was unreal, Dan. Yeah, it was a nice one to come into that and watch some of that stuff.
Yeah, it's just
class. 2 of the blacks spotted there, as good as you'll see all season, let alone in one match.
Yeah, we'll definitely have to get the highlight reel out at some stage. Dean Shields, 7-5 winner over David Adnall, and Kevin Barton is going to be speaking to our winner in the studio.
Yeah, very good. Nervous.
Thanks a lot, guys, and well, that was a bit of a topsy-turvy match there, and to give us his thoughts on that match, the winner, Dean, We'll talk about that black in a minute that Dave played, but just give us your thoughts on the match.
I thought it was a great game. I've started really well, and I don't think that was down to Dave making too many mistakes. I thought I played quite well to take the 5-1 lead, and then I feel like I've just sat there and watched him. Getting back thinking, surely he's not going to keep going and keeping me in my chair, but yeah, back to 5-all, and thankfully I've had a good break then at 5-all and gone back in front, but the pressure was certainly growing.
Yeah, and obviously a part of that comeback from Dave was that phenomenal black, and loved your reaction there. What was going through your mind when you saw him? I mean, obviously he played the shot. It was a fantastic shot. Creative, creativity at its best.
Yeah, I've not got the best poker face, have I? I could see him lining it up, and I'm like, it's a great shot if he gets it. And I'm looking at, because he landed awful on his last red, and I'm thinking he's probably going to play the off the cushion, cover the bag, and then I've got a tricky finish from where he's left me, but he's potted it, and I'm like, right, see what he does with the black, but chances are I'm coming back again, so I'm getting ready to come back, and then when I see it go in, and I'm right in the line of it as well, it was a bit of a sickener, but thankfully it didn't cost me.
No, and just to finish off, you obviously came back 5-all, but you must be proud of how you closed the match out then, to withstand that barrage from Dave and, to seal the next 2 frames.
Yeah, I just kept saying to myself, like, I haven't done anything wrong to go from, aside from breaking dry, to go from 5-1 to 5-5. So it's not like I've thrown chances away, I'll be kicking myself. It's like I'm playing quite well, It's more down to Dave's great play that's got him back in. It's not, so coming into that 11th frame, I was just thinking, right, just carry on what you've been doing, break well, and then take them out.
And coming into this new tour season, 2022 tour season, where would you assess your game is at the moment?
I'm not in the best of form, to be honest with you, or I wasn't coming into this, so I've kind of not put any pressure on myself for this event, but as a season on the whole, I'm up to 12th in the rankings now, so I want to break into the top 8 first and then see how far I can go from there. So it's going to be hard. Obviously, the games you get in, the draws you get in, you could get a Liam or a Farnsworth or a Clint first round, and you just see how you go. You just try your best. Yeah,
the strength at the moment, it's a little bit bonkers, isn't it? And any victory is, it's like a huge sigh of relief, isn't it? Yeah, exactly. I've played Craig Brown and Craig Marsh in the professional event. And both of them, they're great players. I could have gone out first round, second round, whatever it may be. It's just, let's say it's just on the day. If you turn up and take your chances, you've got a good chance. If not, you're going home. A couple of victories in the Open. Do you think you can, you say you're probably not in the best of form. Do you feel like you're maybe playing yourself into form and you just timing it right for a run for this title? Potentially. Like I say, I just wanted to get my hand on the table, get a few games under my belt, and try and, like I say, play your way into a bit of form. Because coming into it, I was just hoping, I could get a win. I was really off form. So yeah, hopefully the longer I go, I can keep breaking well. I think making a ball off the break is a massive factor in the game at this level. So if I can keep making a ball, I'm happy. And I'm quite confident I'll take them out. So hopefully it continues. Yeah, well, great start to the competition. Hopefully we'll see you later, Dean. Well played. Thank you. Good luck for the rest of the event. So Shootout Shields, he had to withstand the comeback there from Dave Adnall and got himself over the line into the next round. Pretty good performance there from him, Mark. Yeah, he was up against it, that little mini comeback from David Adnall, but what a black that was at the end to win the match. Just slams it in like he does. I did say at the very start, his potting ability is unbelievable. He's just got the perfect cue action. Yeah, and he could be one of those players that we've talked about, Dean, for maybe 3, 4, 6 months, about one of these that's coming through, and is this event going to be where he makes his mark? Yeah, it could be. He keeps knocking on this door that's currently shut. Can he find the key? Yes, he can. Absolutely. I was talking to him at the Champions Cup, and I said about what's his expectation. He wants to try and break into the top 8. He's going to have to play some terrific stuff. He's going to have to be really ultra consistent, and he's going the right way about it.
and I'm sure he's going to continue with some of the form that we've seen so far here today.
Yeah, we'll be keeping our eyes on him in the draw. But next up, it's another. Well, it's just like we're sounding like a broken record now. It's just match after match, great matchups. It's the former world champ, the Player of the Year from last year, Mark Farnsworth, and he's up against one of the rising stars, one of these fast new breed of players, Tom Barley. What can we expect in this one, Mark?
Well, this fast Tom Barley is fast and furious. I mean, don't even bother putting the kettle on, because by the time you get back, it could be over. I mean, Tom Barley had a great World Championship, got to the last 16, he's beaten the current World Champion, John McAllister, in terrific style. Mark Farnsworth been a little bit out of form because we're so critical, because we expect him to keep lifting trophies, because it was just an unbelievable habit that he had of trophy after trophy after trophy. But Mark, he didn't have a great performance yesterday. He'll be wanting to make amends on that, and hopefully I'm sure we'll see some of that against Tom. Very mixture of styles here, though.
Yeah, can't wait to watch this one. Absolutely fascinating match. Well, our referee Darren Maidment has got the players ready, so let's get over to the commentary box. Over to you, Dan.
Thanks, Kev. Yeah, I hope you've got your breath back at home after that last match. I think I have just. Because you're going to need those energy reserves watching Tom Barley run around the table. He is lightning quick. But he lost the lag, and it will be Mark Farnsworth to get the game underway. Still in the last 32 of the IPA European Open.
IPA European Open Championship match. Mark Farnsworth to break, time running.
And there's still plenty of action still to come today. We have a huge catalogue of matches still to get through. And Mark Farnsworth breaking there, looked for all the world as if it was going dry, but then those two reds dropping in right at the last second. Just got to be careful with this shot, Mark. That's not fantastic news. So on this one down the rail, can he just drop this in? Does that Reddy's just nudge pass to the bottom right? Yeah, clearly it does. Looked a bit tight from my camera angle. Now he can just a little bit of stun up towards that yellow in the centre of the table. Made absolutely sure he wasn't going to be hampered by that. Pulled it out a little bit wider and knocks in the comfortable black for a breaking dish to start us off from Mark Farnsworth. Tom Barley can just sit in his seat and admire that one. From the 2019 World Champion. See, there are a couple of Scotsmen in the middle of your picture, just behind, keeping an eye on the outer tables, Ross Fernie and Liam Dunster. Liam, of course, the reigning world champion. A terrific effort yesterday to get through to the professional final, but came up short against Clint Jansen. And here is the state of play in the last 32. There's a reason Ross Fernie's standing in the middle then. He beat his compatriot Robert Stephen by 7 frames to 6. Corey Rees, he's another one to watch. He's going really well at the moment. 5-1 up against Sam Chambers. back to the action here. Tom Barley, I've spoken about him as one of the best breakers in the game, and that there is why. Just look at the explosion he got out of that pack. The power he generated through it is quite exceptional.
Extension called.
If it wasn't for that black, which is just awkwardly placed, then Tom would be well into this clearance by now, but that's a poor shot. That red might have just gone too far to drop into that left centre pocket. He's one of those where if you're right behind it, you might just about be able to squeeze it in. Doesn't seem too phased by it. He's cracking on with it. Wants to move this yellow out of the way and the black in this shot. Oh, he's got round the back and he's moved the black. Has he left half a pocket for the red? Or is he going to have to try and clip this one in? This is extraordinarily tight. Is it going to drop? Oh, it looked like it was about to. You could almost see the pocket pulling it in, but just not quite enough, and that has to go down as a big opportunity miss for Tom Barley. Positional error with his second shot of the frame. And Mark Farnsworth should be able to mop these up quite comfortably.
Time out.
He's asking for the cue ball to be clean. He's not happy with that contact. I think he wanted that cue ball to come a fair bit further down the table. Give him a choice of yellow to right centre or yellow to top right. Probably wanted to play the yellow to the top right next so that it opened up the pocket for the second one, but it's a reasonably straightforward plant, this. Just drifted it in off the far jaw. Impressive, he's just pinched the pocket with the plant. Just to make sure that cue ball came away from that right hand cushion. Out towards the centre of the table. So now just looking for that gap between the two reds. Don't need to do too much with this, it's a nice angle. Certainly chosen not to do much with it. He's just going to trust himself with this long range yellow. Essentially frame ball. Quick as a flash, it's 2-0 to Mark Farnsworth.
Frame.
Despite a slightly lacklustre performance from him yesterday, by his own very high standards, he will still be viewed as probably second favourite today in many people's eyes, behind Liam Dunster. A few more scores for you. Just a few games there starting towards the bottom of your screen. Dan Davies still in the competition. We commented on his match earlier. It looked like he was on his way out. He was, I think, 6-3 down. Clearly rattled off a few frames in the last 64 to make it through to this stage to play Steve Thompson. Mark Boyle there on his return to IPA action. He's 4-1 up against Matt Steeper. He would be a very popular winner
2 frames to 0
this weekend.
Time running.
We'll continue to bring you those scores throughout the day. Of course, the Open isn't the only competition. We also have the ladies and the amateur going on. We'll bring you some scores from there too. This time Mark Farnsworth's Achilles heel proves to be so. A dry break. handing the early initiative in frame number 3 to Tom Barley. Ooh. Clearly that red didn't really go. Tom's played that with a lot of side just to throw it in, and even then took a trip off the jaw first. So clear with his patterns, Tom. He thinks so quickly, and that's what allows him to play this quickly. But he does have to be careful, because we've heard a lot of people say this weekend, as we do every tour weekend, that the stream table is a little more reactive somehow. And the way that he plays is so instinctive. We saw him run out of position in that previous frame, knocking that red into a safe position. He could perhaps do with just taking an extra few seconds here and there, because he started to make hard work of this frame as well. He's going to need a couple of good shots here still. His pot's missable. That's part one, and this positional shot is a bit tricky as well. If he had a bit more angle, he could drift this down the table, but he doesn't, so he's got to force it, round off the angles. Oh, this is tremendous. Super shot there from Tom Barley. Found the perfect line to attack, and attacked it very well indeed. Tom Barley back into the match with a reverse finish from the dry break from Mark Farnsworth. Let's see some more latest scores and results. Ryan Clark through against Darren Cook by 7 frames to 2. Liam Clark, unfortunately, Ryan's brother, succumbed to the hands of Matty Rowland. That's a shame, because actually we may have seen the Clark brothers playing each other in the next round had Liam managed to get through. John McAllister, 2020 world champion, 2-0 down against Craig Brown. Fair bit of time for John to turn that round yet, but
frame 4. Tom Barley
clearly needs to get going.
Trailing 2 frames to 1. Time running.
Tom Barley's turn to go dry in frame number 4. Left an awkward table for Mark here. Mark's straight into those reds. He's going to screw across table into that tough area here, is he? Oh, that's a tremendous shot. But his next one is going to have to be very good, because this is seriously awkward bridging. I think he can only pot the red nearest the left side cushion up to the top left pocket. Played it well. And that red that's over the left centre is now a nice ball to drop on the one down the rail. And this is starting to look like a formality. Nice angle on this, just to punch this red in. Now he's just going to play on and off the side cushion. Fair bit of right-hand side on this. But this is imperious form from Mark Farnsworth. He is making the game look very, very easy at the moment. Another frame passes Tom Barley by. Not really, hasn't made an error in this match so far. Apart from that dry break, and it's hard to call the dry break a true error. Nice moment there. Mark just pointing out the referee didn't quite get the order of the balls correct.
Frame 5.
See Morgan McInnes there just behind Mark.
Leading.
He's playing
3 frames
Toby
to
Bolt in
time running.
one of the amateur matches. That will see its conclusion today as well, that tournament. Morgan, a real rising star of the game. Mark Farnsworth, though, goes dry again. Tom Barley really kind of got to take on yellows. That red on the right-hand side is extremely awkward. He could play yellow off the red into the left centre here. Where's that red gone? Well, that's not the worst result for Tom, but I actually think that red double kissing into that yellow. I was about to wonder aloud whether those two yellows were a plant. I'm not convinced they were before that previous shot, but I think they are now. But you've got to get it first. Does he fluke this? Oh, Tom Barley, you have had a huge slice of luck there. Missed that by quite a way. That yellow flew out of the jaws and across the table into that potential plant that I just mentioned. And he's left a nice angle as well to develop the other yellow. But it's not over yet. There's at least one long range shot still to come. He's on this one now. But he's missed it. This has been an error-strewn performance so far from Tom Barley. You felt like that fluke might... Sometimes a fluke can sort of settle you into the match. You feel like perhaps things might turn your way. But you have to make the most of them when they happen. Tom has absolutely failed that remit. And yet again, he leaves tap-ins for Mark Farnsworth. I've seen a couple of social media posts from Tom this weekend. He hasn't been entirely happy with his performances. I think that's probably an understatement. And you can potentially see why. The banger is getting banged all over the place at the moment. Mark just left this tricky red till last now. Doesn't have to do anything with the cue ball here. Just drop this in. There's every chance this misses. Oh, no, there isn't. Didn't touch the sides, that one. Mark Farnsworth opens up a 4-frame-to-1 lead. Well, we saw a 5-1 lead in our previous match, and that evaporated for Dean Shields back down to 5-all before he finally held it together to get over the line. Let's take another look at this fluke from Tom Barley. Missed it by quite a long way. Just about dropped in. In some ways, it may have been a better result for Tom had he covered that pocket and it hadn't dropped in, because it did leave him with a tricky finish to take on. Doesn't look like the ultra-confident player we saw in the Champions Cup, Tom Barley, at the moment. It looks like he's fighting himself a little bit.
Frame 6. Tom Barley to break. Trailing. 4 frames to 1. Time running.
Starting to get the feeling that the writing is on the wall in this match. Nothing is working at all for Tom Barley at the moment. And these yellows are sitting pretty for his opponent. A long bridge there for Mark, and I would say that's caused a slight underhit. He's now bridging over the red. Stretching. Often you see Mark Farnsworth in that sort of position. I think that cue ball is a couple of inches short. Just another roll and you'd have a choice of yellows. Either right centre or bottom left.
Extension called.
And they would just be simple stun screw shots. But he's got to be very careful holding the white, controlling it. You can see he's loading this up with left-hand side to keep it on the straight and narrow. Right-hand side, rather. And that is very nicely done indeed. And that is what Mark Farnsworth does. A finish that looked, oh my good Lord. That's the centre of the pocket and it's come straight back out. And if Tom Barley is going to find his way back into this match, then you better believe it's got to be now. That's a horrible piece of luck for Mark. Tom has had a couple of chances in this match that he really feels he should have taken, but this has to be the biggest of the lot. He's nicely on the most difficult red now. He used all of the pocket, that wobbled in, but it got there. Doesn't want to be hampered. Oh no. Oh, this is horrible because he can't do anything but really top this through, and the angle it looks like he's got, he'll be snookered behind the yellow. That is careless. He could have been anywhere but there, Tom Barley. Can he dig this out?
Foul.
Absolutely not. Mark Farnsworth may feel like justice was done, but again, it's another one from Tom Barley, who sits stone-faced and cross-armed in the corner. That was the only thing that could have gone wrong for the banger, and he managed to find it, and I think that's symptomatic of his entire game so far. For Mark Farnsworth, another easy finish, but let's take a look at this bounce out. Oh, it was in. It was comfortably in. Such a bizarre moment. Now that is one of those things that we come to sort of not expect, but we know that they happen. But he didn't hit that with any terrific amount of pace. It's just pure bad luck.
Frame 7. Mark Farnsworth to break. Leading 5 frames to 1. Time running.
That mistake from Tom will allow Mark Farnsworth not to have to worry about that, though. And that break will help his cause even further, because I'm pretty sure I'm right in saying that that yellow up towards, well, it'll be the top left from the overhead camera angle, but the top right when we go back to the main camera, that looks to me very much like it passes that red. And if it does, these yellows should be long gone. It's been a masterclass from Mark Farnsworth, this performance, but he hasn't really had to work for it. The finishes he has taken out are the ones that you likely would have expected him to get. And Tom Barley's handed a couple to Mark on a plate as well.
Frame.
It would be the mother of all comebacks if Tom Barley were to come back and win this game. But I just can't see it happening. Mark looks so assured, so confident. Our referee racks up the balls for the 8th time in the match. Tom Barley's only potted off one break.
Tom Barley to break. Trailing 6 frames to 1. Time running.
I'm joined in the commentary box by Mark Pickworth.
And Dan, yeah, I'm back.
You had a nice rest?
Yeah, for another session. Well, I don't get much rest, do I? Because I'm in between doing the old studio, etc. But yeah, we do need a rest, don't we? Try and keep it fresh, or try and keep our commentary as fresh as possible. Mark, he's gone on fire, hasn't he? 6-1 ahead.
Yeah, I mean, Tom's been bad, to be brutally honest. I'm sure he would be with himself. He's made 2 or 3 really crucial errors, really silly ones. And Mark's punished him. Mark's punished everything.
Yeah, and that's what he does, isn't it? Was it just careless errors?
Yeah, just poor positional play, really. You know, just running out here and there. Possibly in fairness, a symptom of getting used to the TV table, that, and of course, when you have to play Mark on it, who has been more used to this arena this weekend, Tom hasn't had a sniff at this table so far, then it makes it a lot more difficult. But this is the same again. He's in trouble.
Well, he's going to have to drift this down with running right-hand side. It's going to make the pot a little bit more difficult. I think this yellow just past the black. Nice little nudge there off the red. That's helped.
Yeah, he just had to get past, or just a thin snick on that red. It's been a nice finish from Tom. Credit where it's due. He hasn't had the best of games, but that is nicely done.
Right.
And he's just forcing Mark. He's saying, well, if you're going to beat me, you're going to have to do it.
Yeah, he can't afford to be giving him any more chances like he has done. And in quick style fashion, like he always does. Just over about 2 minutes at clearance. 6-2. Can Mark Farnsworth finish the job off here?
You know, I think he can, Mark. His breaks let him down a couple of times in this match, but
Frame 9.
I don't feel like that last frame from Tom was a momentum swing. It was almost just a swan song, really. That's certainly the feeling I get. Well, perhaps not. Because it is a dry break from Mark Farnsworth. It's the only part of his game that has been anything other than spot on in this match. It's left a horrible layout for Tom. He's straight into his work with that plant. He's looking to break out his other difficult yellow here, but there's every chance that this yellow doesn't come out nicely. That, I think, I know Tom is a quick player, but shots like that, Mark, I think those are the moments where Tom could just do with taking a few extra seconds.
Yeah, he definitely needs to do that. He needs to have a little bit more understanding of how they're going to come out, and probably even the shot before, just making sure he's leaving himself the correct angle, just so when he is canning into balls, he knows how they're going to be coming out, and not just leaving it to that little bit of luck.
Well, he's still battling away in this frame, and that yellow that he dislodged, he has left it on for a double potentially.
Oh, that's a lovely controlled shot there to drop on this yellow. Like you said, Dan, if anything, he needs to get above that red.
Well, there is a window. He could potentially take that double on now. If he can get the cue ball back to somewhere where it is now. Oh, no. Oh, Tom. He's tried to pinch the pocket there.
Time out.
He's tried to pinch too much. I think he's going to be in a world of pain when he comes back to the table, because Mark Farnsworth, he won't be in any hurry here. He could just dolly that one off the cushion and leave him in behind. Tom's going to have very little to go at.
Yeah, I don't think he's in a very forgiving mood, Mark. And like you've already said, white is hidden behind them reds. And these careless errors, they must stop from Tom Barley. Can't continue to deliver in these errors. Yeah, I'm pretty certain we're probably going to come to some closing moments in this match very soon.
Yeah, I mean, Tom's done well there to get out of the snooker, but he'll have to do well again. And Mark's just going to continue in this vein until he gets the right opportunity. So unless Tom, I mean, he's got to fluke one, really.
Yeah, there's got to be something berserk happen. This is a two-cushion escape. Well,
turned into a one-cushion escape, and it's worked out okay.
You can only see about half an inch of that yellow when it come off the cushion.
Mark just needs to stop Tom from seeing that yellow next to the cue ball now. Because if he could see that yellow, oh, that's a tremendous safety shot. If he could have seen that yellow, there was a potential for a 3-ball plant.
Well, there's definitely a one cushion escape, I don't think. It can't be.
No. No chance. And there's no hit and hope available now. Tom's just got to try and get a hit because there's no way he can generate any power by the time he gets to one of the yellows.
It's like he's got to go behind the red at the bottom of the table and come off that cushion.
Good effort,
Foul.
but it's not there.
1 free shot, 1 visit. Time running.
That would have been some hit, but even then, Mark was in absolutely no trouble at all.
No, and this is the chance he's been waiting for.
Time
it's
running.
been coming.
Nice confident plant. And now the writing is on the wall for Tom Barley. He's played his last shot in this match, barring another cruel twist of fate for Mark Farnsworth, like another bounce out. Just wonder whether Mark will be a little more careful with this centre pocket after that, but no, strokes it in, nice and confident.
I think you're clutching at straws if you think Tom's going to be getting another chance in this frame.
No, the only reason is Mark had an unbelievably horrendous bounce out a couple of frames ago. I mean, it was a dolly into the centre and it just spat it back out. But yeah, I don't want to give any Tom Barley fans at home any false hope.
I suppose this is the only shot that can go wrong. We're stretching a little bit, so he needs to be careful of that shirt hanging down on that red, but he's in prime position.
Yep, nicely screwed out. Just avoids the yellow and leaves the simple black for a 7-2 win. A masterclass from Mark Farnsworth. Tom Barley will be thoroughly disappointed with his work. But Mark, really an almost error-free performance. And nervous moments for anyone else in the competition if they happen to be watching that performance from Mark, because he looks unstoppable on that form. Having said that, there are plenty of people who look unstoppable on their day. Just that Mark Farnsworth happens to have a few more days than most. Mark is just making his way now into the studio. Have a little chat with Kevin Barton. And we will hand over to them now.
Thanks a lot, Dan, and I'm here with Mark after that hard-fought victory, I think, against Tom. Scoreline maybe not reflecting, but you know how dangerous Tom is.
Yeah, he's a really fluent potter. You've got to get on top of him early doors. I don't think his break came out great. I had a couple of easy finishes to get the lead and just build from there. Yeah, I think Tom will be disappointed with his performance. I just took my chances and managed to get a good lead.
Where would you say your game is at the moment? If you were to mark yourself out of 10, what sort of score do you think you're giving yourself at the moment?
To be honest, I've felt really good all weekend, and then I've just been making loads of mistakes. And then last night was one of the worst matches I can ever remember playing, especially on the stream table. Clint played well, but I missed 2 easy blacks. My break went straight off the top bag twice, so no complaints. I was just absolutely rubbish. But before that, it was a long day, but I felt tired when I came up, but I was all right going into the match.
normally when I feel all right, you know, but I seem to be making daft mistakes here and there, which obviously I've got away with it against Tom, but even other matches this morning, Potton's all right. My positional play hasn't been great, which normally is a big strength of mine. So we'll keep plugging away, and hopefully we'll find a bit of form later in the tournament.
Yeah, what do you think you've got to do to cut out those, those silly areas? Is it just concentration lapses, or?
Yeah, I think probably a bit of frustration kicking in as well, especially last night because I missed that black against Clinton the first frame. Not so much it was in my mind, and obviously the second one I've missed. Obviously I've just tried to I should have just punched the one up the rail to leave an easy black, but it's a 99 out of 100. Well, not even 99 out of 100 the black. So it's concentration, probably a bit of frustration kicking in as well, and the long weekends and just trying to keep the concentration up, you know. And obviously that's where probably my downfall has been, the concentration side of things, you know. So hopefully we'll try and put it together for later on the tournament.
I guess it's quite difficult to come back after such a successful year last year, you know, and to try and get anywhere close to repeating that is going to be a real challenge.
Yeah, it's been a great weekend. The setup's fantastic here, the hotel's brilliant and all the rest of it, and the tables are playing well. But from a personal point of view, I felt a bit flat all weekend, you know. Not for obviously that the tournament's still obviously it's a great tournament to be on, but after the World Championships, probably it's a little bit of a downer from your own point of view, you know. So it's difficult to try and get yourself up for the no disrespect to the other players, you know, but you obviously want to go into the tournaments, you want to try and win them, you know. Sometimes it can be a long weekend, you know, but you've got to give every match proper focus, and sometimes probably I haven't been, you know. So it's my own fault, the poor performance, I would think.
Okay, well, it's another tournament, and you're now into the latter stages. Last 16, I think you're into now.
It's last 16. Yeah.
So is it now you start to, you know, try and start to crank things up a bit now that you actually feel like you're in the tournament?
Yeah, I think the dangerous early rounds. I think the lad who I played, I can't remember, is it Harry Compton? I think Harry I played Compton, the first one. Yeah. He's a fantastic little player. It's the first time I've seen him play. To be fair, he's got does he play Jordan Church's club? I think, I'm not sure, but he's a good little player. And to be fair, he had a chance to go in front this morning. So as it gets later on the tournament, you know, that's when I normally improve, and that's what I was so disappointed for last night, being beaten in the semi-final without really putting up a fight, you know. But every match is tough. You just try and take one match at a time. Yeah, and
it was a great atmosphere last night, wasn't it, in the room, you know, for your match and for the finals afterwards.
Yeah, I think when I played Clinton there was a few of them, but obviously I went back upstairs just to lick my wounds after I got beat, but I watched the final on the stream and it looked like it was a fantastic, even more people watching the final, which it's great for the event. I think finishing on the Saturday night for the pro event is fantastic, as it gives the amateurs and all the rest of it it's a great focus, you know, for the room, you know. So it's a great event to have, you know. Congratulations to Clinton winning it. He thoroughly deserved it, beating obviously Liam in the final. So it's been a good weekend.
Yeah, he's just announced himself that he's back, you know. He's there's yourself and Liam were sort of way ahead in the rankings, being pretty dominant certainly last year, and now Clint's putting his hand up.
Yeah, there's a lot of good players. I think it's just it's such short races as well, you know. So for myself and Liam to be probably so dominant, obviously Liam in particular, it's tough to be so consistent. And last year I think it was don't get us wrong, I think I got the rub of the blue a few times, you know, but. Consistency is key. I think Liam and myself proved last year that we were probably the two most consistent players. But there's any amount of other players that's capable of winning the tournaments. In Clint, John McAllister was dead unfortunate last night at the semi-final. Obviously Hibbert's been there and knocking on the door again. You know, he's won some TV events, but there's loads of players capable of winning. So just got to try and keep your name in the hat.
Just getting tougher and tougher each year. Thanks for your time, Mark. Great words, and hopefully we'll see you later on.
Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Mark. So Big Ray, he takes his place in the last 16, and Mark, interesting comments there from Mark. A bit of post-championship, World Championship blues there, maybe.
Wow, yeah. I mean, we didn't see it in that previous match there against Tom. I know Tom made some huge errors in that match, and probably the worst he's played this weekend. I think it's been the story of Tom's weekend. He's not had too many tough draws. That's probably the reason why he's got into this stage now. But we know how good a player Tom is, but Mark Farnsworth, he seems to be a different player today.
Yeah, he's going to be certainly, well, he's always one of the favourites to win. But Tom, he's one of those players that we know how good he is, and we know what he's capable of, and sooner or later it's going to click for him.
Yeah, it is. I mean, we was talking about it in the commentary box, me and Dan Fairway. It's like a lapsy-daisy concentration, and when it comes to these key shots, he probably just needs to take a little bit more time on them key shots, and then he might even just then go on to win the difficult frames that he shouldn't have won.
Well, we'll see how the Open event progresses over the coming few hours. But next up, it's the final of the ladies' event, and it features the current world champion Harriet Haynes, and she's up against number 2 ranked, I think, in the ladies' rankings, Kerry Griffiths. This promises to be a classic final.
Yeah, it does, and we know how good Harriet is. We watched her in February at the World Championship. She played a brilliant final against Deb Birchall. Deb Birchall gave her a great run for her money, taking the opening frames, and I really thought Deb was just going to fly away with it. I mean, Deb, she's going to be in the commentary box with me for this one as well, so we'll be hearing a little bit more about that as this match progresses on. But Kerry Griffiths, number 2 seed on the IPA rankings. She's been a very consistent performer over the last 3, maybe 4 years, etc. And I'm sure the rankings could well change this weekend, because Kerry's been consistent throughout, and with Vicky, she's the number 1 player currently. She's not had a great tour for the start off, and be interesting to see how them rankings come out.
Yeah, and these two did play in the World Championships, because I remember seeing the match. I'm not sure what round it was, could have been the semis or the quarters, but I know Kerry won the first set against Harriet, but then Harriet came back obviously to win by 2-1, so there's probably not much between them on paper.
No, this another flip of the coin, it really is. The ladies' game is going from strength to strength, and I'm sure that's going to continue. I mean, the amount of ladies we've got here this weekend is phenomenal, and the standard. I stayed up late last night and I was in the arena watching around, and they're phenomenal. They're a credit to the IPA, to be honest.
Absolutely. Well, it's the first of 3 finals that we're going to be hopefully showing you today, and so let's get the action underway. Our referee Ben Taylor Fuente is just getting the ladies to the lag, so let's get over to the commentary box where it will be Mark Pickworth and Deb Birchall.
It will be Mark Pickworth, but it's down fairway just for now, just while Mark makes his way out to the studio, because he's only got little legs. So let's introduce Deb Birchall.
Hi, you all right?
2-time world champion.
Yes, on a different day.
On a different day. Obviously, we're looking forward to the ladies' final. Do you have any predictions?
Predictions? Ooh, it's a tough one. I think on the semi-final performance, I think Kerry Griffiths performed a lot stronger and more clinically, whereas Harriet has missed a few and was less dominant. So I where Harriet's been winning a lot lately, and obviously the confidence is high, I think I'm going to pick Kerry Griffiths and be controversial.
No, I think it's a fair call. You can't always call the favourite, but I think in a general sense you would have to say that Harriet's the favourite, in the same way that you would have had to have said Liam Dunster was the favourite in last night's professional final. He is the world champion, she is the world champion.
Yeah, from what I've been watching, I think, Kerry's performance was just more dominant, and I think that will get her through this final.
But yeah, you've obviously seen the ladies playing, so you've got
I've played both of them this weekend.
Well, exactly, then. So yeah, you've got a better feel and a better judge on how they're playing. So if you say it's going to be Griff, then I fully believe you.
I'm not 100% saying, but I think my pick would be.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. The IPA European Ladies Final.
In the arena for this one is Ben Taylor Fuente.
First frame, Kerry Griffiths to break. Time running.
Haven't seen him that much this weekend on the stream.
No.
Maybe it's just every game I've commentated has happened to be Darren, but Griff to get us underway in frame number 1.
And start is so important. Getting balls off the break is so important.
It's an awkward cue ball, that, isn't it? It's actually... Is that one of those dry breaks that's good that it's dry?
It is with that red and yellow on the right-hand side, but I think Harriet will possibly go for the yellow in the middle bag, off the red. Oh.
She was trying to play the red off the yellow in that.
Yeah, just trying to open things up, and I can understand why, because the reds look better when you did that, but I think it's pushing the boat out a little bit, possibly.
Is that a sign of that confidence that should, in theory, be coursing through her veins from the World Championship win?
Definitely so, yeah. But those little sort of things that haven't been going right that I've been watching, so that's where my predictions are kind of coming from.
Nice opener from Kerry. I don't think that yellow closest to the left centre will go. That needs a bit of developing, I think. He doesn't have the angle to do that quite yet. And we are going to have that changeover I spoke about in the commentary box. So Mark Pickworth's going to find his way in here. And I'll leave you in the capable hands.
Well, that changeover went pretty smoothly there. So, as Dan said, I'm going to be here delivering the commentary on this another superb ladies' final. And Debbie, she stayed in with me. She hasn't fell out with me today, unfortunately.
Never.
And Debbie, well, I spoke to Kevin in the studio arena about your world final and the way that you started off in that world final. You looked like a steam train, and it looked really great. It looked really great on TV because I commentated on that match as well.
It didn't feel great, but you know, Harriet was totally clinical, and I just didn't sort of get going at the races really.
No, you didn't. It's one that you've got to put behind you, and I mean, it was good to see when I was commentating. It was good to see you back to hitting some brilliant form, and it's just about consistency now of maintaining it through, and especially them Worlds matches are very long matches, and one that you need concentration throughout.
Yeah, I played really well up to there, and then, you know, just couldn't get over that line. I think, you know, I really enjoy the set play.
Yeah, it's definitely different playing the Worlds for the set play. And with this one, a race to 6 in this ladies' final. Kerry Griffiths, she's number 2 seed for this event. And do you think that she's going to take this number 1 spot very soon? I was talking to Kevin about it in the studio. I think it could well be after this event because Vicky's not had the best of starts.
Yeah, Kerry Griffiths has been very consistent, and unfortunately Vicky Lomax hasn't found her 100% form. When she does, obviously she's very dangerous, but Kerry's been so clinical and so solid, and she's very methodical and goes about her work really well, and that's what keeps her in those top flight positions.
Yeah, a very useful word there, like you've used for Kerry Griffiths. Very consistent. We have a Mr. Consistent player as well. It's Gareth Hibbert, and if she's going to be compared to him, then you ladies are in for a bit of a beating over this coming season. It's a very exciting season for the ladies, with a lot of these new players that have come on board, and it's made it very interesting now.
Yeah, it's lovely to see the new names, not new to us, but new to the IPA and new to the you know, the tour and what we do. So, you know, it's interesting in that respect, and, you know, they've been enjoying the games.
Yeah, I mean, we have seen Kerry and Harriet on our screens, but I think this coming season, don't be surprised if we see some new players coming on this, you know, making it to the final, because that could well happen. Because there's a lot of strength in depth now on this ladies' tour.
Yeah, Alexandra Cunha, who you know, got to the semi-final against Harriet, she was very unlucky not to win that, and she was very strong, and she also beat Kerry.
Yeah, she did, and I watched that match against Kerry. Beat her 5-4, and she took out a terrific finish in the final frame. And not just in that final frame, she played superbly throughout. Kerry didn't know what to do with her, to be honest, even though she's got this all-round game, and like you say, she is misconsistent, but she just didn't know what to do with her, and it was a really great standard of a match that I watched.
Total snooker. Time running.
Well, Harriet, she's going to be waiting for a chance here. Very good containing shot there, but if Kerry can rest on top of this yellow, that would be a great outcome. But the key thing is make sure she hits it. She has hit it.
Good
what
shot.
Has she left?
So the one that's awkward for Harriet's obviously the one underneath the yellow. She just wants to land on that. She may even play this and lay another snooker, but knowing Harriet, she'll just clear up.
Yeah, she's very ultra attacking, player, and I mean that red that you've mentioned, that difficult one, it does double, and it's just about how she sees it now. She's felt a little bit awkward here. Maybe we are going to see this another containing shot, which would be a very uncharacteristic one for Harriet.
Yeah, that's what I was saying to Dan earlier. The consistency of her position just a little bit, and a little bit of potting, and just things aren't quite going her way, and that's what happened in the semi-final. And here again, these little mistakes, just little tiny things, but it makes a massive difference. But there again, I think she's got, as far as I can tell, possibly a snooker.
Yeah, I think she knew where she was leaving the cue ball there, so it was a percentage shot, developing a red, but it's another one cushion escape, but it's not what you hit, it's what you leave. So, but she's got this yellow out in the open now. It's putting the pressure on a little bit for Harriet. It's going to be hard to be hiding this cue ball now.
I think she's one of the best potters of a ball down the cushion I've ever seen.
Single ball potter, yeah?
The down the cushion, definitely. I think, you know, that's one thing she's doing consistently against me, that she just wasn't missing him.
Well, you've bigged this shot up. You've not given the commentator's curse. Have you got some skills in that, have you?
Oh,
you have.
She snatched at that. She really did snatch at that.
Do you think Harriet's a fast starter? Because obviously you took that lead in the World Championships, and I knew that you was 2-0 ahead against her in this event here.
Yeah.
Sorry to bring that up, and I know you're nodding your head at me.
I'm trying to remember what the matches were, but
yeah, and you lost this match 6-2 over this weekend, didn't you?
Yeah, I broke and dished, and then she missed a clearance, and then I cleared up, and it was pretty clinical for me, and then it just sort of didn't happen after that, and then Harriet was very clinical.
Yeah, so what I'm trying to get at, to elaborate a little bit, does she start off very nervous in matches, maybe, or is she just a slow starter?
I wouldn't say she was nervous. I just think it just takes her a little while to get going again when she's been not playing. I think that's what I'm thinking it is. That's a great little
She's
cannon.
like a momentum player.
That's the one, When she gets one on the board, then she starts going. She's like a steam train.
Well, she's leaving this black very tough. But as you've already said, Harriet, she's a great potter of the ball. And it's one I'm not expecting to see her miss. But it's definitely a lot tougher than it should be. This to take the opening frame. Got to keep your cue straight on these ones, straight through. And there you see it. A very, very good black indeed, and that's the opening frame.
And I was surprised Kerry missed the yellow, to be fair. I didn't think she was going to miss that, and she's been so clinical, she's not missed anything, really.
Yeah, I'm just trying to think back to when Kerry was last on our TV screens. I mean, it must be at least 4 tours ago when she was last on it, because we've seen Vicky Lomax, Danielle, yourself, Harriet, that's been recently on there. And
I can't remember, unfortunately.
Yeah, and
it's been a little while.
I mean, Danielle's been on it twice, Vicky a couple of times as well. But yeah, it's probably been a little while when Kerry's been in this TV arena, so I mean, she's not the quickest player. I don't think she'll mind us not telling us or saying that about her. So it's how she adapts to this 30-second shot clock. It's not going to be easy for her. Another thing I've been very impressed with, the way that the ladies break, because the break is such a key part of this sport, and the ladies break really solidly. But not a ball down.
Commentator's curse from Rot,
Well, it must be contagious in here, because I think you've given me that curse, because I've never had it from any point in my career.
I'm
lying.
Yeah, from what I've been watching of Harriet, I think when she breaks, she's not breaking them too hard. She's not going for the smash break. She's going for a sort of a medium pace, just split the balls out, drop one of the balls in, and then clear up, because they're all there. It's kind of, if one had fell in, they're all kind of pretty much there for her. So, that's what she's been doing.
Yeah, and just as you've mentioned that, I've seen quite a few players, men and ladies, they've got a very measured break, and probably we're seeing that from Harriet. If that's what she thinks that works for her, well, as we talk about that was that pot that she missed on the very similar pot she missed in that previous frame. But that's a great opener there, and it's sending out a message to Harriet exactly what she needs to do, because these are the chances she has to take if she wants to have any chance of taking a title. She's very calm around the table, isn't she?
Yeah, I was talking to somebody yesterday about Kerry, actually. We were saying, she's so, she holds her emotions really well. And, I know Kerry really well. And I don't even know when she's won or lost when she puts a cue away at the end of a game. She's so sort of measured with her emotions.
Yeah, poker faced, I think sometimes we get hard with that. But yeah, very calm, collective around here. It's a great demeanour to have.
It is.
I mean, is she nervous inside? Well, if she is, we're not seeing it on the TV screens. Trying to get this hard yellow out, and she's done that. She's going to have a difficult pot here. It's not going to be easy for her. I mean, she's only got this cut back, really. That's the obvious option. This is not easy. She's got straight down to it. She's used her extension, so she's going to be under shot clock pressure. Good pot.
That's a great shot.
And what a great controlled shot there. Great position. And it's looking like Kerry Griffiths and Harriet Haynes will have a match on her hands.
Yeah, Kerry would be really angry. She missed that yellow. Inside, obviously.
Yeah, she hasn't shown any of it outside. Just needs to hold herself together now. She's done all the hard stuff. She's got to do all the simple stuff. And she couldn't make this any more simpler now. Just needs to be a bit careful. Don't want to do too much with this cue ball. Lovely cannon. She didn't have to play that cannon. Could have just rolled that in, but it just shows she's playing positively. And this simple black into this right side. And there you see it. The match is level. It's one frame apiece. And what a great standard we've seen so far. It's no surprise to me. And I suppose it's no surprise to you, Deb.
Not at all, no. Fantastic from both of them.
And just over the weekend, do you think these two players deservedly get to the final with what you've seen from everybody?
Yeah, definitely. So I think they've both played very well all the way through. Like I said, I've played both of them, so I think the sort of games they've both been having all the way through have been solid.
Well, that's coming from a two-time world champion of the year of the IPA, and if she's beating you, Deb, or if they're both beating you, then they deserve to be in the final.
To be fair, I was 4-0 down to Kerry Griffiths. I came back to 4-all.
Wow.
And then lost on the decider, so I was a bit.
She's had a few deciders, Kerry,
yeah.
hasn't she? She's come through the hard way.
She's very good at the deciders.
So if you was picking a team and you had that last person to pick, it'd be Kerry all day long, would it?
Yeah.
There you have it. It's a nice break, very controlled white. She's got a ball in the top. Look how many balls are in the top half of the table there. Landed a little bit scruffy. I mean, the yellows are the obvious choice, only because of the top right-hand corner. But that yellow in the top left-hand corner, that's below that red. I don't think it sneaks past that red into the top left.
The first ball's very difficult, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. I'm not sure what opening shot she's got, and she's just had to play a containing shot. Is it any good? Does that yellow pass into...
I'm surprised about that, to be honest.
Yeah, I mean, it's just...
Because it wasn't really containing anything. That's why I was surprised about it.
No, she's done is opened up this chance for Harriet, and she'll be attacking these. There's no reason to play a containing shot here. Everything's got a pocket.
I just don't know if Kerry sort of felt rushed and wasn't sure what to do with that clock, so maybe playing a shot just to think, I don't know what to go for, and then just left it open.
I mean, she's not used her extension, so maybe she probably should have done. I mean, she deserved a bit more from that break, to be honest. I know we're critiquing her a little bit about her previous shot, and she's been away from this arena for a little while, so might just take her a frame or two. She don't want to be leaving it much later than that. Getting used to this shot clock does add an extra added pressure to it.
I mean, this finish should be relatively, for Harriet, relatively simple.
Yeah, sure. I mean, she's opening this up now, so she cannot afford, when she pots this yellow, she can't afford any of her errors. And what's happened here?
Oh, dear.
I would have been playing that a bit more pace than that, Debbie, would you?
Definitely so, yeah. just in case that anything happened like that, because there's so many obstacles there. You just got to kick it out, whatever.
This isn't even a one cushion escape either, I don't think. I don't think she's got an angle to get past or anything. Can she get? But that middle pocket, is it that big? That clock though, it's ticking down. Tried the one cushion escape and it's not worked out.
Those are those errors I was talking about earlier. They're creeping in Harriet's game in the last, even just today, to be honest. I haven't seen it before today. And in the semi-final, these are the little tiny errors that are just making it more difficult for herself, and it's uncharacteristic. It really is.
Yeah, I mean, I just watched Harriet on one of the cameras we've got. It didn't show you at that point. She just sat down and gave the big puff of the cheeks ever. And it shows that there is some tension out there. Means a lot to these girls.
Definitely so.
Kerry, just a normal demeanour around the table.
No different.
No different.
At all.
She could be 6-0 up and we wouldn't know.
I love that about Kerry. I've watched her develop over the years, and she's a phenomenal player, and I've loved seeing her grow. And we used to be really close, and we used to live near each other, and and I think it's just a great thing to watch her grow like this and have this success.
Yeah, and I know that you girls, you love these team events, etc. And I can imagine Kerry being there and showing no emotion.
She does.
Does that really happen?
Yep, it does.
I mean, it's an unbelievable atmosphere in the ladies' finals,
nothing.
and it's an experience that if anybody's not had that, you just need to go and see it. It is brilliant. The emotion and the joy that you girls show. And it's incredible for the sport, and Kerry, she'll just do exactly what she's doing now on live TV, which is fine. Well, at least she's consistent. We've already mentioned the word consistent.
I love that though. I love that about her. She's just Kerry, and it's fine. There's nothing wrong with it at all. She's fantastic to be in a team with. It's just her way, and
Well, she's going about her work here. Just needs to hold herself together again. These last two crucial pots don't want to be hampered queuing. This is going to be a little bit of a reach for her. That is awkward.
She's not the tallest of players, and also she's got quite small hands. I hope she didn't mind me saying that, but I think...
I mean, you've said it now.
Well, yeah, but I think, it's known. So just sort of difficult for her to reach.
Yeah, and this is going to be hard to get very simple on this black. I mean, if she wants to get close to the black, she's going to have to play this pot at pace, and playing it with a spider. Ugh, it's a horrible shot. I think she's just got to make sure the pot, just give herself a shot at the black. She's done it as well as she could there.
Good hit.
Great shot.
I mean, she could just take this black into the middle and just cannon the yellow and just leave the white in the middle of the table.
Yeah, what was looking like a bit of a careless shot at the very opening. It's turned out pretty well for Kerry. This black then. It's just there. It's there. It's 2-1 to Kerry Griffiths. And yeah, you was being very critical there of that opening shot there of Kerry, and we just saw Harriet chuck one of them shots which you mentioned.
Yeah, literally just that little uncharacteristic mistake, and it's let somebody in, and then they're taking advantage. If you don't take advantage of that, that is then when Harriet will come back and sting you with everything. She'll just take the frame. So Kerry's really done well to compose herself and keep going there through that frame.
Frame 4. Harriet Haynes to break, trailing 2 frames to 1. Time running.
Well, Kerry Griffiths 2-1 ahead now. What can Harriet do? It's a good break.
Yeah, she's changed that. She's crunched that a lot more.
She's moved it to the other side, and unfortunately, she's got the same result. A dry break.
Yeah, she's not happy.
Don't know what to do. Really doesn't. The fella a little bit awkward. I mean, just that red pass past that yellow into to make it a plant. I think it does. Only just. Oh no, it does clearly. I've just looked at an overhead camera. but it's the red that's on the right-hand cushion. That's the tough one. She's gone for it now.
That's a good effort.
Oh, I think she was asking a lot there, especially with the ball over the pocket. You can't really generate a lot of power sometimes, can you?
She might be able to go into it again now off the one in the top right-hand corner and screw down into these two.
But will it come out? Will it come out?
The yellow will.
Yeah. She's going to go in it at an angle. She can generate more power. Do you like this one?
Might be a bit thin.
It might be now, yeah. I don't think she screwed this back enough. She's going to have to pinch a lot of the pocket here.
That's why I thought you could do it while you was on it initially, because you could leave yourself on the one.
Happy in that. I don't like the way that she's bridging here on the side. Yeah, she didn't have the angle. She didn't leave herself for the angle. I mean, is she digging a bit of a hole here?
She might try and find an angle off
Is there
this.
a double on now? Can she see enough of the red to get it into the top left? Possibly. It's tight though. I think she has to play it. She needs to play it now. Get it out in the open. In or over. She'll be fine. Needs to watch out that yellow. Oh, she's gone for a cutback. I didn't see that shot on. I'm not sure even that was on. I think she's just got it out. She didn't want to play it directly, probably because she'll have to move that yellow out.
Yeah, I think she wanted to manufacture. Maybe she could have possibly manufactured an angle from somewhere, but it was then awkward to get on the black as well.
Yeah, I mean that's it. Nothing shot from Harriet. It's a massive target. One cushion escape, and all she's going to be leaving on is the yellow that Harriet's knocked out. Harriet's still going to have that problem on that top right-hand cushion.
The thing is with Harriet, she's put the yellow over the corner now. Kerry's probably going to hit one of these reds, but then it leaves Harriet another go. Then she'll develop another ball, and it just goes on, and that's what happened.
Yeah, on and on. But that yellow is now out in the open. That's not exactly how she played that. I mean, if that would have dropped in the middle, she would have had a chance of possibly taking the frame, but she hasn't. She's gifting an opportunity here for Harriet Haynes.
I think she's probably trying to do that and drop it in the middle, but would it have been worth just rolling into them and leaving it sort of the white near the three reds?
Yeah, I would have been more just resting into them. That clock, you can hear it ticking down. Again, there's going to be another containing shot here for Harriet. I don't think anything passes into the right centre.
I'm not sure if the one under the black doesn't.
Well, we're going to find out. If not, she's going to be welded to something. It did pop. It was a good spot there from you, Deb. It really was. What's she on there?
Commentator's eye.
Yeah, very good one.
Thanks. We're watching too much telly. Snooker, definitely.
Yeah, unless she's playing a double, is she?
She is. Oh.
Very attacking, she is.
Yeah, and I think it wasn't needed, really, considering,
She's got a good white, though.
Yeah, I think she left the one to the corner for Kerry, and, and if Kerry clears up, then she'll sort of possibly view the fact she didn't play the snooker, where on another day she probably would.
Yeah, and she's been knocking these in for fun, like they're over the pocket. And she's done it exactly again. She deserved better than that, didn't she?
Definitely.
Now, that red that she can see in the middle of the table, does it cut back? Bottom right-hand corner? That looks incredibly tight. But it's all right potting it. What do you play next?
That's really unlucky. I feel for her on that shot. That was really unlucky. I mean, if it goes past the black into the corner, which I can't tell whether it does or not, she may be able to take the white off the bottom cushion and up to the right-hand side of the red near the middle pocket, I guess, but I can't tell from here.
Yeah, what she needs to do with this is make sure she doesn't put this red safe that she's making contact with now, because she has got a little bit of insurance with that red over the right, well, up above near the right centre. She's gone all-out attack. That needs to bounce. It has bounced. But what has she left herself? Has she left Harriet an angle now to get that yellow out? Possibly. Well, she's wasting no time. She's got the angle here. That red's on the move. And she's missed it. That's a careless shot.
Oh,
I think she's jawed, is she? Soon going to find out.
That's those kind of little mistakes she's been having again, just creeping in.
I think she's okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, she's down to it.
Still not what she intended though. This is the thing.
Yeah, I mean, if she pots this, what does she get on next? I mean, she's done well to get the cue ball there.
Great cue in that is.
Brilliant shot. But we've still got this tough yellow. Does it drop into the middle? Does it just glance past this red into the right centre? She overdone it. She's fine. Great pot. Yeah, she always knew that passed. She seems to be motoring on now. She's found another gear. Well, this black is a little bit tougher than she expected, and definitely what I expected. She's going to be taking it into the bottom right. She's a good enough player to get this and level this match up. There you see
That's
it.
a good finish.
2 frames apiece. Well, first 4 frames have been shared. We still don't know who really wants to win this title. Did Kerry really have a chance to win that frame? It was a tough opportunity, I suppose.
I think they both had sort of half to 3/4 chances, and just Harriet took more advantage of what she had.
Yeah, and I think because of that red that was stuck to that yellow on the right-hand cushion, Kerry had a couple of opportunities to try and get it out, but never left herself the right shot. And as I said, she was probably digging herself a hole, and unfortunately, Harriet took that opportunity and cleared up. Kerry to break though. A little bit unlucky on her previous break.
Yeah, she won't let that get to her. She just get up again, break again, and go again. And that's the beauty of her game. She just goes again and again and again, and you can't rattle her.
Bit more power into that one. Is it a decent split? Can she get an opening? I mean, yellows don't look too bad. So I don't think we've got an opening on the red. So she might be forced into a yellow. I don't think she's got any choice. I mean, yellow into the bottom left. I don't know if she's got a yellow into the right centre. Can she see it? It's hard to judge from here. I mean, she's straight down to this shot. That clock, though, ticking down. She's called her extension. I didn't think she was going to call her extension. And we couldn't see her. Just if she was
I think she needs to use it, just keep calm.
Yeah.
I think yellow's a good chance, apart from the one next to that red in the top half of the table.
Yeah, at least it shows that she's thinking straight, taking her extension, taking a bit more time.
Shot.
That's a great shot there from Kerry Griffiths. And now all these yellows have got a pocket. I was thinking that yellow that's below the baulk line next to that red, if it passes into that left centre, it'll make this clearance a lot easier. But I don't think it does. I think that red's too far out. Well, that yellow that we thought that was going to take in the right centre, she's leaving it because it goes into the bottom left, I think.
I think she'll be taking the one in the top right now, swinging around behind the one that's next to that red.
Yeah, that's the tough shot now. Needs to take it sooner rather than later, like you said, Deb. It's going to be after this shot. This needs to be perfect position. Just a bit far, but hey, you'd take that all day long, wouldn't you?
Yeah, she'll just screw it off the cushion to the left and pop it out into the middle of the table, probably.
Great shot. I mean, this is one of them clearances. It doesn't look tricky on the screen, but this is where you need to get the position in. Bang on. That needs to travel. Oh, she's short of pace by about a foot.
And does it go to that bottom left-hand
happy with that
corner?
one. Well, Kerry's Kerry. Doesn't look like it's a problem. We're sure it's got to be. Does it go into the bottom left? Hampered queuing.
That's a great shot.
That is the heart of the pocket there.
The position
from
she's
Kerry
got
Griffiths.
as well, really good.
Yeah, and now can you see any error here? After that pot, hampered queuing, a long pot into the bottom left, which she definitely didn't have all the pocket.
Yeah, a long pot.
I'm not having that.
Amazing.
Yeah, She didn't. Well, this is a simple pot, but she needs it on and off the cushion through the gap.
Great shot.
For this yellow. Oh, what a clearance this has been. This clearance has been of the highest class.
Mm-hmm.
Kerry just going about her work like she always does.
Lovely.
And now this black to go into the right centre.
I think she might even be tempted with the top back, to be fair. But she's not. No, it's good to the centre.
She just needs to drop this in the right centre. This is for 3-2. I like the way she's took her time there. And there you see it, 3 frames to 2. Well, Harriet Haynes needs to get this break working. 2 dry ones in a row isn't what the doctor ordered.
No, it is one of her weapons that she uses, and normally she gets a really good split and then just clears up. A lot of the time, a lot of her frames come from that. So if that's not working, that's a big chunk of her armour missing.
Frame 6. Harriet Haynes to break.
Yeah.
Trailing 3 frames
Harriet
to
looks
2.
a little bit nervous to me.
Yeah, she's not her usual demeanour, is she?
No, definitely not. She's not had that momentum going through at the moment. She keeps getting stopped in her tracks. It's a better break. Has she got a ball? No. How has nothing dropped there?
I don't think I've seen so many dry breaks from Harriet all weekend. And I think she's thinking the same. She's like, no way.
What does she have to do? I don't think she knows.
The disbelief.
Well, she's going to have to sit in that chair a little while longer because I don't think Kerry wants her to come out of it. Oh, that's a loose shot there from Kerry.
Bit careless.
Is that a reprieve for Harriet? Yeah, I mean, just as you pointed out there, does that yellow pass into the left centre? I think it does.
Yeah, she's got to be careful.
If she gets this one out and lands on a ball, she can't fail to be on a ball. Oh, she hasn't got the ball. Didn't play it with much conviction.
No, I think I was screwed into it.
Yeah, I think she had to play a bit more conviction there. She tried to play a controlled shot. But now, again, is she digging here, digging a bit of a hole? Is she going to slow up?
She needs an angle to go back up to split that red and yellow. I don't know if she can do it on this. But
Yeah, I mean, can she do it on any of them 2 yellows that are going to be left after this one? It's going to be tough. It really is to find in.
She might just cover the pocket. But I don't
think she's
so.
going for these. Can she get round the back of them 2 reds? I don't think the angle's there. And even if you hit into them, what's next?
Yeah.
There's no percentage in it.
She's really trusting to look on this.
Yeah, she is. I think she's going for it. She's set out a stall. She wants to be very attacking. Tried a controlled cannon
That's a
again.
Brilliant shot. But
She's going to have I'm sure she's going to have a pot here.
yeah, the bottom corner bit. It's tough, very tough. But then it's got to be a lot of control to leave herself on the one into the left middle.
Well, we've seen Kerry Griffiths in fine form with all her long potting. This is going to be an incredible pot if she gets this. She's gonna be raising the roof. It's on its way.
Oh, wow.
What a shot from Kerry Griffiths. There doesn't seem to be any ball on the table that she can't pot.
Phenomenal.
Look at this again.
And the position as well.
Brilliant shot.
Look at that.
Harriet Haynes can do nothing about this. It don't matter how good of a player she is. Just dropping this shot. Oh, she's missed the easy one.
No.
Are we going to see some emotion for Kerry Griffiths? Absolutely not.
Nope.
Oh, Kerry. She's done all the hard work there. Kerry be Kerry. It's just a sip of the water.
Yeah, sip of the water. A little lip put together.
Pull
That's
it down.
Done.
Just, yeah, brush it under the carpet. Harriet, you feel like this is a frame she's got to get. I mean, there's a little bit of work to do here, but you can't see her wasting any time.
No, and if she gets this
doing these.
momentum, if she gets this momentum off this finish, it'll give her some impetus, and she will literally start blowing the balls in the pockets.
Well, that was the... she's going away from her work again, and she's going to be hampered queuing, unless she takes the one in the bottom left-hand corner. I mean, I feel like, yeah, she's probably got to come downstairs first. Should be an easy enough pot for her. But I feel, is she going to be left with a long pot at some point of this clearance? Can she... this is probably going to be the toughest pot now, this clearance now, taking this one now. Yeah, that's fine, but she's left hampered queuing. That's a little bit careless, but she's straight down to a shot again. Our camera person can't keep up to date with how quick she's going around the table like a tornado.
Yeah, she does fly around. Especially when she's feeling confident, especially when she's on a finish, she just speeds up.
Oh, there's the red.
That's that clinical position again.
And 3-3, we're into a best of 5. That black just went into the far jaw, but you'll be pleased to see it down. What a match we've got on our hands now.
It's very informed.
Kerry, though, what a great yellow.
She'll be upset about that.
Fantastic yellow. How she missed that into... I know she had hampered queuing.
Well, there's queuing over, isn't it?
Yeah, she had the hampered queuing on the 2 reds.
That's all it is. Bit of top, trying to hold it as well, and maybe a bit for the black, and, you know, just misjudged it a little bit, or got a bit of unwanted side on with the queuing over.
I mean, yeah, Kerry did all the hard work there. She just had the easy pieces to pick off, but she hasn't. It's 3 apiece. I think Harriet Field probably the better out of the 2 players at the moment.
But again, Kerry will just reset and go again.
Yeah, it's going to be Kerry Griffiths to break in this 7th frame. She's been breaking pretty well.
Frame 7. Kerry Griffiths to break. Scores are tied, 3 frames all. Time running.
So she needs to get that previous miss out of her head. I'm sure she does. Oh, that white's close. It is in.
Oh dear.
But look how untidy this is, Debbie. This table doesn't. It looks horrible.
1 free shot, 1 visit.
But Harriet,
Time running.
she's got 1 free shot, 1 visit. Again, placing that white ball very quickly.
Yep, she feels she's going to finish these.
Well, developing the red, which suggests that she's going to take reds, but that yellow going over the pocket as well. Does that block a pocket for the black? I think it does. These are the reds. What she played here, does that red go in? I think it goes in the left centre. Oh, she's like a whirlwind out there.
As I said, as soon as she gets a bit of flow, that's, you know, she's...
That's landed awkward. That's not the best of shots there. But is she going to put Kerry in a little bit of trouble very soon?
I think she'd still be tempted for the finish, but it's the way that red's going to go along the top cushion that's the problem.
Yeah, I think if there's a gap between them 2 reds that goes near that yellow, I think that's what she'll be taking. But that clock ticking down. She's not using her extension either.
Oh, that's a great shot.
Yeah, she just put it in and put a bit of power into it. Felt like it was a good opportunity. But that red, now in that top cushion. Yeah, it's easy enough if you can get near it. But has she got a red to get on it? Is it this one now? This is going to take some queuing. Oh, she hasn't took it on. I feel she's missed a trick there. Because now, how is she going to get on the one on the top cushion? This time? Surely got to get on it now.
Yes.
What a shot this is. Don't want to be straight. How much angle has she got? Has she got enough angle to get back down on this red next to that yellow?
She looks comfortable.
Yeah, she seems to have got down very quickly on her shot. Again, using the power. Nice kiss off the yellow. Has it opened up enough? Is she on this red? I think she is.
Natural angle back over to the other side of
But
the table.
can she get near this black? Or is she just going to rely on her potting skills?
I think she can, just a bit of sort of bottom, and she'll be over towards the middle back.
I mean, she might have to play this twice across. No, just playing it one, just dropping it in, leaving herself a shot. Great shot. There's going to be a little bit of hampered queuing, them 2 yellows on that top cushion.
Yeah.
This is a big moment of this match now.
Just trying to compose herself there. She's asked for extension.
Yeah, finally. I didn't think she'll ever was.
She didn't need it normally. She's like lightning.
He's leaving it at 40 seconds on the clock. This black then. going to the lead
So
for the
good shot.
second time in this match. 4-3 in no time at all. She cleared up.
Like I say, that momentum, she gets a frame, she starts kicking through, she just wipes the table, gone.
Yeah,
Exactly what
and-
I'm used to seeing, yeah.
Yeah, and it's going to be Harriet to break next as well. And if she gets a ball off the break, which we haven't seen her do very consistently yet on this table, you feel that momentum swing is just going to continue. And,
Yeah, I'm calling a breaking dish.
well, there you have it. Our number one ladies commentator.
We'll see in a minute if that works. We'll see.
Well, I mean, she absolutely crunched them last time.
She's got to get a ball this time. It's got to be just the law of averages. You've got to get a ball.
Yeah,
surely.
I think she's. Is she praying? Is she trying to stare them out?
No.
What's she trying to do?
Time running. She just crush them.
Yeah.
I think she's going to go for the power. No,
Oh,
she's gone for the
measured.
soft. That's
But
really not
same
worked.
result as the previous two. 0 pra.
I'm surprised she didn't just crush them. I really am.
Yeah, astonished. I mean, she hits them so well. You just got to keep bashing them in, haven't you? They'll sooner or later one will go in. Well, I mean, this the way that these have opened up, they're not great. I mean, she's got the shot now to go down into him, but look where she's left a cue ball.
Again, just hampering herself a little bit there. I think she would have been like just a bit less angle so she could try and get down onto the bottom cushion, take the one in the left corner, but she just hasn't got that.
Yeah, just drifting it down. Another great long pot there from Kerry Griffiths, and it's pretty much been the story of this match.
She can get onto this one on the bottom cushion. She can drop it in the left corner and then take the yellow underneath the black into the right centre. That's a good shot.
Yeah, it is.
I don't know if she's actually put the yellow that's now next to the black in a really bad position though from that.
Yeah, I'm wondering if can she get a double out of it? Can she hit enough of it? Double into the right centre, maybe.
I think she'll screw the yellow into the corner and screw the white into the black and red.
Well, this is a big shot then. She's trying it now. She has tried it.
Try it, yeah.
Well, she is running out of options
Yeah.
rapidly.
She's digging that hole again that she's dug in the other frame, I think.
Yeah,
A little bit.
She got away with that one. I'm not sure she's going to get away with this one now. Harriet seems to have found a lot of momentum.
Oh, it was a bit wayward. Definitely a bit wayward.
Yeah, not the best of shots there.
And Harriet's going for a snooker.
Yeah, containing shot there. Feels like it's the right time. I mean, it's a crucial stage now. Here.
Just getting a bad balls up, preparing, you know, even if, like I say, Kerry hits these, then the reds are all open for her to clear up. You won't want to try and aim in the one near the black, even though you want to get it out. I think you just don't want to split the black out for Harriet, really. But she's going to.
Yeah, very trying to get it out, trying to obviously get the white safe as well, but she has left Harriet a pot here. That red left of that black does go into the top right hand corner, but it's a huge shot. Is it one that she's prepared to take the risk on?
Oh, definitely.
Or is she going to, yes, containing shot again. She's waiting. She's going to bide her time a little bit.
That surprises me, really, in this time, just because of the fact that, you know, Kerry is such a good player, and I think if she just pulls out a massive pot, I mean, I know there's not a lot there now, but if something happens, and then you sort of regret the fact that she hasn't gone for it.
It's a good yellow. Don't want it to tie it up though as well.
That's a great shot.
Yeah, it's got her a little bit of time, but when you're up against 7 reds and against 3 yellows, there's sometimes only one winner on the board, and it could well be Harriet taking this frame. It's going to take probably a big mistake from Harriet to gift this frame to Kerry.
I wonder if she can knock that red in off the yellow.
Yeah, it's well spotted.
That's what she tried.
Yeah, well, I think if she just connected to the yellow, it just sends it up table and it'll still be blocked by the other red that's in the top left-hand corner.
Yeah, it's just a bit far up for her, I think. I think she tried it, but I don't think it was on. I don't know if that yellow goes down to the bottom left of the table that's stuck to that red. I think it does.
It's another good pot.
I think she's trying to get up the table to take this down to the one stuck to the red down to the left corner. I think. I don't know whether I was misreading that, but I thought that's what she's trying to do.
I mean, she's come this far now. She's going to have to create something out of nothing.
Can she see it?
Extension.
It's a one-cushion escape. Does she feel like there's any value in getting it out?
I think she feels she might be able to pop this yellow in the black in the bottom left-hand corner and get the white back up the table and cut the yellow in the middle.
Well, you've made that sound very easy.
Oh, yeah.
Some good players in this commentary box we are.
Oh, no. Just trying to get that much screw on it, she's just chipped the white.
Yeah, trying to get a lot of action on that cue ball.
One visit. Time running.
And now that's the last thing she wanted to do was give her a free shot. Because she'll be opening these up now.
Yeah, she will now motor these in, and it'll be a very fast clearance. And then she'll be 5-3 down, Kerry will.
Oh, that's not... I mean, that's all she could do there. But she's now... If she does play the... well, I thought she only had the clip in the left centre. But this pot, it looks very difficult on screen, but just smashes it in like it's over the pocket.
Wow.
Momentum has swung. She's found this extra gear. We know that what she's capable of, and she does always find an extra gear.
Yeah, when she's in that mood where she's got a bit of momentum and she's flowing and she's literally unstoppable. Just about controlling herself in a position here at the moment.
Wow, that's
a bit
little
loose. Yeah.
To be desired. I mean, I expected to pot this, but he's getting position. She's probably relying on a little bit of luck.
Should just clip it across to the corner.
Yeah,
There you go.
oh, brilliant shot.
Yeah.
Brilliant shot. Had the perfect angle just to play it a half cannon.
You got to say it's kind of a bit fortunate, really, even though obviously she's played to finish, but just leaving herself that angle to be able to push that over to the corner is fortuitous.
Yep, and this black to go one frame away.
Nice finish.
From lifting that European ladies title.
Again, the more clinical finishing's coming forward from Harriet. That's when she starts to shine. It's looking a lot happier already. You can see that. She wears a bit more emotion on her face.
Yeah, a lot more settled, definitely.
Yeah.
Because it's like 3-all, probably. She would look definitely the more nervous out of the two.
Yeah, I think Kerry's going to feel a bit sort of hard done to there with the chances she's had and things that have flicked and happened and
Yeah, I mean some of the chances she's tried to go for, it's just not come out for her.
No.
Another day it might have been a different story.
Definitely so.
Frame 9. Craig Griffiths to the break.
My prediction's not looking very good at the minute, unfortunately.
No,
Time running.
it's not. But it's not over yet. That final frame is one of the most difficult to win. The first and the final, well known for being very difficult ones to win. Kerry Griffiths, she needs a good break now of her own. Needs to avoid that pocket. She got a ball? No, nothing off the break. It's dry. And definitely this momentum has swung. I mean, the finish very awkward. I mean, the yellows aren't bad, but she hasn't really got an opening yellow, I don't think. Is she playing for reds? She is.
She's obviously feeling confident.
But the reds in the bottom left-hand corner, they're going to have to be developed. I mean, I suppose she can develop them with the black below, sorry, the red below the black.
Mm. No, she's not. I don't think she likes where she's finished there.
Yeah, it's hard to see where she's going with this.
I felt like she was trying to leave an angle to come off the bottom cushion into those two reds, but...
Yeah, because if she pots this, where's she getting her angle from? Just trying to leave that open. Played a beautiful cannon there. But has she got anything to get down table?
Yeah, it's Harriet digging a bit of a hole in, maybe.
Yeah, possibly. She's pushing out the boat here. I mean, she's played a nicely screw back shot there into the cushion. But has she got an angle to get into these two reds? She's having a good look.
I think she'll manufacture one if she hasn't got one.
Oh. Missed him though.
But the back double's on.
Yeah.
But from there, that is awkward.
Yeah, and the problem with the back double, she'll be playing, obviously, that red into the back double. She's going to kiss the other red, and it is about where that red then goes. And the white is going to be travelling up table. Oh, it's not travelled up table.
It's not there.
But I think if she'd got closer to that back double, then that what might happen.
And Kerry's got to feel a bit hard done to. There's not really a lot there for her.
Yeah, it's not even a good safety for her either. Kerry's not thinking about any safety shots now. She's going for these. She's got to be attacking, I think.
didn't even realise that went. That's why I said I didn't believe it went. Sorry, I couldn't see that.
The only reason I knew it went is because she got down to it and I thought, I must go. Not got the best of angles on this. If she can get anywhere out into the middle of the table, she'll have the one in the right centre next. Is that enough? I think it is, just. Yeah, I can see a camera angle coming up and it looks like it's okay. Yeah. Just enough though. Left a lovely straight yellow into the right side. And there it is, heart of the pocket.
I can definitely see her taking this chance out.
Just that yellow on that right-hand cushion. Directly behind this white now. I feel like she's got to take the two ones on the cushion next, maybe. I mean, she doesn't have to. She can play the one in the middle, but yeah, she's going to have to now. She's overscrewed that by another foot or two.
Yeah, she wanted to be at least straight on that or a bit less than straight, and it looks awkward now.
Yeah, just drop this in. Hopefully push the yellow. Is she going to play it with a bit of pace?
Oh,
I didn't know she could screw past that.
No.
Great shot. She's got a nice angle now to drop on this yellow, I think. Just got to be careful she doesn't overscrew this and go in off in the opposite middle. Yeah, I like the way she's controlled that. Just left herself a shot. Just got to concentrate on getting this pot. And what we've seen with her long potting, anything on the table, I think she's going to be potting them. Just make sure of this one. Don't have to do too much with your white ball. Just believe in your potting afterwards.
Oh, she missed that by quite a way for her.
Yeah, she did. And I think Harriet, she's put her under a little bit of pressure.
Definitely so, I think.
Winning these previous two frames.
She knew missing that was going to cost her massively. Slight puff of the cheek, sip of water even now.
Well, are we seeing the closing moments now of this match? Is Harriet Haynes going to be European Ladies Champion? It's on its way, but it's not there.
No, it's not.
But she's not under any pressure here with the way that yellow is.
Will Kerry be tempted with the snooker or the double?
Oh, the snooker. I think when you're in this moment, you've just got to either have a go at something, because if you play a bad safety shot and you gift them the frame, you feel sick, don't you?
Yeah, I think she'll double it.
Yeah.
Just based on, you know.
Try and get the white back down the table as an element of safety. Clock's ticking down. She's had a go at the double.
She's lucky. Is it in the middle? Oh, the white's in.
The white's dropped in.
Oh, no.
Oh, that's unlucky for Kerry Griffiths.
One free shot.
We've got to say, Harriet, really deserve this. She's played really well and clinical in that, definitely in the middle part of that match towards the end, and she's took these finishes out well.
Yeah, and there you see it, a simple 8-ball into the left side, and Harriet Haynes, she's our champion. And unlucky there to Kerry Griffiths. Saw some brilliant play there from Kerry, some great long pot in.
Yeah, just dug a bit of hole, like you say, just a couple of holes, and sort of didn't really get on everything like she wanted, and just things didn't run for her particularly well. And then Harriet was quite clinical in what she was taking out, like I say, in that middle part of the match, definitely.
Well, I want to thank you very much for assisting me in the commentary box. I'm sure we will. Obviously, we want to be commentating on your matches and not you commentating on the other girls' matches. Definitely not. So, but yeah, thank you very much for that.
Thank you, Mark.
I know we're going to do the presentation now, and Kevin Barton, he's at the table right this minute. I think he's expecting me to go out at some point, so I'm going to sneak out as well. And we are going to go over to the table right now. All right, I do apologise. I've just been. So I think we're about ready now. And I'm just waiting for my cue, and I'll send it over to our TV table whenever they want to.
In the arena after another fantastic exhibition of black ball pool from the ladies. The standard of the ladies' play is just certainly going through the roof these days. Unfortunately, there has to be a runner-up. Let's introduce our runner-up, Kerry Griffiths. Kerry, she's just a bit too hot to handle at the moment, isn't she?
Yeah, I mean, she's on fire, you know, but to be fair, I've only got myself to blame. I missed a couple of balls, which I haven't really done all day. But, you know, it's been a long old weekend, so I'll forgive myself for that.
It certainly has. Do you think the turning point, you were 3-2 up and you played that amazing shot into the corner and just left yourself the last yellow into the middle? Do you think that was the turning point maybe in the match?
Possibly. I mean, that'll teach me for not controlling my cue ball, won't it? But, you know, it is what it is at the end of the day. When you're under pressure, you know your opponent's going to clear up if you miss. The last thing you want to do is be bridging over a couple of balls to get the final yellow. And I was conscious of making sure I didn't snooker myself on the black, so I probably maybe overhit it slightly. But yeah, possible turning point. But again, I still had chances after that. You know, in my head, I think, you know, I've probably missed a couple of balls after that, which has cost me a couple more frames. So fair play to Harriet, she did the business.
So overall pleased with where your game's at, or work to do?
You know, I feel like I'm playing confidently. I think the only thing for me, which it always has been, is concentration. I lose it very easily. It comes and goes, but, you know, that's me, and I just learn to live with it. If I win, I win, and if I don't, I don't.
Well, Kerry, thanks a lot, and well played on your run to the final. Congratulations, well done. That's Kerry Griffiths. She's the runner-up here in Coventry. But our winner, she's in some sparkling form at the moment. It's Harriet Haynes. Harriet, just following on from the World Championships, really.
Yeah, I mean, commiserations to Kerry. She played really well there. Just a couple balls here and there, it could be the other way. I probably played the best ball in the last 3 frames that I played all weekend, so come good at the right time, really. Yeah. Yeah,
it was going to be a close game with Kerry because you played her at the Worlds and she won the first set there, didn't she? So
we went to a decider in that second set as well, yeah, Kerry missed the opportunity there, but I had to pull out a worldie just to beat her, and she had me against the wall there as well. I mean, phenomenal player. Yeah, just had to get over the line really today. Long day.
Yeah, long weekend. So 2 IPA events, 2 victories.
Yeah.
You know, is the run going to continue?
Who knows? Who knows? You know, I'm going to pick and choose where I go. Hopefully, come to another Coventry one. Newcastle's a tiny bit far for me, so you know, who knows? Who knows?
Okay. Well, Ben's going to present you with the trophy. Congratulations, you are the European Ladies Champion. Congratulations. Well, Mark, 2 of the finest women's players there doing what they do on the table. I mean, some great stuff in that final. And bearing in mind that they very rarely play in this arena under the shot clock conditions. So people need to remember that, don't they?
Yeah, they do, and probably more so for Kerry. She hasn't been in this arena for at least 4 or 5 tours now. And Harriet, she played in the World Championships. She looked a little bit uncomfortable then, just getting used to the shot clock. But she definitely looked a lot better in this final. But what a performance there from Kerry Griffiths. Put on a fine show with some of the long pot and some of the best shots I've seen over this weekend, and sure she'll be back. She'll be picking up a title sooner rather than later. But credit to Harriet Haynes, who's picked up another IPA title.
Yeah, it just felt a couple of shots here or there for Kerry could have made all the difference in that match.
Yeah, and when I was in commentary with Deb Birchall, we was on about some of the clearances that Kerry was trying to go for. It just seemed like she was just digging a little bit of a hole, and some of the shots that she attempted just didn't come out. On another day, it could well have truly done so.
And Harriet just confirming that she is the dominant force at the moment in the ladies' game.
Yeah, absolutely, she is. We saw that in that World Final against Deb Birchall. We've seen it again here. Once she gets into that momentum swing, and it just swung at 3-3, took them 2 frames on the spin. She never looked back from then on. Another great performance from Harriet Haynes, and she's going to be the one to beat for this coming season.
Well, that's a great finale to the ladies' game. We're going to take a short break now. We're going to be back in 20 minutes with the continuation of the European Open event with 2 of the rising stars of the game, Ross Fernie and Luke Sanji. So that is definitely one not to miss. So join us again in about 20 minutes.
Rewind selector. Rewind selector. Rewind selector. Rewind selector. Rewind selector. Rewind selector.
what I'm talking about.
Wait! Okay, now, from the beginning.
Hit it, boys.
Smoking big cigars. I hope you're ready for what's coming now. I'm the one, I'm the lady that would bring you down. There's a joint on the corner where the big boys play, where the whiskey's running like the river, but they all never come for the booze and bass. I'm the one, I'm the lady that'll rock this place. That'll rock this place. That'll rock this place. Rock this place. Rock this place. Rock this
Okay, now, from the beginning.
There's a joint on the corner where the big boys play, where the whiskey's running like the river, but they all never come for the booze and bass. I'm the one, I'm the lady that'll rock this place. That'll rock this place. That'll rock this place. Rock this place. Rock this place. Rock this
Okay, now.
Are you ready?
And welcome back to the final day here at the Fair.com European Championships here in quite a sunny Coventry. And what a final we've just witnessed a few minutes ago, the ladies' final. Harriet Haynes just really confirming her dominance in the ladies' game at the moment.
Yeah, she is, and it was a brilliant final, and we saw her really turn it up a notch, to be honest, and go into a third, fourth, fifth gear and deserved the title towards the end. But we saw a really brilliant performance from Kerry Griffiths. I was talking to her just after the match there. It's been a while since she's been in this IPA arena, so it's something that she's going to have to get used to again, but I'm sure she's going to be coming back sooner rather than later. But it might be interesting, these ladies this year, we might see some new faces in this in the arena for the final, and it's just going to be of when that will happen.
Yeah, because off camera, Harriet had a final frame decided against one of the newcomers, lady newcomers. So, as you say, lots to look forward to in the ladies' game this year.
Yeah, absolutely, and the strength is definitely in depth there, and we're seeing that the way that these ladies now play the game, they're all surging each other on, and brilliant to have them, all of them on board.
Absolutely. Well, for the rest of tonight, we're going to be focusing on the European Open event, and we're down to the last 16 stage at the moment. And what a game we've got coming up now. We've seen all the big names, throughout the last few days, but now we're going to see two of the younger end of the players, and Ross Fernie, Luke Sanjis, probably two of the finest younger players, probably along with Corey Rees, in the world right now.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we know Luke Sanjis. He got to the final of the Open in the Isle of Man, where he just lost by that odd frame to Gareth Ibn in a sensational final. And remember, Ross Fernie, who's also this up-and-coming player, he won 2 professional events last season. He's gone a little bit unnoticed for the last couple of tours, but he seems to come alive on a Sunday for whatever reason. I don't know why. But, yeah, it's going to be an interesting matchup. Luke Sanjis probably edges it a little bit for me, just as a favourite, because of the momentum that he's been having in these recent tours. And when he's beating players like Mark Farnsworth, etc., in the semi-finals, then he proves that he's in top of his game. But Ross Fernie plays this game exceptionally, very attacking. I've always been critical about his break, and it has a bit of a loose white. He needs to tighten that white up if he wants to go on to winning these titles.
You mentioned Mark Farnsworth there, and he has been beat along with a whole host of other big names in the event. John McAllister, former world champion, they're out. Liam Dunster is, I think, still in. I think he's come through a thriller against Simon Ward, and so we're probably going to see Liam later. But yeah, so we'll bring you all the results and latest scores throughout the day during the matches. But I think it's time to get the action underway again. It's Fernie versus Sanjis for a place in the quarterfinals, and it's over to the commentary box and Dan Fairway.
Thanks, Kev. Okay. Shall we get there in the end?
Thank you. IPA European Open.
Scotland versus Wales.
Race to 7 frames.
In this particular encounter,
Luke Sanjis to break.
Ross Fernie, Luke Sanjis battling it out for a place in the quarterfinals. We're still in the last 16 stage of this event. And it will be Luke to break first. Luke, of course, had his best run in recent memory at the last tour event, the Grand Finals in the Isle of Man, just back in January. He'll be looking to go one better this time. But Ross Fernie is standing in his way at the moment. He is a formidable opponent. Luke breaking off to start with. He won the lag. And straight in on reds. Nice opening pot. And now that he's got that opener, everything else should be a formality, you would think. Probably take a couple of these reds in the bottom end of the table, just so nothing's covering each other. And then I imagine he will attack those two in the balk area. Probably like to be a fraction further off the cushion here, so that he could screw back for the one that's over the pocket. He may still do that, but he's got to really dig at this. Added a little bit of difficulty to that shot, but not too much. Another nice little drag check side shot there for Luke Sanjis. Just killed that cue ball off the top rail. As long as he finishes somewhere near straight on his penultimate red, the left of the two. And I think Luke Sanjis will take success in this first frame. Luke. Well, clearly he thinks he's got a kick there. He's not happy. Ross doesn't appear to have asked to have the white clean, so
extension called.
he looks like he's just getting on with it. I think Luke's got that pocket well and truly sewn up. I don't think there's a way that Ross would be able to play that yellow cushion first and off that red. Now that red is going to cause Ross some problems. And his first attempt at a pot is a bit of a wild swipe, but he may have got away with that. I don't know if Luke can see a piece of this red. Our referee Ben Taylor Fuente doesn't either. He's going to have a double check. I don't think it's going to make too much difference.
Total snooker. Time running. Extension call.
See, Luke can have a go at going cushion first and potting this red, but he'd have to clip it thin and he'd be running well away from the black. I can't see a way where he could leave himself on that black. Possibly if he played it with lots of running side and actually hit the black afterwards. That's the attempt. It's a good hit. And he's got away with the cue ball not going in. So that problem's still there for Ross. But that red going so deep into the pocket brings it very much into skill shot territory, and Ross is going straight after it here. He's got right behind that yellow. This is not too difficult a shot. Yellow onto red, pot them both. And that's part one of the rescue job done for Ross. At this point he's got a decision to make, stick or twist. I think he may well be playing a safety. He could plant these two. He could plant these two and then play a safety in the next shot anyway. Oh, well, that might change the decision. That's worked out beautifully. Not the greatest shot that from Ross Fernie. You would have expected him to probably have wanted to take the yellow to the centre first and screw back, because the one down the rail will give nice position for the black, but he hasn't come nearly far enough. Go and reprogram the sat nav. And that is a very confidently stroked in yellow down the rail, and this time he is in prime position. It looks like it will be a kick that has cost Luke Sanges this opening frame. Ross Fernie got a little bit lucky when he missed his opening pot, left Luke in all sorts of trouble. Luke wasn't able to get out of it. Moving into the second frame, it will be Ross to break. We heard Mark Pickworth in the studio beforehand saying that this is one of the weaker areas of Ross's game. Not the break itself, but his lack of control on the cue ball. He's got a little bit of a tendency to go in off a bit more than you would expect from a professional player.
Ross Fernie to break. Leading one
Perhaps
frame
an
to
area
nil.
of his game that
Time running.
just requires a tweak or two. Interestingly, he's gone for the cut break, and it's worked. It's made a ball. It's done its job. It's not the best of splits, this. It's got a horribly tricky plant on yellows.
Extension call.
Or a couple of options on reds. One into the right centre, or a very thin cutback. He is giving some serious thought to that plant. It's very tough, but he's right behind it. And if he gets it, it should be frame over. And this is what the best players do. They take on the difficult shots early on. Well, he's found something else. Is this a plant red onto yellow? Oh, red off the yellow, even better. That's a wonderful shot from Ross Fernie. There's still plenty to do. I think his next shot may have to be another plant. Don't think he can get through to that one in the corner. Another very determined stroke there. That plant absolutely flying in. Awkward bridging now. This has not been an easy finish for Ross Fernie. But he is starting to see the finishing line in the distance. He's going to have to leave another plant for his next shot. He wants to leave a nice amount of angle on this, just so that he can bring the cue ball on and off the bottom cushion afterwards. That will do nicely. This just means that the cue ball can run away from the plant, and means the red he's hitting first, he get a bit of distance between that and the cue ball. Give him some more options. This has been a very good finish indeed from Ross Fernie, and he leads by 2 frames to nil.
Frame.
Worrying times for Luke. Terrific work there from Ross in frame number 2, showing lots of creativity. He's just got that spark, he's got that sparkle in his eye as well as a player. Almost universally popular amongst the rest of the tour. Certainly looks in good touch.
Frame 3. Luke Sanji's to break. Trailing
Luke Sanji's
time running.
a little unlucky in frame 1 with that kick. Can he make amends here? No, things are looking a little grim for the Welshman right now. Did look like he was making a really good start, a really fast start to this match before that kick caused him to miss. Now what's Ross Fernie looking at here? Those two yellows over on the left-hand side are causing a big problem, but all the reds have a pocket. It's a tough opener though, it's a thin cutback up to that top right. Unless he's seen something a bit more special. He's going for another plant here. This is red onto red. Oh, this time perhaps just a shot too far for the Scotsman. Obviously felt more confident and comfortable on the plant than he did taking on the thin cutback. But it's not good news, because it's where that red's ended up has left potential for a plant to the left centre for Luke, with an angle to dislodge the black. Now that is a slightly poor opener from Luke, because he's bridging right over this yellow now. Needs to get the cue ball coming quite far down the table. Oh, that's a friendly little kiss on the yellow. If he caught that a bit fuller, he may well have been in no man's land. I think the red on the right hand side of the table is far enough away from that yellow that it's a easy enough cut down the rail. In fact, he's on it now. It's even further away than I thought. But he's missed it. He's almost stared accusingly at that red, as if to say, how did you not drop? But he missed it by quite a distance. It was a poor shot. Can't see Ross winning this frame at this visit though. Those two yellows on the left are horribly positioned. He's just trying to make something happen and nothing's come out for him this time.
Extension call.
Slightly scrappy frame this one so far. Now does Luke take this plant on, try and develop the black as well? Got to be careful not to catch the second red too thin. Well, he played the straight pot, which I'm slightly surprised about, if I'm honest. It could have worked out a lot worse. There's no way he's getting that black out now. He's probably just thinking about saving that for a double. Well, I'm really shocked he tried to get it out. Didn't look like it was ever going to come out nicely from my vantage point. Luke has chosen safety as his next option.
That's froze. Time running.
Even though he's only got 3 balls left rather, Luke is still quite a heavy favourite for this frame. Those yellows near the cue ball and the one opposite them causing Ross major problems. And Ross's long potting today has been not great so far in this match. That's the third one he's rattled in the jaws. You would expect him to have the nerves settled down by now, having won those opening 2 frames, but he's definitely not looking like the player we know he can be just yet. And now Luke really has got him all ends up. Okay, Ross has got shots on, but the lay of this table now means there's no way Ross is going to get away with another error. He'll do well to find a safety with those 2 reds hanging over the bottom corner pockets. But he has found one. He certainly contained Luke Sanges here. Luke won't be wanting to push the boat out too far. He could try the plant. He could try and cut this red near the centre pocket onto the one over the bottom right corner. I guess the only risk with that shot was that he felt he might be breaking out Ross's 2 yellows if he didn't get it. This way, he's forcing Ross into surely taking on something quite ambitious. Ross has missed that plant by a mile. I don't think he's got away with it this time. You only really needed a half ball contact on that yellow, and you didn't even get that. Luke Sanges is dumbstruck, and so am I. What on earth has he done there? That is a terrible shot. Just when it looked like he was going to get himself back into a good frame of mind and back into the right headspace after a couple of well, after particularly the kick in the frame 1. I can't believe he's done that, and neither can he. And Ross, who's missed 3 difficult but gettable pots in this frame, finally left Luke a good opportunity, and he messed it up. What a strange frame this has been. That is going to be tough to take, though, for Luke Sanges if Ross Fernie does complete the job here. Ross to break next as well, and if Ross keeps Luke sat in his seat, I don't think he'll be thinking about much else than that positional shot. Really the last shot that can go wrong this for Ross, you think. Slightly tricky one. Navigated successfully.
frame.
Ross Fernie completes the job. He leads Luke Sanges by 3 frames to 0. But that was a terrible error by Luke. All he had to do was drop that red over the pocket, in, and finish on the black, and he caught it far too thick and ended up snookering himself. And I've got some company in the commentary box. Gareth Hibbert's come and joined me again, so let's hope we can see some more fireworks like we did earlier, Gaz.
Afternoon, Dan.
Afternoon.
Yeah, I turned up late for the previous men's match, and it was pretty exciting stuff. So.
Yeah, and it wasn't all that exciting before you got here, so fingers crossed you are...
Lucky charm.
Yeah, the magic touch.
How's this one gone so far?
Well, Luke had a kick in the first frame, which cost him the frame. Ross dished the second one, and then Luke played a terrible positional shot in the last frame. He had a red over the corner pocket, just had to drop it in and come around the back of the ball to land on the black, and he hit it almost dead straight. And just left it there, and Ross Fernie seems to have found the magic formula on the break. This is very similar to his first clearance. He took out, I think it was actually, what was it?
He does go to the cut break quite regular, Ross, and he's good at it when he goes to it. Yeah, I think he's got the 3-ball plant first. But
his first clearance was 1 billiard shot and then 2 plants.
Yeah.
And that was
I think
kind
I'd play
of
the
way it
red.
went.
Yeah, I think I'd play the red onto yellow on this one, so that you don't tie the other yellow up. He's played it well. He's still got the one by the black that it needs to be got on. He could actually do that now. He's got the angle and just come back to it later. Just stun across off the one just above the line.
Yeah, normally you try to take the balls out in patterns, don't you, in groups, if you
But
like.
with the black being over the pocket, you think this is the angle I need to be in 2 shots time. Why don't I just do it now? I think you'd probably take it now.
Yeah. He's having a good long think about it. He's made up his mind, and have you got a direct line to his brain? Because
only at 2 o'clock in the morning.
Oh, no one wants that. It's probably just a little straighter on this one. You perhaps might have to leave a bit of distance on the next shot.
Yeah, you can't really stun this now because it brings the red into play, so probably just bring it off with a bit of right hand side. Yellow into the same pocket.
Slightly awkward bridging.
Maybe screwing into it. Yeah, come on.
Come out. Probably wouldn't mind a bit further, but like you say, the black's hanging. So
yeah, he's just going to screw across to the cushion, just bounce it off 6 inches, and it's a big lead at this stage.
It is a big lead at this stage. It's 4 frames to 0. Luke Sanges is going to go and take a moment.
Yeah, he looked a bit angry there.
Well, I mean, Ross has dished both his frames, so he's dished both his breaks. There's nothing you can do. Luke looked like he had a kick in the first frame. Nothing you can do about that. But yeah, that previous frame, I'm sure Luke will have just been sat there stewing over that, because it really was a terrible shot.
Yeah, especially on the TV table, you really want to get one on the board. You feel like you're not in the game. You sort of start getting into a stage where you're getting embarrassed. You're thinking, oh, I'm getting beaten, people are watching and stuff. So you do need that early frame on the board, really.
Yeah, I mean, Ross is 3 away from victory now, whereas Luke would need 7 of 10. So
yeah,
it's,
it's 7 and 9. Really,
7 of 9.
Yeah. He's got to win 7-2 from here.
Oof, that's some going, isn't it?
Especially if Ross is breaking like that, leaving himself good chances. And
you can see Dan Davies' little head popping up just to the left of the Ross Fernie screen there.
He's just had a great result, hasn't he?
Yeah, that's exactly where I was going. 7-1 over Mark Farnsworth. He told me he just kept him in his chair the whole time.
Yeah, but I think a couple of rounds ago, Dan won from 6-2 or 6-3 behind, didn't he?
Yes, he did, yeah.
There he is. Yeah, big break for Luke, this.
He looks bored, doesn't he?
Should be in here.
Yeah, well, selfishly, he keeps getting through the tournament, so
Well, that's why I lost, Dan. I thought I'd come and join you and give you a bit of hand.
It's very much appreciated, Gaz. You said Luke needed a good break. He's come up with one. As is always the way when you're 4-0 down. It's a bit tricky.
Yeah, I'm wondering if you can play the yellow that's in baulk off the red, open up all the yellows then. The yellows, if he plays it right the first shot, it's quite an easy finish.
Yeah, it's one of those where it's not sort of big pocket territory, is it? It's more of a billiard shot.
You'd rather be a straighter angle on it as well. You're sort of cutting it back onto the shot. And
it's easy to catch that red too thick.
Especially when it's your first shot as well, you prefer to get on the bed of balls and then play it later on.
Yeah. Yeah, that may be a shot he'll come back to.
Yeah, I think that was his plan. He wanted to get a little bit off the opposite angle on this yellow to middle and go up straight on it, but not quite there.
No, he's almost getting to the point now where he's going to have to leave that quite late in the finish, which isn't something you want to do.
No, it's a massive visit for him. He really needs to get into this match pretty quick.
I think that's the worst part for Luke, is he knows in the 2 frames where he has broken, he should have won them. I say he got a kick in the first frame because of his reaction, but
yeah,
Ross didn't have the cue ball cleaned.
No, I wasn't in the arena, so I'm not sure.
But the second time, he just looked distraught with himself. Well, I think he was worried about that one for a second, but
that looks. I think he'd like to have gone another inch or two, but it's not a bad angle. You want to play this a little bit thicker, so the red comes away. So.
Just like that. Doesn't. That's okay.
Yeah, I'd prefer that red not being there because you just bounce it across twice if that red's not there. But it's might have to reroute a little bit now.
The other reroute is this as well, and that red's causing a problem because it's hampered.
Again, just slightly the wrong angle. If he was straight on the top one, he'd just screw it in.
Yeah, he's fighting himself here, Luke Sandys. He's playing those shots where, like the hampered cueing shot and the billiard shot where you don't have as much control as you'd like, and you're sort of relying on a little bit of luck on it coming out perfectly.
Yeah.
It's just not quite coming out for him at the moment.
I think he has played one game on this table, but it does play different than all the others, and you just have to get used to it a little bit. Should be fine here though. Just screw back towards the left middle. Oh, he's gone the other way. It was a bit thinner than it looked, but he's played it perfect. Feel a bit better about himself now.
He will as long as this black drops in. But he has played worse shots than missing this so far in this match, or one. In it goes. Ross Fernie
frame.
Can only watch on as Luke Sandys finally gets a frame on the board. He trails by 4 frames to 1.
Looks pretty focused.
Yeah, that comfort break's obviously done him the world of good.
Yeah. Looks like he's been out in the sun a bit. Welsh sunshine.
It's been quite sunny here in Coventry this weekend, actually.
It's beautiful.
Been glorious weather to be stuck in a box.
You love it.
I do. Yeah, I don't like the sun anyway. It's overrated.
So we're in the last 16. So do we know what part of the draw this is in?
We can find out.
Frame 6. Ross Fernie to break.
Yeah, so this is in the top half of the draw. So the winner of this will play Ryan Clark. Quarterfinals, the lineup is just starting to take shape. Liam Dunster will take on Dean Shields in our first. Ryan Clark with the winner of this one. And then Craig Brown or Corey Rees against Mark Boyle or Jordan Graham. And Ben Davis or Kevin Kirkham will take on Dan Davey. We're getting towards the business end now, but it's been quite a long process this weekend.
Yeah, it has been a long one. There's plenty of players here. Another great break by Ross. He's hitting that cut break perfect.
Yeah, you couldn't get much better than that. In terms of the hit, I think he'd like a nicer red. Is he on the one that's closest to the rail? That's a big shot to take on
I
first
think he'll
in the
go
frame.
yellows, to be honest. I think he'll cut the yellow to middle or cut the one to the bottom left, whichever he prefers of those shots.
I think I prefer that one to the other one because if he took the other one on, he might have pushed that red into the cluster.
That's right, yeah, but they look sort of like they're blocking each other, these three, so it's...
Wouldn't surprise me if he took on a plant here. He's been taking them on all match long so far.
Yeah, I don't really like where the first yellow would go. It could go and get in the way of a different yellow, so I think take the top one and try and get straight on the one nearest the cushion. It's probably the shot. So we can run through then into a little area where they all go.
Can't touch far.
Yeah, I'd personally had to check that and tried to get on the one on the other side of the table next and gone back to that one.
And he's obviously got a plan in place.
Touch short, but he's probably got to play this with a bit of running left hand side now. Like to get straight on the one to middle, and that's game over. He's actually played for the bottom one.
Yeah, I'm a little surprised. I expect him to play for the one to the centre. But that's just as good as well. He's probably just a little bit thin on this, isn't he? He's got to be careful, doesn't want a big bounce off the bottom cushion.
No. Yeah, you have to be a bit careful with these.
Again, is this just one where you play with maybe a little bit of check side just to kill it?
I think he may be screwing into the cushion with the way he's digging down. No, he's tried to check it. Yeah, he was too thin on it. I think check was the shot there. Yeah, he's played that with running side to bring it round off too. I think check would have killed it a bit more, I think, yeah.
He is still on this, but this is a very tough cut to the right centre. Probably doesn't have to do too much with the cue ball. Maybe just stun a little bit to widen the angle.
Yeah, I think it's one of those that you sort of naturally play with a bit of bottom and right hand side anyway, so that'll bring it round.
Terrific shot. Wouldn't have minded coming off that cushion ever so slightly more with the cue ball. It's just not quite over yet, this frame.
Yeah, I think you just dolly this one in and nudge into the red and just leave yourself a slightly trickier black, but you'll be fine with that. Played it well.
Looking in very good form, Ross Fernie.
Seems to come into his own on the Sundays, doesn't he?
He does, yeah. They're definitely his days, aren't they?
Yeah.
Which is surprising if you ever see him on a Saturday night.
It's the old Jordan Shepherd. He was the same Jordan when he was on tour. He didn't do so well in the first event and started buzzing on the Sunday.
Well, Ross Fernie certainly is buzzing now. He leads by 5 frames to 1. Just 2 away from a spot in the quarterfinals. And Luke Sanji's, okay, played a really bad shot. Maybe 2 really bad shots early in the match, but there's nothing really that you can do when your opponent dishes every one of their breaks.
No, you're up against it.
That is 3 on the trot now for Ross Fernie. If this was the Champions Cup, he'd have secured a draw just on his breaks alone.
Yeah. I think if you find a cut break that works, it does leave good easy finishes if you're consistent at it. You don't really get the clusters, or if you hit it wrong, you can get a lot of clusters. But if you hit one good, I don't think they have time to come back together. Whereas front breaks, you get balls flying round and they cluster back together a little bit. So it can work really well.
Do you ever cut break?
I've done, yeah. I've been known occasionally, yeah.
I don't think I've ever seen it, that's all.
No.
Oh, Luke. That's a horrible cue ball to leave. He's got options on, but I guess you could argue he's fortunate that the cue ball didn't go straight in the centre pocket. So
he's just got one bad red, really. He can take the red that's towards the boat line. Don't really think he's got an option on yellows. Oh, he's looking at a yellow. He's looking at cutting the yellow.
Wow.
Not so sure.
Close to the in-off, isn't it? Oh no, it's miles away. Well, he's caught it too thick, though.
Didn't really like that shot. He had no control over it. I think he should have just took the red and worked his way into the finish.
Now, what's he left here for Ross? It's quite a messy table. He's obviously got an opening red to left centre. That red just above the black, though, that's the one I'd be looking at as a serious problem.
Yeah. There's not an obvious ball to nudge it out, really, because the one he's taking now would probably be the one that nearest to it that you might be able to get a cannon. Unless he can sort of soft screw this and leave the white at an angle to the red at the top of the table into the middle and come top through into the little cluster. Leave a sort of just off straight angle to that red into the same pocket.
Seriously precise shot that, though.
He's looking at yellows as well. They're both preferring yellows. No. I think sometimes you just got to take the easier ball first and work your way into a finish. They both took on tricky pots where they're not getting that control. Definitely yellows the balls now because he's got an easy starter and he's not got the same problems, but still not a gimme.
No, but all the yellows go. Pushing that one right up to the top rail. Probably slightly helpful for Ross, but that is a good shot to get on it. And he's close enough to the cushion that the cue ball's coming away when he plays this in, so we'll have a little bit of a view of the centre of the cue ball for the next shot. Never want to finish dead straight on these.
No, you just stun this out and just leave the drop into the middle. Rolled it through. Come back to a bit of form, Luke. He sort of stagnated a little bit, didn't he? He sort of seemed to be stuck around 11, 12 in the rankings, but only really getting to last 16s and stuff. But his last few tournaments, he's become a bit of a danger man again.
Yeah, obviously you remember the final in the Isle of Man.
I do, just about, yeah.
Yeah, long time ago now. It feels like it was only a couple of months.
Yeah.
But yeah, you're right. He spent a long time, just never quite running deep in tournaments. He never out first round, but never past the quarters.
Doing enough to sort of stay where he was in the rankings, but not actually getting to semis and finals. So yeah, it's good to see him back playing well.
Yeah, he's certainly a real talent. And, but you would have expected him to pick up his first sort of IPA professional title when he burst onto the scene a few years ago, and I guess the longer it goes on with it, that weight goes on, the harder it becomes.
Yeah, the problem is it doesn't get any easier. There's so many good players about. So to win one of these, you've got to beat probably minimum 4 real top-class players, and depending on your draw earlier on, maybe even more than that.
Luke's finished very straight on this yellow.
Yeah, that's about all he could do.
Here's a test of your long-range skills, Luke. All the pressure is on as well. At 5-1 down, cannot afford to miss. And he has. That's disaster for Luke Sanges.
Yeah, I think those shots are always a little bit tricky when you've got a top on them, roll them through. I think if he'd been able to stun that, he's probably not missing it, but he couldn't stun it because of where the reds were, so he had to roll it through with top. For some reason, it just makes them slightly more missable.
Yep. Yeah, I don't know why that is. Is it? Do you think that's just a confidence thing? Because if you can stun it, you can hit it that little bit harder.
You're just more used to playing the shot in that way, and it's only certain situations that crop up like that one he had there where you would actually roll it and top it. normally you'd stun that all day. You'd still expect him to get it, just makes it slightly more missable.
One thing you certainly expect is for Ross Fernie to take these reds out. And providing he does, he will lead by 6 frames to 1 in a first to 7, and that is an exceptionally commanding position to be in.
I'd like to have been a bit straighter on this one, so he's got to either just drop it in and take a bit more difficult next ball, or he can try and run past it for the same pocket. Which is done.
Yeah, that's nice. Just wants to finish straight on that last red now. Just push this one through slightly off angle, but not running too far away from it. That's spot on. One good stun shot.
Yeah, you get the feeling that might have been Luke's last chance, really.
Yeah. Yep, certainly the way Ross has been breaking, it's going to take a miracle now for Luke Sanges to come back and win this game. Ross Fernie leads by 6 frames to 1.
Oh, you don't see many matches won from 6-1 down on this table at this level because they're just breaking so well. So Ross has got, what, 3 more breaks from here. You just don't feel like he's not going to break and dish at least 1 out of 3.
Yeah, that is the problem, isn't it? It's, the breaking dish happens so often that 1 out of 3.
It's the only game where you don't get a chance to fight back. You can't. You're sat in your chair and just hoping they go dry or they have a bit of bad luck on the break, and it's unlikely to happen 3 times on the trot. Plus, in the meantime, you've got to be breaking and clearing yours as well. So.
Yeah. So far, we haven't seen a single dry break in this match. Ross Fernie will be hoping that continues.
My other half in the background there, still batting. She's lasted a lot longer this weekend than me.
Time running.
You didn't fare too well this weekend at all then?
Well, I got to the quarters of the pro. I was 6-3 up on Clint, and I sort of had him really, and it's just one of those couple of little turning points. And didn't hit that one so well though, but he's still got one in that same side pocket. Oh, side pocket, that was a bit American, wasn't it?
Was, yeah.
Been listening to Jim White's too much.
Is he going to put some English on this next one? Viv looked very disapproving there,
She
Gareth.
did, yeah.
I think she heard
not
you.
Not happy with that one.
Oh, Ross. Oh. Taking liberties with the size of that pocket.
Yeah, I think Luke's fearing the worst now.
Well, I certainly would be. I mean, Ross Fernie's done this to me before.
Yeah, and me.
Yeah, he is exceptional. And when he gets going, you just don't see the table very often.
He's finally living up to the promise, isn't he? Since lockdown, he's winning tournaments, he's beating top players regularly. He's always had that ability, and now he's bringing it forward.
Yeah, I mean, it's a discussion I was having with Mark Pickworth yesterday, which is pool is not a young man's game. And I think you need to get to that maturity level before you start winning tournaments. You don't see many winners under the age of 25, 26. I don't know exactly how old Ross is, but I think he's in that sort of a bracket now.
I think
27.
he's getting towards 30 now, I think, Ross, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah. But it does seem to be that...
I think Luke's a bit younger, isn't he? Luke's probably maybe 24, 25-ish.
Is he, though? Because he's been around the programme for like 5-6 years now.
You do lose track a little bit, don't you? Yeah. But yeah, he's going about these no problem at all.
He's certainly baby faces, Luke, isn't he?
Sad-faced at the moment.
Yeah. Well, who can blame him? It's not really been his day, is it? And surely Ross Fernie is going to drop this yellow into the...
Yeah, he'd have liked to have been
right
straight.
centre.
He'd have been shaking hands by now if he'd been straight on it. So he's just got to...
This will be one of those
I'm
where...
not sure what he's looking at there. I think he'd just play this with side. Come off the bottom cushion for the same pocket, but he was looking at some sort of contact there, I think.
Again, would this be check side or running side and off 2?
I'd just play it with one cushion with left hand side just to bounce it off and bring the angle off the top cushion.
He's looked to check it off the red.
I'm not sure he played that. It's come slightly missable again.
He can just focus on the pot here, though. As long as he screws the cue ball, that's not going anywhere near a pocket. So tricky black, but not under the same pressure that a match-winning black would normally be under at 6-1. And he's going to try and screw this into the corner.
Oof,
And he's got it.
That white was close. Wow.
And the cue ball somehow stays out.
I thought he'd have tried to nip that a bit slower and let the screw take before the enough came into play, but he hit it quite hard and there was no reaction. But still a great performance, though, dishing all your 4 breaks.
Yep, Luke Sanji storms out of the arena. Not a happy bunny, and well, who can blame him? He's had nothing go for him there in the slightest. But Ross Fernie, a terrific performance from the Scotsman. And he will be talking to Kevin Barton in the studio.
Dan, and with Ross, blistering performance there. Congratulations, you must be absolutely delighted with that.
I was quite happy with the way I played. I was expecting a lot closer match against Luke. He's a top player, so I'm happy with that.
I mean, like, we touted this as the battle of the young guns, like you and Luke. I mean, there's probably a whole host of others as well. I mean, Liam's still a pup as well, and the likes of Corey. I mean, what is it about you guys coming up, playing this type of pool, you know, that's making it so entertaining?
Yeah, it's just, we're just a bit learning, really, playing against the better players, and it's quite good to have, like, quite a lot of the younger ones coming through, so.
And do you have that mindset at the start of every match that you just really going all-out attack, whatever the situation?
Yeah, pretty much. Just basically just take it a shot at a time. Really, just go for my shots, pretty much.
Yeah, I mean, you can't. As we know, you can't really mess about with these rules anyway. You know, there's no hiding places. You've literally got fight fire with fire, and if you hadn't been doing that, Luke would have been more than capable to be handing it out, wouldn't he?
Yeah, definitely. I think the last time we played it was a close match, 7-5, so I was expecting the same, so I'm just happy to get through that good scoreline now.
So we're getting to the end of the tournament. It's been a very, very long 3 days here in Coventry. You're still fresh and ready to try and take the title down? Yeah,
looking forward to the next match. Like I say, just take it a shot at a time, match at a time, and hopefully I can keep it going.
Okay, well played, Ross. Hopefully we'll see you later on in the tournament. Congrats. So Ross Fernie, blistering performance there, dispatches Luke Sanjeev with ease, Mark Pickworth.
Yeah, he made very light work of that and did it in a pretty quick style as well. And Sanjeev, not seeing the best of him there, but Ross Fernie, he's going to be one to watch now.
Yeah, it certainly is. And we all know Luke's capability. In the last few tournaments, we've started to see Luke Sanjeev sort of re-emerge from a few years, of relative obscurity, but he's certainly coming back to the form that brought him to prominence probably 3-4 years ago.
Yeah, fair comment. And I mean, we said before this match got underway that probably Sanjeev was going to be the favourite for this match, but Ross has just made very light work of him. And Luke, he'll be a little bit disappointed with that performance, but he's going to be about for years. Both of these players are we're in very good hands with this the young talent that's coming through.
Yeah, it certainly will be the last time they meet in the last stages of the competition, that's for certain. Right, so we are now getting to the nitty-gritty of the tournament, aren't we? And next up it is, I don't know if we're going to have to call him Houdini, Liam Dunster. He was 6-2 down against Simon Ward on one of the outer tables in his last round, and did what Liam Dunster does and won 7-6.
Yeah, I don't know where he pulls them from, to be honest. His mental strength is right up there, the best in the world, and 6-2 down against a quality performer like Simon Ward, and to come back to win 7-6. Phenomenal performance. But we've seen some good play from Dean Shields. Probably not the best play in his previous match, but he's a great potter. Can he continue to keep potting himself out of trouble? He's going to have a very tough game here against Liam Dunster.
What's he got to do to beat Liam? We saw Clint last night, what he had to do. Can Dean pull out the same sort of result?
Yeah, well, we saw Clint. He broke quite well last night and cleared up, and you've got to keep Liam sat in that chair for a long while, just so that he knows that he's in for a really good match. And the longer that he can keep Liam sat in that seat, the more chance he's got of getting through to the semi-finals.
Right, well, this is the first quarter-final, and I think the players are just about ready to go. So let's get out to the commentary box and get the action underway. All to you, Dan.
Thanks, Kev. Yep, Dunster v Shields. We've already seen plenty from Liam Dunster this weekend. And we saw Dean Shields just a couple of matches ago, just prior to the ladies' final. A superb performance over David Adnall to get through the last 32, that one.
Thank you, players. When you're ready, please lag for break.
These two will lag to decide who breaks. Well, this looks fairly close, but it's the Duster. Takes the honour of first break in the match. Liam, so far since his World Championship win, has made the final in both events that he's played in. This is number 3. Can he make it 3 from 3, and can he get his first title under his belt?
European Open quarter final, race to 7 frames. First frame, Liam Dunster to break. Time running.
Liam Dunster to get us underway in frame number 1 of the first quarter final of the IPA European Open 2022. Cue ball looked like it was tracking, but it stayed out. The black also looked like it was heading for the centre pocket, but that just about stayed out too. Liam Dunster scratches his head. Even the master of the game at the moment can't see a route on this table to the winning line. Horrible looking table, to be honest. It's perhaps an aggressive option, but I'm not convinced we're going to see Liam go for the finish immediately here. Now that he's on reds, he has the control of that top right pocket. Is he just going to try and develop his other 2 reds? Is there a way that he can do that and leave Dean no shot? Were it not for that red in the centre of the table, he may well be looking at the double. But I don't think that goes. Well, he's gone for it. I'm not convinced that was ever on. Liam Dunster can only sit in his seat and watch as Dean Shields approaches the table. If Dean can find a way to get the cue ball into that area sort of behind those 3 yellows,
Extension call.
then there is a finish on here. But getting there is no mean feat. He could attempt to screw all the way back round there now off the angles, but that's going to require some tremendous cue power. Well, what's his plan now? Is he taking on the skill shot? That red is a long way out of the pocket for this shot, but that's what he's lining up. He's going to need a very good contact, a very full contact. Red on yellow onto red if this is going to go in. Oh, he's nailed it. That's a great shot from Dean. It's not even his best skill shot of the day, but it's very, very good. if you weren't watching his match earlier against David Adnall, there are a couple of juicy clips from that match up on our Facebook page, and I strongly recommend you go and check those out, because Dean Shields played one of the skill shots of the century in that match, and then David Adnall quite possibly topped it with a shot of his own. But Dean's not quite in perfect position just yet. Got to swing this cue ball round off 2 cushions for that final yellow. It's got to come far enough. It didn't want to catch that red. That's gone horribly wrong. And Dean, who has made a couple of terrific shots so far today, is going to have to come up with another one here. Going to go cushion first and try and pot this yellow. This is a 1 in 20 at best. And those are the sort of chances that you simply have to take when you're playing Liam Dunster. You cannot afford to be missing those, because you're not going to get many chances.
Timeout?
Well, Liam choosing to play safe and playing the percentage shot, which I can understand, but there's a chance here for Dean. There's a chance that he gets out of this and pots it, and if he does, Liam Dunster may live to regret that decision. Oh, that was so close. Just for a second I thought it was there. I think just for a second, so did Dean. Well, Liam Dunster, okay, he hasn't left anything on, but I can't believe he's missed that. That uncharacteristic miss from Liam Dunster was not punished by Dean Shields. In fairness to Dean, he didn't really have much of a shot at it. And Liam takes a 1-0 lead. A scrappy first frame, surprisingly. But Dean should be able to block that out. He will be gutted. He did all of the hard work, particularly with that skill shot. And he couldn't finish the job. You can see behind the arena still lots going on the outer tables. Still a few matches to play tonight. We've got 3 quarter-finals started now. Liam Dunster obviously against Dean Shields. Ross Fernie taking on Ryan Clark. That's just started. Just seen the handshake in the top left corner of your screen. And in the table, sort of directly between them and the arena, Ben Davis standing over the table. He is in the first frame up against Dan Davey.
Dean Shields to break.
Mark Boyle is the other quarter-finalist. He is still waiting for the winner of the match next to Davey and Davis. That is Corey Rees against Craig Brown. Currently, Corey Rees leads by 5 frames to 3. Our first look in this match at the Dean Shields break. It's a cracker. This is monstrous. Huge connection with the pack. Balls flying around all over the place. And a very inviting set of yellow balls to go at. Just got to be wary of the one on the furthest right on the balk line. I wonder if he'll just try and leave that as a bit of a dolly into the right centre. Not quite as easy a finish as this first appears.
Extension called.
Dean's just creating a small problem for himself here because getting between these 2 next yellows could be tricky. Slightly thin snick down the rail. Is he looking to come around the angles? He's looking to get past the red. He's got past the red.
Time out.
He looks unhappy somehow. Perhaps he was trying to play directly into the red to use the red as a blocker and then land nicely on the yellow, but I don't think he should be too unhappy with this result. He is on this. He should be able to avoid the in-off pretty comfortably, I think. It was a bit thinner than I expected, and that is a beautiful shot. And shootout finishes the job.
Frame.
He pulls the scores level very early in the match, but Dean probably just looking slightly the better of the 2 at the moment, purely based on those first 2 opening frames. A little bit of a dejected look in the background there from Craig Brown. Looks like he might have missed a chance against Corey Rees. That could be crucial. Corey still leads by 5 frames to 3. It's a long way back from 6-3.
Frame 3. Liam Dunster to break.
No scores yet in
Scores are tied,
either
one
of the
frame
other two quarters.
Time running.
Well, Liam Dunster looks to have found a very good formula with that cut break. That's a couple of decent breaks in a row now. The last one came out very awkward. This one is a little less so. He's just going to wish he had a nicer yellow to start with. That red on the right hand side, if that was in a nicer position, he'd probably be making his way around the table on reds now, but he really does want to be yellows here. He's looking at a plant. It's a tricky shot. It's all he has. That's a tremendous shot. Not only did he get the plant, he also broke out the black in the same shot. Little ripple of applause there from Dean Shields, congratulating his adversary on a shot well made. And now Liam Dunster should just be able to crack on with his work here and get to 2-1. This is much better from Liam Dunster. A couple of slack shots in frame 1. But rock steady in the third. And he reopens his lead. It's 2-1 Dunster. Nothing Dean Shields could do about that one. But if his break comes out again, don't bet against the Englishman responding in kind.
Frame 4. Dean Shields to break, trailing 2 frames to 1. Time running.
absolutely enormous break from Dean Shields. This time he has not been rewarded with such a nice opening chance, similar to the previous frame from Liam, where he really would have liked a nice opener on reds. He doesn't really have one, but he does have this plant on yellows. Actually, the yellows are pretty tidy as well, apart from that one on the left-hand side. So he's worked out his route already. Can he screw through the gap here between the two reds and come on and off the cushion? Well, he managed to avoid the red. I didn't think he'd be able to do that. And this looks like the perfect angle for Dean, just to be able to screw across the table to finish on the one down the rail. Wants to get nicely behind that. That will do very nicely. If anything, it's a little too perfect. Probably wouldn't have minded a trace of angle, just to be able to get the cue ball slightly further away from that left-hand side cushion.
Extension call.
The cue ball is just barely closer to the cushion than the yellow, so it's not dead straight. But he might have to force this in with a bit more pace than he would have otherwise had to do. Once again, just a bit straight. He gave that one as much as he could, but another inch roll and that would have made this job that much more easy. Again, terrific pace control from Dean Shields to get back down for the black, which he dispatches clinically to level the scores once again at 2 apiece. Our referee doing a magnificent job today. It's going to be a very long day for all the tour staff here and the camera crew and the director too. Bente the Fuente racking up the balls for frame number 5.
Frame 5. Liam Dunster to break. Scores are tied at 2 frames
You
all.
can see Corey Rees right in the background there, just the table directly behind the stream table. He's one away and he's at the table, so he may complete our quarter-final lineup quite shortly. Liam again finding that right centre pocket with a ball, but this time he finds the left centre pocket with the cue ball.
1 visit. Time running.
So a serious opportunity now for Dean Shields to take the lead in this match.
Extension call.
If that black slides in the centre pocket quite comfortably, it looks very tight. But if it does, then he could go after reds without developing anything at all. Could go after yellows without developing anything at all. Instead, he's created a problem on both colour sets. I'm not entirely sure what that shot was all about from Dean Shields. As we see a handshake in the background between Corey Rees and Craig Brown, and that means that Corey Rees completes our quarter-final lineup. He wins by 7 frames to 3, and he will take on Mark Boyle for a place in the semis. Concentrating back on the action here on the stream table. What does Dean Shields have up his sleeve? He's made a real mess of this. Every single shot he seems to make it worse. I've absolutely no idea what he plans to do. With that yellow he's put safe just below the red on the right hand side next to the centre pocket. And I don't think he did either. Rushed into a shot and he's ended up missing. His only hope is that Liam Dunster doesn't work out how to dislodge that red that's in that cluster either, but dislodging the red is probably the easier job of the two. There you go. Nice bit of creativity there from Liam. And a frame that he may have written off in his head when the cue ball flew in off after the break. Looks like it's going to be his for the taking. Liam probably quite pleased to see that black. Going close to that top left pocket. Could have gone wrong, that shot. Fortunately for the duster, he's got 2 more simple balls to re-establish his lead.
Frame.
are really getting towards the business end of the weekend now. Just a few games left to go.
Frame 6. Dean Shields to break. Trailing 3 frames to 2. Time running.
Frame 6, Dean to break. And Mark Farnsworth? Not Mark Farnsworth. Mark Pickworth has just scuttled his way into the commentary box. Afternoon, or evening, or whatever time it is.
That's a great presentation of how I've got into the commentary. Just scuttled my way in. Yeah. And yeah, I think I'm going to be here for the rest of the evening now. I think you're going to join me a little bit later on, aren't you?
I'm sure I will, but I'm going to go off and perform my other duties, as it were.
Yep, absolutely.
I think you've got some scheduling news for us before that, haven't you?
Yeah, so Liam Dunster 3-2 ahead in this match, and straight after this match it's going to be the amateur final. And it's going to be Dave Stratford against Joe Prince. And some of the results that they've been having throughout this weekend, they've been playing pretty well. And I'll keep you up to date with some of that. But that's what's going to be on next. The quarter-finals of the Open, they're going to be on the outer tables. Yeah, so I'll try and keep you up to the latest scores on them matches. There is two of them in progress at the moment. I do believe the next one is going on in the next minute or two. Well, let's concentrate on this match for now. Liam Dunster 3-2 ahead against Dean Shields. And it looks like it's been a pretty even match, but look at the state of this table, it's horrible. Can he get the potting angle? Can he get the plant red onto red? Is there enough of it that can just pass that yellow? If it does, it might turn into a good opportunity, and it does. You can see Dean just sat in his chair there. You can see his reaction. He knows this is now looking like he's going to be 2 frames behind. So Liam, with these reds, you'd expect him to take out the top half of the table first. Then he'll work his way down to the one towards the bottom, which could possibly be his last ball. Yeah, this one that's over the top left-hand corner needs to make sure he leaves him at the right angle so he can get the white ball probably back to the position that it's in now. He's got a lot of room for error here to leave a decent enough angle. But he's going to have a little bit of hampered cueing. It's not going to be straightforward, and that clock is ticking down. Yeah, that's fine. He I think he can, as he clips in the red, he can drift past the left-hand side of that black. As it's coming down, he should be able to drop on this red very nicely indeed. As you see, there you go. Black into the right centre to open up a 2-frame lead. You see it, 4-2 to Liam Dunster. And Dean Shields, it looks like he's been sat in that chair a while. It's going to be Liam Dunster to break next. So like I said, that latest match, Corey Rees against Mark Bohr, that's just started on the outer tables. The other 3 quarter-finals, they're in action on them outer tables. Ross Fernie against Ryan Clark. Ross is 2-1 ahead in that match currently. And then Dan Davey, he's playing Ben Davis in the bottom half. And the winner of that one in the bottom half between Dan Davey and Ben Davis, who Dan is currently leading 1-0. They'll be playing the winner of Rees or Boyle. And you can see Double D, Dan Davey. He's had some fantastic results today. He's had some close matches as well. Dispatching Mark Farnsworth, the number 2 seed, 7 frames to 1. What a result that was. He seems to be finding some great form at the moment. He's at the table again. Is he going to take a 2-0 lead against Ben Davis?
Frame 7. Liam Dunster to break. Leading 4 frames to 2.
Well, we'll get back to this match. Liam Dunster to break. Using his very popular cut break. This is very measured pace. He does execute this very well. I was going to drop into, and then he wouldn't have done until that yellow came to its rescue. How do these yellows look? One over the bottom corner. He's probably going to force him into yellows. But has he got an opening shot? He has got a red onto yellow plant if he wanted to. Them 2 yellows in the middle of the table below the black. Do they need to be developed, or can they be made as a plant? Is there enough gap in between them to do that? It's not a very easy plant if that's all he's got on. Up for the yellows. Left himself a bit of a difficult pot here. He's going to be leaving himself another tough pot. One of these yellows into the the outer yellow into the top right, and you can just see. Well, I can see in the background Dean Shields. He's smirking to himself, and now you can see. He just knows. It's looking like it's going to be 5 frames to 2. Not a lot you can do when you're sat there, Dean. Is he going to get any chances in this quarter-final? I was locked at 2 frames each. I'm going to take 3 on the bounce now. Yeah, looks like the black has only got the in the bottom half of the table. It's only the bottom right pocket available for it. I don't think it goes to the right centre. It does go to the left centre. Is he a little bit short of pace there? Is that how he's played it? Left himself a very deep angle here. He's playing out in the left centre, but has he overrun this? Oh, I think he's just going to have a shot at this. Well, he's used his extension, so that clock is ticking down. He's made his choice. Is this clippable? 4, 3, 2. Just getting it down to the last second again, but makes no mistake. 5 frames to 2.
Frame.
There's Dean. It's going to be him to break next. This is going to be a tall order now to get back into this match. Liam in full control of this quarter-final. Is he going to be the first name into the semi-finals? Two frames away now.
Frame 8. Dean Shields to break. Trailing 5 frames to 2. Time running.
He's going to need something special here. He's got a nice break, Dean has. He's made a couple of balls. About to say yellows don't look bad, but that yellow, that top half of the table, on the top cushion, that's going to need developing. There's not many balls up there to move that around.
Extension call.
I mean, if he did elect to reds, he'd have a tougher opening pot if he can get through to that one into the right centre. I think he can. But that white ball is going to be drifting. It's going to need to be carefully navigated. I mean, probably natural angle is going to be crashing into that yellow. Might not have a choice here but to set these reds on. Yep, that's his only option, but that clock is ticking down again. That yellow, where's it gone? He's covered the red. Things are just getting from bad to worse for Dean Shields. Yeah, when you start canning into balls, things like this can happen. When you're really behind, it seems to happen at that sort of time. Under some shot clock pressure again. Just decided to play a 2-in-1 shot. I mean, if he'd have potted it, he'd have to have gone for game, but just making sure he gets that pocket. It gives him a little bit of insurance, but for how long?
Extension call.
Straight away, Liam uses his extension. He'll be working out how he can get that yellow away from that top cushion. The only problem is if he probably does move that yellow that's right to that red on that top cushion, will that open that red up to glance past that yellow and go into the top left hand corner? It looks possible. Just decided on the containing shot, and what a great shot that is.
Total snooker.
Blocking him from all angles. Has he got a one cushion escape anywhere? I mean, it doesn't look like a natural angle if he does go, decides to go up the table. That clock, he's had his extension. That'll be ticking down again. Try to hit a big target, and he's played that well. Lovely use of a little bit of right-hand side there. Sorry, left-hand side. I do apologise. So, Liam, you see that this is an opportunity to try and take these out. I don't think he needs to play any more containing shots now. He's more than capable of taking these ones out. Just dropping in his tough yellow now, and these 4 yellows that remain, they should be quite easy. He's just going to have to navigate away to get on his black, but I suppose the one that the yellow that's above the black, that take that into the right centre, that'll be able to give him an angle to drop onto it if that's what he decides. He's trying to clear the pocket. That's not gone to plan. Yeah, he went out all guns blazing there, trying to clear that pocket. He's got out of his seat. Not that he's been out of his seat very long in this match. Is he going to get another chance? Another loose shot there from Liam Dunster. Has he got any angle on this one into the right centre? To drop on there, just somewhere there. If he can get to anywhere there, drop that yellow in, and he can drift down towards that black and take it into the same pocket. He'll maybe be able to, depending on the angle he gets, might be able to get onto it in the left centre. Wow, but he hasn't got really anywhere near where he wanted to be. But he was very straight on that yellow into the right centre. This is all down to that poor positional shot. Oh, it's not dropped, and he's cannoned the black over the bottom right-hand corner. Dean Shields, he's got a bit of a lifeline here. Has he left himself the potting angle on that top red? Can he see enough of it? Yeah, he seems quite confident. Oh, he's got into that lovely. So then Dean, one good long range pot. Perfect position on this black. Just got to drop this in. It's going to be 5-3. We'll be Liam to break there in the next. Well, he'll be pleased to get another frame on the board. Keeping himself in it. He needs one of these Liam Dunster breaks to go dry, though. And if he does, he might even be able just to peg him back to 5 frames apiece if he can clear off Liam's break and then does a break and clearance of his own.
Score, please. Frame 9. Liam Dunster to break, leading 5 frames to 3. Time running.
So on this measured break, keep working for Liam. He's got another ball, but look at the way that these balls are felt in the bottom half of the table where the white ball is. Just that area there. I mean, has he got an opening shot? Can he get through to the plant yellow onto red? If it does, the reds aren't great. Even if he gets a point angle on a yellow, the yellows are just as bad. He's going to have to decide which one's best for him. Yeah, I think he's going to try and keep control of this table. I mean, can he play this at pace and dislodge the reds out? The clock's ticking. Used his extension. He's missed the plant. Now, is this a chance here for Dean Shields? This is a chance that he's been waiting for. Was 5-2 down. Got away with it in that previous frame, 5-3. And this is a chance off the Liam Dunster break.
Extension call.
Dean opened up these yellows now. This is the opportunity he has been waiting for. And don't stop. He is human, he does make errors. Is this one going to come back to bite him? So Dean, just a little bit shorter pace there on these yellows. This is going to be a little bit tougher clearance than what he wanted now. That yellow's going to be quite difficult to get on. Just as Dean Shields is going about his work on these yellows, I've been joined by Kevin Barton. Kevin, this is a chance that Dean's been waiting for. 5-2 down. Got back in that last frame with an opportunity probably missed, and he'll take that 5-3. If he can take this one, 5-4, him to break next, he's right back in this match.
Yeah, certainly is, and I think the difficulty of this clearance was always going to be getting on this last yellow and getting onto the black. He could never leave an angle so that he could pot it and bounce the white out, so he's just going to have to run the white through and leave a long black into the top left-hand corner. Lots of pressure on this one.
Yeah, I mean, it probably does go in the left centre as well, but this black straight into the top left-hand corner. This is a shot. He's just got to rely on his cueing. But if he gets this, he's back in this match. And he has got it.
Frame.
Just in the top of the jaw, but he'll take it. 5-4. Dean Shields to break next. He's back in this match now.
Yeah, it certainly is. And if he can break and dish 5-all, the best of 3 for a place in the semis. So still hope for the Dean Shields fans. On the outer tables, we've got to the other quarter-finals that are taking place. Dan Davies up against Ben Davis, 3-2 up. Mark Boyle against Corey Rees, early stages of that game. You can see there, double D.
Yeah, and apologies for anybody that tuned in to try and listen to Dan Davies' commentary. He's been busy with another engagement. He started to playing pool.
Well,
not sure why that is, but he has been playing some good stuff as well today.
Yeah, did a demolition job on Mark Farnsworth, 7 frames to 1.
Has he got a ball? Oh, just, and look. Oh, I was just about to say, look at these reds, but that red in the top half of the table, above the baulk line. Oh, does it go? Can he get through to a yellow, even if he can't get on a red? I mean, the red's the easy opening pot, because I don't think he can get through.
Extension call.
Yeah, I think well, there's pros and cons for both at this set. On the face of it, reds look like the best, but probably yellows.
Yeah, I mean, it would have been reds if that red that he's closest to now would have gone in either of the top corners.
Yeah. So one good positional shot after potting this tricky yellow. I'd be more than happy with that one. That has come out absolutely perfectly for Dean Shields.
Yeah, just flick that jaw nicely as the tide turn here. And a bit of the rubber green. That's what seems to happen. I mean, he was sat in his... I mean, when I started the commentary here, he just seemed to be sat in his chair admiring Liam Dunster. Just waiting for a chance. You've just got to be patient sometimes at this game.
Yeah, I think he'll take this one into the bottom left corner, then the one into the centre. Go up for the other 2 at the top end of the table, and then just leave the one that's just above the centre pocket, left centre pocket, as his last ball. That looks like the route to me.
Well, it's not the route to him. Unless he's leaving that to his last ball.
He doesn't want that to stick. Well, he's okay.
That could have gone wrong. And you know, there was always different routes for this clearance, and you can see why he's going to band it this way.
Yeah, so he's leaving the yellow in the middle of the table for his last ball, which, yeah, I would have preferred to have got rid of that one, but as we often say, more than one way to go about the finish.
Oh, Dean Shields. A little bit of a mini comeback here. Can he hold himself together? Take these remaining 2 yellows. He's going to have to leave himself a semi-tough black. One I expect him to get. Has he come a little bit too far on this? Can he drift down? Is he going to drift through the gap and play a simple black?
I think he can run the white through. Yeah, no problems. In a few seconds' time, these 2 are going to be locked up at 5 frames apiece. It is game on.
Yeah, 5 apiece. We're into a best of 3 now. And Dean Shields, great comeback. But it's going to be Liam Dunster to break.
And next up, we're going to be bringing you the amateur final, whilst we wait for the other quarter-finals to catch up. Between two of the best amateur players around. I mean, they're new to the tour. but I'm sure they're going to put on a great show for everyone.
Frame 11. Liam Dunster to break. Scores are tied at 5 frames all. Time running.
Well, this is the Liam Dunster's measured break again.
He's nailed that one.
3 balls off the break. And these reds, if he can get through to that pointing angle on the plant, we're probably going to see Liam Dunster stop this mini comeback of Dean Shields. Those 3 frames.
Extension call.
So Liam taking his extension. Yeah, it felt quite nicely that to leave him that plant.
Yeah, it was a great break, just exactly what he needed. As we get to the conclusion of the Fair.com European Championships here in Coventry. It's been a long 3 days of action. And we've still got a few matches to go yet.
Yeah, we're nearly about there now. And everyone's enjoyed it. There's still a couple of hours left yet.
Yeah, just what an amazing job our production team are doing. Such long hours, particularly these last 2 days. Bringing you these fantastic pictures. Let's hope their overtime rates are a favourable mark.
Yeah, we need them to be. We really do. But yeah, they have done a fantastic job. They've worked tireless throughout. Our muffins, though, Kev, they did. Yeah, them muffins that got delivered earlier on, they ate them.
So I'd heard. I could see a bit of chocolate chip on the cameraman's cheeks.
Yeah, he thought he could get away with it, but he left a little bit of evidence out. Well, here we go. Liam Dunster plays everything to perfection.
I bet he makes muffins to perfection as well.
He probably does. He is an expert in all the fields that he tries at. And at the moment, he's taking some stopping. 1 frame away now from being the first man into the semi-finals.
Yeah, that was a nice, tidy finish. I mean, they were all there, but you know, the way he goes about his work, just plays everything with such precision. The penultimate red that he could have put into the top corner. You know, you can just get a bit too much stunning there. He could have just glanced the yellow. But he's played it again absolutely perfectly and landed in prime position to finish the frame off. He'll be hoping to go one better than last night. I'm sure he'll be bitterly disappointed with his performance. I've no doubt he was at the practice table this morning before breakfast.
Dean Shields to break, trailing 6 frames to 5.
No doubt.
Looking to iron out a few of those errors that just crept into his final match against Clint Ianson.
Yeah, I bet he was first in here, to be honest. He'd have been back down here, trying to work on his game. What a break this is from Dean Shields. He's got a red. Oh, the finish so awkward again, though.
Well, if that red does go past that yellow into the bottom left, he has got options here. He can take this red into the left centre and then put the right hand of those two that are just above it into the top right corner and just disturb that red and yellow that are together. That's just what he's looking at now. I hope he didn't hear me. But it all depends whether that red goes past the yellow at the bottom end of the table. He's probably only got half a bag. So he's putting the red left centre, as we said. Now he's just going to try and put this red top right corner, just release that red that's stuck to that yellow.
Yeah, just have to. Dean plays his shot. Oh, how's that landed back there?
Yeah,
I think there was always a chance of that because he was hitting the cushion first. It wasn't exactly going near the pocket. And it just clipped the jaw and angled back towards that yellow again.
I think he just got caught in two minds there of how hard to play that. It was either a really soft cannon or a bit more power, and he sort of just went half and half.
Yeah, I think when you commit, you have to fully commit. I mean, this is this red. Does it go? Ooh, I didn't think he had all the pocket there. What has he done here? Was he gifted this last frame? Or are we going to see a deciding frame? So, just while Liam decides his route, here's some of the latest scores in the quarter-finals. Ross Fernie, Ryan Clark, they're locked at 3 frames each. Mark Boyle and Corey Reese, 2-0 now to Mark Boyle. And then in the bottom half is Ben Davis against Dan Davey. And Ben Davis is 5-4 ahead now. And he seemed pretty down and out in his match against Kevin Kirkham 2 rounds ago. And all of a sudden he seems to have found a little bit of form.
Well, class act, 2018 world champion Ben Davis.
Yeah, beat Simon Ward in that classic final. That very last frame. Ryan Clark now, he's just taken the lead, 4 frames to 3 now against Ross Fernie. Ryan Clark, he always seems to get to the latter stages. He seems to be a regular now in the quarter-finals. He's had a semi-final appearance as well recently, last season.
Yeah, we seem to be talking about him a lot on a regular basis.
I think the way Liam played that, he wanted to weld him in the gap of the cushion and the yellow. He didn't want to leave Dean any shot on here at all. Well,
he's putting all his eggs in one basket now.
He's pulling the trigger. Can he leave himself an angle here? The only option he's got to go straight into the red. And he's just got to rely on a little bit of luck. There's no way that he can play this in such a way to guarantee himself a shot. He don't want to leave himself hampered queuing. Don't think he has. I think he's got to play this off the left-hand cushion first, Kev. Is that what you think? But the red won't come out like that, will it?
No,
he needs to hit it direct.
I was just wondering if the red and the yellow that are together are a plant. But there looks to be a bit of a gap between them. So here we go. How's he going to play this one?
Wow.
Well, he's got a shot.
Yeah, has he got any angle? Has he got to leave the white on the top cushion? What an incredibly tough black he'll have if he does pot this red. I mean, he's had a bit of a result there, but he's also had it's like good news, bad news. He hasn't left himself any angle. But that black pots in both corners. I think he's got to go towards the centre of the top cushion, has he? Is he screwing it back, trying to come off the yellow? I think he tried.
Yeah, it was unlucky, good attempt. So he tried to hit the yellow half ball after potting the red, just to try and fizz the white out into a bit more of a bit away from the cushion. But now this tough black to stay in the match.
He is a great single ball potter, though. This is so tough.
And to force a decider. The clock's ticking, is on 2 seconds. It's a great attempt. What a great shot there from Dean Shields, and it gives the punch of the fist there, and rightly so. That was a fantastic shot.
He's smiling now, look. Dino, what a brilliant clearance that is.
I don't think he'll get much response from Liam.
No, he won't even look at him. He won't.
Oh, he's talking to Vicky. His biggest fan. Great friends.
I think it's his only fan. I've been told. I don't think Vinky's even his fan, to be honest. Chucks his towel down, you see there. He means business now. But it's going to be Liam to break.
Yeah, Dean can only hope he can get a look in on the Dunster break.
That 1 second look that he had left is still on the on our scoreboard there.
Well, that was a fantastic black. Really was, under the biggest amount of pressure there. That's a phenomenal pot.
This is the 13th and final frame.
Yeah, we picked him up.
Liam Dunster to break.
Great single ball potter is. Great cue action. I'm not going to big him up too much.
Deep breath there from Dean. He can only hope now.
He just gets a shot. That's all he wants. He got opportunity last time in the Liam Dunster break. Liam Dunster, again, a very measured break, this cut break. He's been playing this for some months now.
Well, he's dry. He is dry. And Dean Shields, you just see, grabbed his cue there.
Get me out of this chair.
What has he got? Let's just look at the break again. Red got pretty close to the pocket, but nothing really threatening a pocket there. And I think he's going to be looking at Red's.
Extension call.
Nothing Liam can do now. He just needs to hope that Dean Shields makes a mistake. But it's a little tricky finish. It's not as if they're all roll-ins. He's going to have to...
He's trying to make things happen. It's gone really scruffy again for him.
Yeah, and that red that is glued to the yellow, I think that only goes in the right centre. He's going to have to pull out a few big shots if he's going to clear this frame up.
Yeah, and this is not getting any easier. I mean, I'm just wondering, has he tried to leave himself a double on this red that's tight up against his yellow? Into the bottom right hand corner. I mean, oh God, if there's some clearance, this will be.
Yeah, and those yellows are all out in the open if he does make a mistake.
Well, this has been the first opportunity for Dean. He's yeah, I like this, but there's still two reds I don't see that's got pockets.
He needs a bit of angle. What can he conjure up here? I think the red behind the black, I mean, if he does get behind it, I think he can just drop that into the middle pocket.
So if you can hit the bottom of this yellow, pushes the red forward to the centre, like that. Is he on it? Oh, it's hard to say from our camera angles.
That might be all right. That might be all right.
But he's going away from his work. What can he get after that? It's all right putting it if he is on it. Can he get anything?
I think he can drop that into the middle. Then I think he can take the one that's on the other side of the baud line. He's running out of time.
He's hit it into. Oh, he can just drop it into the far jaw. He could just hold it enough there. What a chance this is now, Dean Shields.
I think he's just got a nice angle. This is all about holding yourself together here.
What do you reckon he's got? 3-4 inch window there to pop that red into the right centre?
Oh, it's a tiny, tiny window. And he's got 6 seconds. It looks good.
Oh, it's perfect.
Wow.
Brilliant shot from Dean Shields.
Dean Shields, this is your moment.
So, just got to hold himself together. Just got to drop this in. He's going to have to take a bit of his medicine and take a tougher black. He has. He's going to have a cut back into a blind pocket. But this black to get a famous victory over the world champion and #1 IPA player, Liam Dunster. What a great comeback this has been. This black now to get into the semi-finals. It's there, and what a brilliant performance there from Dean Shields. Unlucky there to Liam Dunster, that dry break. It just proves how hard it is here at the IPA ranks. And wow, Dean Shields, got to be proud of yourself there. What a great clearance. That black to go 6-0 under that supreme shot clock pressure. And he's into the semi-finals, the first man in there, just when he thought that match was getting away from him. And I really cannot wait to listen to what he's got to say to Kevin Barton in the studio. And let's get right over there right away, and let's hand over to Kevin Barton.
Thanks a lot, Mark. And I'm joined by Dean Shields after that phenomenal performance there to beat the world champion. And that's what it takes to beat the world champion, a phenomenal performance. And you delivered that.
Yeah, I think I played quite well there. It's similar to me, my game against Dave. There was a period where I was just sat there watching. But I just hung in there and just thought, if I get a chance, just take it, put a bit of pressure on and see what happens.
And you showed tremendous bottle and resilience at the end there, particularly the 12th frame to that long black. I mean, that was some shot, and then to follow it with that clearance. I mean, you must be so proud of what you just done there in the last 5 minutes.
Yeah, I've got not had time to sink in really yet, but the shot with the black in the 12th is shots like that. I feel they're my strong point. The single ball potting. I obviously haven't got the touch play that Liam has, so I kind of come on.
Not many do.
No, not many do. But it's back myself to pot a ball if I'm on it from anywhere. So, and I'm pretty good under pressure. I'd like to think so. Yeah, I was fairly confident of getting it. It was just wanting to get to a decider and just see what happens.
Yeah, I bet you must have been just praying to get a shot on the Liam break, because I think the break before he absolutely destroyed the pack, didn't he?
Yeah.
Left a really nice clearance, and you're just hoping and praying, I guess, just to get something.
Yeah, I mean, I can't believe how well he hits that cut break. It's like you're hitting it that hard, you're expecting the white to go flying off the table, and he controls it so well, and he's making 2, 3, 4 balls each time. So when that happens, there's nothing you can do really. You just wait for the times that it comes up dry.
So you're in the semis, 2 matches away from potentially taking the silverware home.
Yep.
How does that feel?
It's exciting, but just one at a time. I can't think too far ahead. Just because I've beaten Liam doesn't mean that it's now easy. There's great players left in, so just got to try and keep focused and do the same again.
Dean, fantastic performance. Well played. We'll see you in the semis.
Thank you.
Well played. Dean Shields there pulling out an incredible finish there to beat Liam. And as I said, that's what it does take to beat Liam. You have to do something special, and he just delivered.
You say an incredible finish to beat Liam in the final frame. What about the black in that?
Yeah.
To get it to level under that shot clock pressure. Unbelievable.
1 second left.
Yeah, and I did say to him, I said to you that he's one of a great shot making them shots under pressure with that cue action. He can just deliver it at any time and hold himself together well, and that's why he's one of the most up-and-coming players.
So all the semi-finalists from yesterday are all out.
Yeah.
It just shows how crazy this game is sometimes. You just can't predict anything.
Yeah, you say how crazy this game is. It just shows how strong it is at the IPA ranks as well. And there's still a few matches going off in the outer tables, and it's going to be very interesting now to see who makes the semi-finals, because a lot of them matches that's going off now, they're very close as well.
Yeah, they certainly are, and we'll be catching up with those very, very shortly. But next, we're delighted to be able to give you the opportunity to bring the amateur final, so the new kids on the block, those who are striving to become professionals, and the final is going to be between two new names.
Yeah, Dave Stratford from Wales. He played unbelievable against Adam Griffiths, who got to our last amateur final in the Isle of Man, where he played Jordan Everts. And he was 6-2 behind in that and came back to win 7-6. Unbelievable scenes, to be honestly.
And just to interrupt you there, Matt, did you see the black that he potted?
I didn't, because I was in the comms at that point.
Well, he snookered himself on the black and came off a cushion, whacked the black, and it went in the centre pocket. It was crazy. I was watching it.
Oh, it's obviously what was meant to be. And then we've got Joe Prince. He's come back onto the tour. I don't think he's ever played on the IPA tour, but he's played on other tours, etc. He's been in some of the big organisations playing pool. I think he's had a bit of a rest break for 2-3 years. He contacted me to make a comeback. Here he is at the IPA ranks at the first tour, and here he is in the amateur final. Credit to Joe Prince.
Yeah, and he beat Morgan McInnes in the semi in a real tough match. I saw a bit of that as well. Two great players, and we all know how good Morgan is. So to beat him just shows the calibre.
Yeah, well, Morgan, he's got an amateur title under his belt already. He got to the Champions Cup event final at one point, and it just shows again how strong these amateurs are. And Joe Prince, he was in control of that match against Morgan. He never really looked back, and it was never looking like getting beat. And here he is in his first final.
Yeah, well, first impressions, it looks like it's going to be a handful for Dave. But well, that's the talking over. Let's get over to our referee Ben Taylor for Winter. He's going to get the action underway, and it's Dan Fairway in the commentary box.
When you get your extension, the clock will
Thank
change
you, Kev.
colour, so you'll know it's been used. All right. Just
we're in the commentary box. Dave Stratford v Joe Prince. Wales v England. Joe Prince from, I don't know exactly where he's from, but I know he plays his county pool for East London.
If there's any fouls or anything like that.
Should be an interesting final. Two players we've never seen on our screens before. Could be a nervy one. This could be the first time either of these two have played under a 30-second shot clock. So we give them a little leeway.
Do the lag now, and then we'll just have to wait a couple of minutes. You want us to lag now? All right. Thank you, gents. When you're ready, please lag for break. Joe Prince wins lag. Would you like to break first? Okay. Yes, very quickly, yeah.
Really coming down the home stretch now in the tournament. See Dan Davey there in the background putting his cue case away. That, I strongly suspect, means that it will be Ben Davis through to the semi-finals of the Open event. Because last I saw, Ben was 6-5 up. I can confirm that Ben Davis beat Dan Davey by 7 frames to 5. So the first semi-final will be Dean Shields against either Ross Fernie or Ryan Clark. Ryan Clark currently leading 4-3 in that one. And the second semi-final, Mark Boyle or Corey Rees against Ben Davis. And Mark Boyle 3-0 up at the moment on Corey. He's in the top part of your screen as well, towards the right-hand side. Currently at the table. So if he can complete that clearance, he will be 4-0 up. And as good as Corey is, it would be hard to see past Mark Boyle at 4-0 to the good.
All right, ready to go? Thank you. The IPA European Amateur Final, race to 7 frames. First frame, Joe Prince to break. Time running.
In we go then to the amateur final, the European Amateur 2022. Joe Prince breaking first. And that's a pretty successful first shot on the stream table. Immediately opens up a decent chance on yellow, a bit of a half chance this. I think he could probably see enough of that yellow lowest on the table. If he got right behind it to pot it, I don't think the red's quite covering the potting angle. So all of these yellows go. That's a slightly loose opener for Joe, I think, but he may be able to see this yellow who's closest to long into the bottom right. It's going to be all about how he gets between the balls here. He's taking on this tricky one down the rail. This is very missable. Just slid in off the jaw. I think the problem now, for me, that was the nicest ball to get on that difficult yellow I've been talking about at the bottom end of the table. But Joe Prince is digging in here. He's going to run out of options quite soon. That cue ball, I think, has come too far to pot this yellow, has it? No. He's get down on it quite quickly. He obviously fancies it. A nice full ball kiss on the red. Pushes the other yellow out into open play and leaves him nicely on the yellow down the right hand side. So this is a very impressive opening visit so far from Joe Prince. A little bit surprised at the way he played that. I thought he might have drawn the cue ball back, but can he get nicely on the black from here, or does he just leave a double? Double it is for the first frame. And that has sailed into the heart of the pocket. And it's Joe Prince who takes the early lead in this European Amateur Final. Not the most difficult double, but still had to be got. And Joe Prince did exactly that. And it's Dave Stratford to break next in frame number 2. He's already under a little bit of pressure. No prizes for guessing which football team he supports. Look at that shirt. Cardiff emblazoned on it.
Frame 2. Dave Stratford to break, trailing 1 frame to 0. Time running.
Looks like Dave's going to be opting for the cut break. It's been used quite successfully on this stream table so far today. And he continues that pattern, but this is an awkward looking table. All the balls have congregated together down in that bottom left quadrant. Some serious work to be done here. The yellows are probably slight favourite. He's got a thin clip to the middle. He's going to be running into the others, so trusting to luck a bit here. Is he on the yellow to the left of the black spot? If he is, then this is okay. Clearly not. So he's going to take on the very tricky pot. Just a slight snatch at that one. And it brings Joe Prince out of his seat immediately. He does have a problem, red. One to the left of the racking line there. There is a chance that he could get on that to the bottom right. But it would take a very good positional shot to get the cue ball into that area nicely. Just caused himself a little bit of a problem there as well, because he's nudged the black over the pocket that he would have liked for this red that he's looking at now. So that's why he's taking that next. But again, running away from everything a little. Is he feeling aggressive? There's a possibility of potting this red in the centre. Well, he's lining up the yellow there, but I think he could stun this into the red and yellow at the bottom of the table. He would be trusting to luck with how it came out. Well, you can see what he was trying. He was trying to get the cue ball off the yellow and land on the red, but the problem with that was he was always pushing the yellow into an area where it might cause him an issue. I'm not even sure he's landed on the red. Very tight. He's having a good look. Throw this in with a bit of side, perhaps. Well, just the pocket cover, which will keep Dave Stratford thinking.
Timeout.
It was always going to be an easy safety shot for Dave. Now, what's Joe thinking here? There's a very aggressive shot. He could play the shot off the jaws. Try and get the middle red, or the red in the centre of the cushion rather, out into open play, but no, going to play it safe, up and down. It's a decent shot, but it doesn't do him any favours. He's still got that red all tied up on the bottom rail. Now Dave could potentially just block that bottom left pocket and try and put Joe in the same position he was in before. Well, I'm not sure about that one. There's a very ambitious 4-ball plant on here for Joe. But the worst comes to the worst. Dave's at least left him a chance just to get that red out into open play, and then all the pressure goes on the Welshman. was a tactical error there. He really couldn't afford to leave him a good look at that red. And even though Joe has less balls left on the table, for me, he's just got a pretty heavy favourite.
Extension called.
Dave's trying the safety once again. That's a good attempt. But it's a relatively easy hit for Joe, and Dave has done well because he's developed some of those yellows. And now, unless Joe can keep him away for a pot, Dave should be able to find an opportunity. Well, he should be able to find an opportunity to at least break out that ball, but that's a terrific shot from Joe Prince. And Dave is now in all sorts of trouble. There is the possibility of a double. I think the second yellow on the left would go. He's not taking it on. Trying to get in behind the black. This is a good effort. Very, very good shot. Well executed by Dave Stratford. He's hanging in there. He's not giving up in this frame. This safety battle is still raging on. But Joe's balls are all out in the open now, so he just needs to find one good one. Doesn't want to catch the yellow first.
One free shot, one visit.
And that should be fatal.
Time out. The white.
For Joe Prince. Dave Stratford immediately asking the referee for the cue ball. Because all he's got to do is unblock that bottom right pocket. And the yellows should be absolutely sat there.
Yeah, I mean, with this yellow down, just needs to make sure he hits it full ball, just like that. Played to absolute perfection. Oh, has he got a fin clip on this one in the top left?
He could play it off the other yellow.
Yeah,
it's actually not that difficult.
Yeah, he didn't have to do a lot with it. But the only problem is when you get balls moving, they can go into tough positions. But that's come out pretty well.
I was a little bit surprised at the way Dave played that plant, actually. He did play it really well, no question, but he could have just potted the red because there was enough room there to get the cue ball back out, and the yellow wouldn't have been any more difficult. It still would have been over the pocket. I think he ran the risk, the way he played it, of potentially something going wrong.
Yeah, possibly. And he goes about his work very quickly. Very fluent player. Oh, he's got into that a little bit. Well, it's not bad. It's not bad though. Getting into it about there. He's definitely going to be leaving himself an angle.
Had an enormous margin for error on that one. Have you seen much of either of these two before, Mark?
Yeah, I know Joe from an organisation from years back. World Rules mainly. So he was in the England under-21s team when I was in the senior team.
Showing your age there, mate.
Yeah. Yeah, I know, I don't want to say too much.
Well, you handled it really tactfully until I blew it wide open.
Yeah, you did. Yeah. Just hope no one was listening. But yeah, I know Joe. He's come back into the... he messaged me to come back onto this tour, to be honest, and asked how can we do it. And he's been in contact ever since. And he's been phoning me most weeks, to be honest, just making sure he's got everything right, and you know about the IPA badge and the dress code and all of that. So I've kept him up to date with everything he needs to know. And here he is, at his first tour in the first amateur final. Been a great start from Joe. I've been pretty impressed. I've been watching this Dave Stratford today. he's been coming through some very tough games throughout the amateur ranks, and he's been playing some brilliant stuff. I think he's well known in the
Joe Prince to break.
Welsh city.
Scores are tied, 1 frame all.
And,
Time running.
he looks to play to a very good standard as well. Both very well, they're both new players on the tour this year. What a great debut that they're both having.
Yeah, both players able to get their feet under the table, both off the mark really at the earliest opportunity, with the score being 1 apiece. I'm sure that will be a nerve settler for both of them.
Yeah, well, I mean, this is broke pretty untidy.
Extension call.
But Joe, the first 2 breaks I've seen him break, they've been pretty powerful. Seems to be carrying a good break around with him.
Yeah, he's got a couple of problem balls, hasn't he? But he's going into this problem red on the left-hand side early on by the looks of it. He could play the plant, try and get it out that way. He's also got a fairly decent angle. He could develop an even better angle on the one to the centre. But he's missed that pot. That's a poor miss. He's missed that by quite a distance.
Yeah, he'll be disappointed with that one, definitely. That's not one he was expecting to be missing.
Yeah, it wasn't the simplest of pots, but he was right behind it. You don't expect that. Dave is keenly studying that top left corner. I think he's probably wondering whether he can get the yellow that's just to the right of the top left pocket. Oh, wow. How's he found that gap? I was going to say, wondering whether he can get that in front of the red. That may be his only option now, but to try that. He did try the aggressive shot first off, but how he found that gap is a mystery to everyone, to be honest. And he's clipped the wrong yellow there. But he's sort of got away with it. That's not a bad result, because really all Joe can do is touch his yellow over the pocket. Can he stop it from going in? If he plays this delicately, it can't afford to go in.
Look how awkward this is. Very awkward queuing. What's he trying to do? Play it off the jaw? Yeah, I think he's played a pretty good shot there.
Yeah, it's a very good shot.
Yeah, good return of his own there. Yeah, and as you said, Dave, he definitely hit the wrong yellow there, just thinly clipped it, and ended up clipping 2 yellows and hid behind it itself. But
Joe's certainly in control of this frame at the moment. But it's hard to see a situation where Dave can leave him a very good chance, the way that these balls are situated in the top left.
Here's Joe now looking to, he's looking to contain that left-hand pocket, and he's played a terrible shot. He's undercut that one. He's given time now for Dave to try and get some of his yellows out. You know, is he going to be ultra? He seems to be a very ultra attacking player, and I like this style. In these black ball rules, this is exactly got to be. Can he get into this cluster?
It's a good thing for him that he didn't, because he missed the pot. He's had a massive result there, and he's put his hand up in apology because, okay, Joe's still got problems. Sorry, Dave's still got problems on the table. Well, actually, Dave doesn't have problems left on the table anymore, but Joe does. Is Joe just going to try and cover that pocket again?
Yeah, I mean, he could have thought about pulling the trigger but I like this option. Okay, he did love that red just to pop out a bit. So when he does want to pull the trigger, as I say, he'll then be able to just make sure he gets that plant in the top corner. But is Dave going to help him out here? I don't think he'll be getting any help off him. Just going to glance it. Oh, he's playing the double. Yeah, again. Yeah, it's the right shot. He's got his tough yellow out. Remember, Joe, he's got this red at the bottom cushion, just below the black to the left. And the only shot he's got on that one is the red onto red plant on the bottom cushion.
Yeah, I mean, if Dave did get that, it would have been frame over. But he has left Joe this angle on and off the cushion to get into that difficult red. And it could be frame over the other way if this comes out well. And it has. Beautifully done.
Yeah, well controlled.
I think the one thing Joe now has to guard against is that plant. He's obviously going to be taking that on last. Just the way that those two are together, he wants to be attacking that with a bit of angle so that he can get the cue ball back away. And also so that he doesn't push the red away from the pocket.
Yeah, he's trying to leave an angle now, like you said, Dan. But the shot previous to the one he's just potted there, the way that he nudged that black up. And I think nudging that black up probably opens it up for that bottom left-hand corner now, which it didn't at that point. So we're now going to see, does that black definitely pass? I don't think he's got all the pocket, but he's definitely got more pocket now. Now he played that deliberate nudge.
Cue ball's close.
Oh, it's close to the cushion on this pot now, because he ain't got all the pocket here. I don't think he has anyway. Not the bottom of the jaw.
Oh, wow. Dicing with death there, Joe Prince. Just caught the yellow, but it wasn't enough to stop the black ball finding the corner pocket, and he leads by 2 frames to 1. That's a big opportunity miss for Dave.
Yeah, it is, and he'll be a bit disappointed there. He played the attacking shot, and he said, go on then, Joe, if you can tap these, but he also left in the perfect angle to get his tough red out, and he'll be disappointed. But good clearance from Joe, don't take anything away from him. The way that he played that cannon on that red, played it lovely.
Our referee, once again, putting in a marathon shift, Bento the Fuente.
Frame 4.
Racks up for frame
Back
4.
after break. Trailing 2 frames to 1.
Of a possible 13.
Time running.
Yeah, he has. He's been superb, Ben has. Anybody that's going to watch any of this back of it, he wouldn't have made many mistakes. He's always on his top of his game. No matter what's chucked at him.
Dave with a good break again. Makes a ball. Again, it's a scrappy table.
Yeah, just why Dave selects this ball. There's some latest scores. That's in the quarterfinals. The other 2 quarterfinals that's going off between Ross Fernie and Ryan Clark. Ryan Clark now 1 frame away. He is 6-4 ahead. And you can see Ryan Clark, when you get the big screen back, he's in the top left-hand corner of your screen. And then Corey Reese against Mark Boyle there in the top right-hand corner of your screen. And current scores is Ryan Clark 6, Ross Fernie 4, and Mark Boyle 5, Corey Reese 1. So they're coming to the... It sounds like they're coming to the closing moments of their matches now. Or is Corey Reese going to have another mini comeback? He seems to be giving players head starts again. You can't afford to give Mark Boyle head starts, that's a fact. But back to this one. Again, we've got another untidy frame here. That cluster on that left-hand side.
Yeah, Dave took on a finish there that wasn't really on, and in some ways, it might be a blessing in disguise that he's missed that previous shot. Because his balls are still more open than Joe's.
You're going to need an angle from somewhere to get into that cluster.
Fairly sure Joe might have been trying to cover the pocket there.
Yeah, I think he was, but now has he forced his hand here? The one that's tight to that left-hand cushion. Can he get any angle to dislodge them? Can he get any power onto the potting angle? That's the key. He needs power.
It's a really tough shot, but if he played that with a lot of side.
Shot clock pressure though.
He has played that with a lot of side. That's a terrific shot. Is he on the yellow? He's got a very thin cut.
Yeah, and it's not a cut into the middle. It's a cut into the bottom right-hand corner, Dan. I think that's all he's got on, I think.
I think the cue ball's going to be running into the yellow just above. He's going to rely on a bit of luck, perhaps, with where that ends up as well.
Yeah.
Perhaps he can get through to it to the middle, or is it a double?
Well, you've nailed it there, Dan. It's a double. Is it getting any easier? I think he can get through to the one into the bottom left-hand corner. What a great clearance this would be, because these did not even look on. But he's under-hit that by a foot, at least.
Still drops in. He doesn't have to do anything with the cue ball here. No. This has been a real seat-of-the-pants clearance from Joe Prince. He hasn't, at any point, in my opinion at least, been fully in control of what he's doing, but he's just coming up with shot after shot. Needs another one now. Got it. Lovely shot.
Nailed it. Left himself the perfect angle now. Simple yellow into the side, and then he'll have a simple 8-ball also into the same pocket. There you have it. 3-1 to Joe Prince. There's a gap opening up. What a great clearance that was, Dan. And Dave, he couldn't really do a lot about that one, could he?
Nothing you can do about that. Well, he could have not missed the red, I suppose, but it was a very tricky finish. It was sort of a typical cut break, though, the way it came out for Dave. Yeah, he made a ball, but he was always chasing. It's funny, you've spoken about how attacking and aggressive he is, and I completely agree, but very early on in the match, there were a couple of moments where he had the opportunity to attack, or at least to play a more attacking safety shot, and he looked quite negative. Ever since then, everything he's done has been purely positive, and I do wonder whether that particular experience has just led him to go, do you know what, I'm not going to do that anymore. I'm going to go for my shots. I'm going to take things on.
Yeah, and you've got to in these finals. These opportunities don't come around very often. Have a look at the Joe Prince's break. That was a little bit loose that time.
Cue ball's in.
Oh. Yeah, that white was pinging around everywhere. You see them sort of balls pinging around a ping-pong machine. Not ping-pong machine, pinball machine. Ping-pong. I'm getting it mixed up with me. Sports.
If you played Pong on your TV at home, yeah, you really are showing your age.
Dan, we'll be at this again. I thought we'd forgot about all of that. All right, back to the pool.
We never forget picks.
No.
Nice opening there from Dave. He's just left himself these 3 yellows at the top end of the table. Just wants to leave himself a nice angle to come back down. To be honest, that black is in probably the worst possible position to have an open ball on the table.
Yeah, it is. But if it's tight to the cushion, that will probably help. But we've seen he's stepped up. He's a more of an attacking player now. And he's seen the finish.
The problem is it's so close to the cushion that it's not really available for a double. Is he looking at attacking this now? He's just pointed his cue where he wants this cue ball, and it looks like he's trying to nudge it. This is a huge shot. Oh, what a shot this is. That is magnificent.
A round of applause there for Dave Stratford. That is unbelievable talent. That shot along that cushion.
At that pace.
A lot of players, 3, maybe 2 out of 10.
Yeah, that's...
At that pace. Yeah, not just dropping it in at that pace and then directly at the black. Brilliant shot from Dave Stratford. We've got a match on our hands here, Dan.
We certainly have.
What a great standard from these two amateur players. And wow, brilliant shot. 3-2 to Joe Prince. That loose break from Joe. Just lost a little bit of momentum now. So we'll get another chance to look at a Dave Stratford break. And as you say, he's playing this cut break. Let's have a look at this shot again. This is unbelievable.
It's just the pace he played it at and the precision. He lined this up perfectly.
Oh, we'll have another look there. I think we've got somebody else trigger happy. Here we go. Let's have another look at that shot. Great shot.
Because this isn't just about the pot. It's about the position too. How about that?
Brilliant shot. And then...
Got to be so careful of the centre pocket as well.
Yeah.
Playing it like that.
Yeah, of course you can. I mean, the white could have gone round and made himself look an absolute idiot. But, yeah, and he's made himself look like a superstar. Brilliant shot.
Well, maybe he is a superstar in waiting, because these amateur players are, of course, playing essentially for a place in the professional ranks at one stage.
Yeah, if they accumulate enough points, top 16.
Making an amateur final isn't going to go against you in that regard.
Yeah, winning the maximum points is always a great start. And he's got a ball off the break. First glance for me, yellows. But, I mean, that cluster in the middle for both colour sets makes it a little bit awkward.
I don't think it makes it as awkward as you think, Mark, because I think the bottom yellow goes to the right centre. And if it does, then that's just straight shots, because he can land perfectly on it from the yellow to the left.
Yeah, has he looked at it though? He must have done. I mean, he's going ultra attacking style again. Just going to roll this through. The yellow into the opposite middle. Is he looking now? What's he eyeing up?
This is a perfect example of planning your route, because, like you said, at first glance, this looked like a really messy table. But actually, I think he's going to finish these off pretty much with 8 straight shots.
Well, he's coming round now. He hasn't really looked it into the right centre, so whether it's clean cut and it definitely goes, or has he leaving himself an angle to dislodge it out? I'm still not convinced yet what he's making his mind up about.
It's either that or it's a double.
Well, the way that he's screwed this back, he must be leaving himself for a double.
I still think it goes. He's having another look now. Little nod of the head. He's obviously told himself what he's going to do. Be nice if he told us.
Well, if he rolls this through, it goes into the middle. If he screws it back like that, it's a double.
I think he's taking this onto the middle still, Mark.
You're right. I mean, I don't get why he screwed that back then.
I think, to be honest, I think he's just got into a bit too much. I think he was trying to stun it, and it's just come back
great call.
Come back half a roll.
Yeah.
But now the black's difficult.
Does it go top left? Does it go into left centre? I think it goes left centre. Oh, great pot. Another confident pot there.
That's a beauty from Dave Stratford. And he leaves himself a simple black for 3-all. This has been a very impressive performance, especially in the last couple of frames from the man from Wales. Houdini on the back of his shirt. Well, he's certainly getting himself out of some trouble here.
Yeah, absolutely. And a great standard here from both of these amateur players. And Well, they're fitting in quite nicely here at the IPA ranks, and they'll be not missed on the pro circuit if they continue to play with this standard. They're doing it on the TV table as well. I'm not sure how much experience these two guys have had on TV table, but they're relishing this opportunity.
Yeah, I said before the match started, Mark, that I have my suspicions, and I could be wrong, but I have my suspicions that this will be the first time either of these two played under a 30-second shot clock.
Yeah, you can't be far from the truth there.
Joe Prince to break.
And Joe, he's just come back to the pool world, and this is a very new sort of, what can I say, like a device, sort of 30-second shot clock. We've only been using it probably 2 years, 3 if you want to count the pandemic.
Cue ball. Oh, that's close.
Has he got a ball?
Nope.
He's dry.
The worm has turned here a bit, hasn't it? Because
momentum.
At 3-1, Joe Prince was looking very confident, very happy, and he's hardly turned the table since. And the way these balls have come out, you wouldn't back against Dave clearing these up either.
No, you wouldn't. I mean, both sets, they've all got pockets. They're all going to have opportunities to clear them up. Joe, he's got to find himself. He's been a little bit unlucky not putting a ball off that break there. Well, I've seen Ross Fernie with his coat on. I think he's been beaten. Ryan Clark, he only needed the one frame. What's Dave done here? Has he got a shot here? Has he got that yellow? Does it go to the top right?
Yeah, I think it does. And actually, you could potentially stun this into the other one to nudge it away from the black as well and make that possible in the bottom right.
Yeah, I can tell you, Ryan Clark, he's the next man into the semi-finals. He's beaten Ross Fernie 7 frames to 4, so he's now going to be playing Liam Dunster. Oh, sorry, Liam Dunster.
Think so.
That's because I was looking at Liam Dunster's name, Dean Shields.
There we go.
I do apologise about that, Dean. Because I was talking to him and laughing about him about just after he'd made them 2 fantastic clearances, and so you don't deserve to be in that final after that. Having a laugh and a joke, as we do here at the IPA.
You're a horrible man, Mark Pickworth.
I was going to put him on table 1 against Liam, but which is in the far right corner, out of the way. I still might, yeah.
Joe Prince does return to the table, because Dave Stratford's last positional shot didn't work, but he has found a decent looking containing safety. Not quite sure what Joe's thinking here. He's after a double, and he's got it.
I'll tell you what, he's nailed every double that I've seen him play. Phenomenal talent.
He's still in a bit of trouble here. I don't think he's got an easy... Well, he's got the straight shot up to the top right, but he's taking a serious look at this plant, so he must feel like that's an easy enough one to get.
If he does, it opens it up.
Ooh,
yeah. Fine. It's fine.
It looked a bit far jaw at first.
It did, yeah. But no, he needs an angle on the one in probably the left centre to get on the one near the black into the bottom right hand corner. But this is the only shot he's got to go at. It's all down to about getting in the right position now. Is this going to fall any good for him?
Not great.
It's knocked the red off the cushion. But now, has he got an angle to get behind the yellow? Or if he does take the one into the bottom right-hand corner, I mean, if this does go into the left centre, where's the white ball travelling to?
I think he's got to take the one bottom right and potentially use that yellow as a blocker. If you use the yellow in the bottom of the table as a blocker, that could work, but it is risky because if he runs behind it, he may have nothing. I don't think he can take the one he's closest to, though, because I think the natural angle surely takes him into one of those yellows in the bulk area.
Yeah, well, he's taken his extension. He's had a good think about this now. He must have worked this out. I think he's going into him.
I think he's going into the yellow. Slow roll.
Yeah.
There you go. Brilliant shot.
played that to perfection. Just got to stun this back now. When I say stun it back, screw it back. Just make sure he gets past that black. He's going to have to play this at a little bit of pace to get that draw back. Yeah, he's absolutely nailed it. And both of these players seem to be playing with a lot of confidence.
Probably overscrewed that a fraction, hasn't he? Got to be a little bit careful of that yellow.
He can still stun through the gap here. And then he can... Oh, Dan, you was right. I'm not sure why he's cannoned into that. Things can always go wrong. I mean, it should just at least leave himself a shot at it. Has he still got a shot at it?
I think he's got one.
Is he swerving it a bit?
Throws this in with a bit of side.
Well, we know how reactive this cloth is. Does Joe?
Oh,
He's
not reactive
miscued
enough.
He's still spinning.
That's a shocker, to be honest. He should never have been anywhere near that yellow.
He should have just played for the gap through there. Hey, oh, I hate to criticise him. He's been playing some brilliant pool that we've seen. But it's another opportunity that's gone begging.
It's a bit lucky, to be honest. He hasn't left Dave anything easier than this.
Yeah, but he's shot to out, isn't it?
I think possibly. I think Dave's playing safe here, to be honest.
He's not. You don't know what the word means.
Well, that's a bizarre choice. Because there had to be something better than that.
Yeah, I mean, I would have been tempted to play that into the left centre and drift the cue ball up to the balk area.
Yeah, if you leave the cue ball anywhere near the top left pocket, Joe's nowhere. Now he's left him a simple finish.
And Joe's making hard work. Oh, it's not a bad case. He's made hard work of that.
That could have
Should have been nowhere near that black.
That could have gone horribly wrong, but it didn't. And it's probably what Joe deserves because, you know, Dave played a terrible shot there for me.
Yeah, he did, but Joe played one of his own. Cannon into that yellow. He didn't need to be anywhere near that yellow. Should have just played the gap. Just believe in his potting ability because he has got some great potting ability. Well, 4-3. Not a lot in it between these two.
It's been a good match so far, but it hasn't been a classic yet, has it? There's been
glimpses of it being a classic.
You can see that, yeah. You can see that both of these players are very, very good, and perhaps the pressure of the situation, first final, first time on the shot clock, first time on the TV table. I think there's a few moments where they've probably been feeling that pressure.
Yeah, we're definitely going to see that. It's quite alien to these two, no doubt, playing under these conditions. But they're doing a good job at the moment.
Dave Stratford
Can't be too critical of them.
4 frames to 3. Time running.
So we're going to see this cut break again from Dave. Can he level this match up? Well, we're going into a best of 5.
The cue ball was going straight into the centre, got kicked away, giving Dave a bit of hope, but it only got kicked right up to the top corner. Check this cue ball out. Look, heading straight for the centre. Nah, I fancy the corner instead.
Yeah, diverted into the top right-hand corner. Giving the table back to Joe. The momentum keeps swinging about. He can't settle with one player. Joe's just working these out. Shot clock's ticking down. He's not taking his extension. Don't feel that he needs to. Oh, good shot. Opened up all of these reds now. The hardest ball of this clearance will be the black.
Yeah, I think he'd probably be leaving that red to the left centre for that. That should afford him the ideal opportunity just to drop that in and land nicely on the black.
Yeah, I think we can see in the top half of our table on one of our camera angles. It looks like Dean Shields and Ryan Clark, they're going to be playing on the outer tables.
Yep, getting ready for their Semi-final. The first of the semi-finals.
So Joe just going about his work here on these reds. Didn't leave himself a nice angle on that red there. So he's going to have to do a little bit more with his cue ball than he wanted. I mean, he can either do it on this shot or the next shot. Depends on how he feels. Is he pinching a bit of the pocket here? He's not. So
it's a bit too much angle for me here. He's got to drift this in dead weight.
Or he can cannon into the yellow. That's right, that red. We saw what happened with the previous cannon, but he's just dropped it in, left himself a shot, but he's going to be overreaching here. That yellow, he's going to be overreaching on. Oh, he's fine.
Oh,
He's
this
fine.
is awkward, Mark.
Yeah,
this is awkward. This is missable.
Yeah, he hasn't used his extension yet.
He's about to.
He is about to now. Just going to gear himself up for this. This is big moments now for Joe Prince. If he gets this, a 2-frame lead to get to 5-3.
Oh, it's not dropped.
My word.
Well, it was wide. Let's not. You know, this was wide.
It was. Maybe just the pace kept it out. But I was expecting it just to roll forward.
It's one of those that you expect to drop on these tables. It's yeah. I fully expected that to drop in, but it was wide. It wasn't a great shot from Joe, and it was all down to that previous shot.
Extension called.
He was hampered. He was stretching.
Yeah, it seemed that way.
Was there a better way to get on that black? That might be the question running through his mind now. It might run through a little quicker if Dave Stratford can take these yellows out. But that yellow on the side cushion, still going to be a tough shot. That's great control. Probably wouldn't have minded a touch more, actually. He might have had an angle to bump into that difficult yellow, but I think at this point he's just going to have to leave it till last. He might have an angle to move it now, Mark, but it's a massive risk. It's surely not worth it.
He needs to keep this very simple. You cannon into balls, they can go wrong.
I think he's going for this.
He is, he's trying to cannon into it, but it's gone wrong. I didn't like that shot.
No, I didn't.
Just drop that in and take the one in the top half of the table and then just leave that till the end and drop it in. Now he's got
a long yellow.
Yeah,
This
a
is
pot
horrible.
that he'll probably get, but it's the position. How's he going to get position on his final yellow?
He's going to try and dead weight it. This is a brilliant shot. What a pot that is.
He's just going the way that I mentioned.
Yeah.
So
Yeah. Nailed. Nailed.
Hot of the pocket. Oh, the black has just dropped, but it will be replaced, and that just proves how close that really was. I mean, it's took what?
The look on his face.
5 pots for it to drop.
The look on Dave's face was extraordinary.
And it took 5 pots to drop that.
It's a funny old game.
Yeah, it is. And the simple black there.
Frame.
Well, well, well. Dave Stratford looked dead and buried in this frame. But that missed black from Joe Prince means it's 4 frames all.
We're into a best of 5. Just going back down to that black drop in there. I'm not sure if you were doing comms with me at the Champions Cup. And when Brian Moss was reffing, there was a ball, I can't remember which ball it was, and it was on the edge of the pocket. And it dropped 3 times on the clearance that this player was making. And I've never seen it. I mean, yeah, you see him drop in, but 3 times in the same clearance. Unbelievable. It just proves that Brian, he was doing a great job getting it back in the exact place, etc.
Yeah, he definitely got it in the right place, that's for sure. Interesting that Joe is standing up while his opponent takes a quick comfort break. He's sort of...
He's trying to keep it loose, I think.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Say that, though. For me, he looks more tense than loose, if anything.
Yeah. There's Mark Boyle.
Mr. Magic, what's he on in this frame? Is he on yellows? He must be, because he must be working out... Well, he's not on that black, is he? Because it wouldn't be there anymore.
It'd be over. Yeah, that match is currently 5-3 to Mark Boyle. So Corey staging a little bit of a comeback. That's our first semi-final there. Ryan Clark.
Time running.
Against Dean Shield, not Liam Dunster, as I previously said. Some power into that.
Yeah, very loose cue ball, but he's got away with it.
Look at that little cluster on that left-hand side. Can he get a potting angle to any yellow?
Problem is, yellows aren't great because of the yellow just above the black as well, just the left of the black from the overhead.
Yeah, the reason I say the yellows is that he's got balls to get the cluster out, or the hard ball out in them areas. With the reds, there's not a red near that red in the top left-hand corner. I mean, even if this pot's clean in the bottom left-hand corner, he could go into it with this one. But I don't think it is.
Taking this in the centre by the looks of it.
Oh, well, it's okay.
Could have gone worse, but I'm not entirely sure where he was trying to get the cue ball there, if I'm honest, Mark.
No, I'm not. I don't know if he's tried to cannon that red that was in the centre there.
Is this played? Has he left an angle on the one to the centre to top through into the cluster?
Well, if he has, you've got to say he's probably been fortunate. Oh, he has, but again.
Well, that's somewhat less fortunate, isn't it? Joe's in serious trouble here. Serious trouble. His best bet might be to pot the red, this next one he's looking at now, and cover that pocket for the black.
Well, maybe that's what he's trying. He needs to make sure he doesn't pot this.
He can't attack from here.
No, he can't.
But he's looking at where he wants the cue ball for the black. It's there. Can he get far enough down the table that he can cut that red in? Is there more of a gap than it looks?
I mean, does the yellow pot, does the red pot anyway? I think all he can do is...
It must do.
Well, that clock is ticking down. He's used his extension. 5, 4, 3, 2. He has. He's trying to leave an angle, but has he got enough pace on it?
I don't think so.
No, I don't.
I think it needed to be thinner than this. I mean, he might be able to throw it with a load of swerve, but he's not getting on the black, surely.
Containing shot, but I think he's done the damage now. And you're probably not going to see that red again. But we know how attacking Dave Stratford is. He'll be looking at trying to take these out in one.
Do you think? He's got to play safe here.
Well, I'm just saying the way that we've been watching him play.
I know, but he's got to play safe here.
Has to. Anywhere on this bottom left-hand side.
Yeah, it would be suicide to go for anything else. There is a potential shot to nothing. He could take on a back double. The yellow that he's looking at now, he could be back doubling this, trying to open up the pocket. And if he doesn't get it, he's screwing back towards the cushion. That's the shot. Needs to keep the cue ball out. Didn't want to pot the yellow if it's gonna. Oh, it's gonna hang
again.
How is that still there? That looks in the pocket.
Yeah, that is hanging.
Well, Joe Prince is. He can't do anything from here. Surely, he's just got to whack this. This is an absolute hit and hope. Attention all pockets.
Foul.
Oh. Well, it wasn't a bad effort. He wasn't far away.
1 free shot, 1 visit. Time running.
But now Dave Stratford is in prime position to take the lead. He'll probably just nudge this red off the cushion and try and get it safe on the top cushion. If he does play that shot, he's just got to be careful that he nudges the yellow out as well. Doesn't leave himself no shot. It's really nicely played. Hasn't left himself a great shot. But he can just get his other awkward yellow out now, the one covered by the black.
Total snooker.
Yeah, so he's got some more insurance there. That black doesn't go now. He might come off the cushion and come off the yellow and drop in. But
it's hit and hope time again for Joe, isn't it, surely?
Yeah,
just get it moving.
Get it moving. Trying, because these yellows, they're all on. He just needs to make something happen in this frame, but he's not the favourite. He has got it moving. He's left a decent white. Oh, I'd love that red to be a little bit more out in the open. What's he left Dave here? Is he going all out for this?
Well, he could just pop this one and play safe again.
Yeah.
Just
that's exactly what he's doing.
Yeah, just nudge this over the bottom left. You're not going to leave Joe a shot.
Yeah, he's probably looking at trying to not leave him a thin edge as well. He wants Joe coming off a cushion, at least one.
To be honest, I think even if he did leave him a thin edge, Joe's still going to come off a cushion because there's no value in just nudging it away from the yellow. Doesn't want this to drop.
Oh dear, it has dropped, and that's careless.
Yeah. It is, but it did look like a wider miss than the one that stayed up from Joe a couple of frames ago.
But he could have played that on and off the cushion, track the white towards just below the black spot or something like that. He had loads of options with that and chose to try and get it over the pocket, and he didn't need to.
It's not terminal yet. That red still doesn't really go anywhere nicely. Oh, this is a delicate one.
It's played pretty well though.
Yeah, it is. That was one of those shots that you get it just wrong. You hit that yellow just too thick, and you end up not hitting a cushion.
What's he got on now? Has he just got a one cushion escape with? He's making something happen. He's coming off the side cushion maybe.
Yeah, if that's lined up on that yellow, you could see this red fly into the bottom left.
That clock.
Oh, it's close, but it's not that close in the end. And Joe hasn't been as fortunate as he might have been with the cue ball.
No, that red's it's in a safe area. And surely Dave's going to take this chance now.
Yeah, he's just got to be careful of that red. And he's actually going to take the yellow up to the top left, just to avoid any problems with that. Ooh, missed this by a way.
And left a shot for Joe.
I still think... I think he should have taken that to the middle and trusted in himself to...
Or at least play that with more positive.
Yeah.
It's punch it in. Don't just try and drop it in. Just punch it in and just make sure the pot...
That's going to be a hammer blow for the Welshman.
He'd have potted that at his local club. No, he's had it.
Where's this cue ball? Where's this cue ball? It's there, is it? Oh, it's just stayed out. He's got a shot.
I think he needs to take this on to the top right.
Well, I mean, he could just dolly in behind it, Mark.
Yeah, but there's a ball over the pocket.
He's going to leave him a shot.
Played it well.
Well, Dave Stratford,
Total snooker.
maybe you can still win this frame, but you need to come up with a very good shot right now.
Yeah, Joe's done well there to get to the...
A lot of angle on this.
Yeah, well, he hasn't got any choice because the jaw's in the way. Oh, he only just missed that.
1 free shot.
Joe would be pleased because I thought that was tracking to be putting that in the right centre. That would have been a travesty to Joe.
Oh, my.
Oh, Joe. He's got three
He's got
shots,
two
hasn't he?
shots.
Yeah, we really, he has.
But why? Why?
Well, yeah, because
Just
we're
pot
so
it.
used to seeing players get down and pot it. I mean, this is Joe's first tour back, and don't be too critical of him.
Oh, no,
Yeah.
I'll be critical.
We're so
I'll
so
be critical.
used.
You've got a black over the pocket.
Yeah.
I don't care if you've got a free shot. Just pot the ball.
Yeah, well, it's all about the result. And in the end there, Dan, he's got the result. He's got 5 against his name now. And you don't need to do something if you don't need to do it. And but we're just so used to our professional players that have just banged it in, as they always do. They get on with the next frame. But still the same result either way, Dan. And 5-4, Joe Prince. Dave to break next. But I think Dave's missed a trick there.
Oh, massively. I mean,
Frame 10.
Joe should never have won that frame.
Stratford to break.
The one that Dave missed, he missed by
5 frames to
good
4.
6 inches. It was an awful
Time
shot.
running.
And it was just pressure, really. But he made the wrong decision for me. I think you cut that one in the middle and just a little bit aside to come back up the table and avoid the red. You're bound to have a shot. If not, you're bound to have a safety.
Well,
good split.
Yeah, especially when now that yellow's come out into play.
Yeah, keep an eye on the bottom right of your screen here. That yellow's just nudged up against that red, and then out it comes. Really, the only half difficult ball is the yellow to the right of the cue ball now. It's not the most difficult double, Mark.
No, it's not.
It might be worth potting this one in the left centre and then taking that on.
Yeah, but Dave, he's probably under a little bit of pressure here. He should have been on 5 now. He isn't, and he knows one mistake, and Joe will have a chance of getting to the 6 and 1 frame away. These are big moments, and probably going to be a lot of pressure on this clearance. But it's a clearance he needs to take. It's a must.
Well, he's really got into this. He's obviously playing on that difficult yellow.
Yeah, I like this. But I don't think he's got enough angle, has he?
Yeah, he needs a touch more.
Yeah.
He's got enough angle to jump on and off the cushion and leave himself the yellow up to the top left quite comfortably. If he wants to get the one in the bottom right, he's got to play this with some pace.
He's gone for your first option. Is he gone enough?
I think he's gone in betwixt and between there because, to be honest, I don't think he should have stunned that.
Should have played with a bit more pace as well, possibly. But now look where that yellow's going. Yeah, see it pot it into the bottom right hand corner in the blind pocket. But where's that white going? It's going to go into all sorts of trouble.
Yep, trusting to luck a little with the cue ball here. He's got lucky. He's got a shot.
He looked at that. He looked at that cannon of how it was going to come out. This is what he expected to be.
Could have gone a lot worse than that, though.
Absolutely. Mark. But he's left himself a shot now. Still not out of the woods yet. This is a tough clearance.
Great shot. Great shot. I think he's on this.
He is. The way that he's got straight back up, I think that tells a tale. Is he playing it with a bit of swerve? And I think he's got
maybe he is. Yeah.
Swerve.
Is it there?
Oh, just. Well done. We're into a best of 3. It's black to get us there.
This has been a great match, Mark.
It has, yeah, very, topsy-turvy match. Is all of a sudden looking like one, then the other, and then the other one comes back. And brilliant match, 5-5. Hope everybody's enjoying it back at home.
I still maintain, though, that Dave Stratford, for me, made a bit of an error in not getting on that difficult ball earlier. I called the shot, and it might not have been the right shot, but he could have doubled that very early on in the clearance. He had a perfect opportunity to land nicely on that. In the end, it was that ball that nearly was his undoing.
Yeah, it was. But he elected to take it into that bottom right corner, and well, we are where we are. We're 5 apiece. Let's see if a match is going off. Still they're going on.
Yeah, Corey Reese breaking off against Mark Boyle there in the top right of your screen.
And Corey, he was on the comeback there.
Time running.
Yeah, I'm sure he got back to 5-4. And they're breaking off again, so I wonder what it is now.
6-5 Boyle.
6-5 Boyle. They played 2 frames with him when I saw it at 6-4. Mark Boyle 1 frame away from getting into the semi-finals.
Joe Prince and Dave Stratford 2 frames away from becoming amateur champions.
At this break off. Has he got an opening shot?
Yeah, he's got a red over the pocket.
Yes, I mean, it's the only red that's a problem is the one on that right-hand cushion.
The two together, are they? I mean, they're an easy enough plant, but you want to be right on that because I think the ball you hit first is going to be travelling in behind those yellows. So if you're going to play that as a plant, you need to play it with a fair bit of pace to make sure that red comes back out. Oh, this is not a good positional shot. This is a terrible positional shot.
I think he's on. I think he's on the one on the right-hand cushion.
Yes, just moved away.
Or is he on the one in the middle of the table?
He's on the one in the middle of the table, or the one on the right-hand cushion, I think.
He's definitely on the one on the right-hand cushion, I think. Yeah. Looking at the overhead, I think he's definitely on the one on the right-hand cushion. And even looking at that camera shot, that tells that. It doesn't tell us if he's on the one in the middle, but I don't think he is he? Oh, he looks like he's queuing up for it. He is on it. What a bonus this is. Oh, he's down to 2 seconds then. Did he not hear the beeps?
He's that far in the zone.
Oh, it's a good job he had an extension, otherwise that could have been curtains. Oh, he's missed that bite. Oh dear, that is pure pressure.
Dave Stratford, though, he's got serious problems of his own because those 2 yellows in the balk area, what do you do with those? Okay, you can drop the yellow in the centre and get on the one down the rail, but you can't play that with enough pace to get the cue ball across into those, surely.
No, I mean, I don't think it's a plant into the top left-hand corner. I don't think it goes past the red anyway.
Yeah, even if it was, it doesn't go past the red, but it isn't.
Does he just leave himself a big angle on this one on the cushion?
I think that's
play
all
it with one inside. That is all he's got. But this pot is so missable now.
There's no guarantee these come out.
Yeah, remember, it's 5 apiece. There's pressure on this now. Pure pressure. Got the pot.
This is
How's
superb.
this come out?
Oh, that's... Well, it could be a lot better. It could be easier, but my God, that's a good shot.
Yeah, it is, but it's not perfect. He's got a pot, but it's all about the position.
Can he take the top one of the 2 and use that red just to hold up the cue ball?
Well, it's asking a lot. He's going to be moving that, but he's under shot clock pressure.
Just wants a quarter ball touch on it. Well, he's just playing safe.
Containing shot, but it's not a great safety shot. He's left the one into the right centre. That is pure pressure again.
He hasn't even hit that hard enough to cover the red to the top right either. That still goes.
Yeah, and Joe, he'll be disappointed with that previous miss. Is it out of his head? Because this is a tricky little pot into the right centre. He's gone down to the bottom, and I understand why he's done that, to keep the cue ball safe.
Yeah, a bit more of a shot to nothing, granted.
But what sort of message does that send out to your opponent?
Well, it sends the message that he's left a long double on here. If he doesn't get it, he could cover the pocket where Joe Prince has just left that red. But if he does get it, he could well be on the yellow. Has he got enough of this? Has he got enough of this? What a shot, Dave Stratford. That is an absolutely world-class double. Let's have a look at this.
Look at his positional play as well. It's just the pace. Let's drop that in. Perfect shot.
And this is even better, isn't it?
Yeah.
Fraction far, maybe.
Well, it don't matter. He's going to be able to get his cueing into it. So, his cue into it. We can just stun this back for the black into the same pocket. I don't think he's got any angle, no problems. Big moments now in this match. It needs to come off the cushion. Is this a simple black at 5-all? Needing 2 frames.
This is a gorgeous clearance. I said a few moments ago, or a few frames ago, that this hadn't yet developed into a classic. Well, it has now. This has been brilliant the last few frames.
Yeah, brilliant standard. What a great double that was. Brilliant shot. But I think Joe, he's missed a trick. He should have been taking that red into the right centre. It just sent a message out to Dave that was a negative bit of play, and I think both players, I mean, definitely Joe's feeling it out there.
Not to be disrespectful, but it's a typical amateur shot. You wouldn't find, I don't think anyway, I don't think you would often find a professional playing a shot like that, because they know what the other professionals are capable of. In the amateur ranks, there aren't that many players against you who are going to come up with that.
Yeah, it's a great point. It's Craig Marsh laughing to somebody, I'm not sure who. Oh, was he? That's very nice of him. Alright, I'm getting told why Craig Marsh was laughing. I'm not going to repeat it on air.
I'm not that bad.
I'm just making it sound that bad. I'm making a bit of a drama out of it. That's what I'm doing.
It's quite
building it
uncouth.
up, I was, but yeah. Anyway, back to the game.
12.
Dave Stratford to break.
Leading 6 frames to 5.
Breaking for the match.
Time running.
Cut break again. I'm just looking on the Mark Boyle table, which I can just see at the very top of my screen. He's at the table. Is that going to be the moment?
Well, that's dry.
Wow. We're seeing drama here. Are we going to go to a decider? Looks like this. I mean, they're a bit untidy again, aren't they?
Yeah, it's not.
It's not bad.
It's not the worst dry break you're ever going to have, is it? It's.
Does he play the plant first? Huge shot. If he does.
Oh, what? Down the rail? Yeah. He can't play that.
I mean, the yellows are nice.
They are, but he's not playing that, Mark.
Oh, I know, but it'll just open up the table. It means he's got to try and open it out now. But look where them 2 reds have gone. He couldn't have placed them better with his hands.
No.
That's a bonus. It might just give him a free shot at a double on this yellow if he can't get a potting angle to it. And can he get a potting angle to it? Has he got enough? Can he get through to this?
It might be.
The way he's played this, then I think he has.
This might be shot to nothing territory again. I think if he hasn't quite got it, he can load it up with side, and if it doesn't go, he might get the pocket.
Oh, he does go. What a great shot there from Joe. He's left the plant in the top left, I think. I think he's possibly got the pot into the top right, but the one in the top left, you can get control. Play it at a very controlled speed.
That first shot couldn't have come out any better, really, for Joe Prince.
No, I'm sure all Joe Prince fans at home, they're cheering him on to get this deciding frame. I mean, the way that this match has been played, it probably deserves to be a deciding frame.
Yeah, I don't think you'll find too many arguing about that.
The Mark Boyle match, that's still locked at 6-5. But he is currently at the table. The other semi-final, that's underway. That's currently 2 frames each between Dean Shields and Ryan Clark. It's all going off.
Now, this is where Joe Prince needs to control the adrenaline flowing through his veins. want to overhit this one, I don't think. I think he's going to play this quite delicate. Oh, he's playing the middle first.
Good shot. He's held himself together well there. Was that work an easy pot?
No, it wasn't. I thought he was going to take the top one first for that reason.
He's overreaching a bit here. I think he's going to have to play the black possibly in the same pocket. That's the angle he's got. Has he got enough on it? Is he going to bounce off the cushion?
Just enough.
Just enough. Yeah. Nervy moments now, though. This black to take us into a best of one.
Yeah,
it's a sudden death frame. Great pot. Brilliant clearance under supreme pressure from Joe Prince. It's 6-all. It's going to be Joe Prince to break into the deciding frame as well. They must be full of nerves, both of these players. They've been through a great battle against each other. There's the friendly handshake, the traditional one.
Certainly a solid handshake, wasn't it?
Yeah, and looking on the top table there, I think Mark Boyle, yeah. Looks like they've shaken hands, and Mark Boyle looks like he's through.
If he is, he's going to take on Ben Davis.
Yeah, and that's going to be up this match straight away on this TV table after the presentation.
The score's tied at 6 frames all. This is championship frame. Very best of luck to both players. Joe Prince to break.
So then Joe Prince, have you got a good break left in you? You've been breaking really well. He's just lacked getting a ball or two. Huge moments now. He's got a ball. Oh, just that top cushion. And again, is there anything around it that can get up there? I mean, for me, it's yellows. I mean, if he can get the potting angle on that yellow, just as he did in that previous frame, in that bottom left-hand corner, I don't think he's got that much angle on to pot it, though, has he?
I mean, can he take this yellow to the right of the cue ball in the centre and get into it that way? It's a hugely risky shot. It's very do or die.
It's a deciding frame.
What else do you do?
No, this is the shot. This is all or nothing. He's got the pot. How's the position? It's not come out. He's going to have to come up with another plan.
Oh, that could be disaster for Joe Prince.
He was unlucky there with the double kiss. If it had glanced by after the first contact, he'd have had that yellow in the opposite corner. But it hasn't.
It doesn't go up to the top right either. Trying to screw into it again from this. He's got the angle, I think. Oh, well.
Wow, he didn't get into that.
He's had a slight touch of fortune there, because that yellow that he missed has blocked a pocket for a red. And I don't think the red in the top half of the table goes either, in the balk end. I don't think even if Dave could get on that nicely, it would go to the top right.
Extension call.
So Joe Prince is, I suspect, still alive. It would be some clearance for Dave Stratford to get out from here. Oh, he's gone for this. Hasn't got it. The difference between these two at the moment is that Joe Prince has plenty of balls left on the table. Dave Stratford is fast running out of them.
Well, I can say that we've got a conclusion for the Ladies' Cup as well. Vicky Lomax, she's beaten Jodie Allen in the final there, 4 frames to 2. Well done to Vicky there. She's our #1 seeded player in the IPA Ladies. Pretty sure that might swap hands this weekend. Well, we'll have to see when the rankings come out how that affects things.
Well, we're coming up to Easter.
Can we start shot clock, please?
Dave Stratford. Oh, he's run out of time. He hasn't time fouled, but he ran out of time to think, and he's just hit the red.
Wow, he's just taking his eye off that, and everything is happening now. The players just need to calm down a bit here. There's still a bit of work to do in this frame. Joe's just tightening up that screw.
Got a horrible feeling that
Timeout.
shot clock error
Time
is
out.
going to be what costs Dave Stratford. What's he going for here? Is this off the cushion and into the
Side,
two? Oh, this is
yeah.
a good effort. It's a good hit, that. It's got him out of a bit of trouble.
Yeah, it has. Because I'm not sure where Joe can hide the cue ball this time. I mean, he can hide it in the same area, but he is going to possibly take a couple of balls off the table. Maybe one, could be two. Or is he going to now pull the trigger?
It's time to go. It's time to go,
Got
Mark.
to be. He's going to need a good pot. Or at least leave the correct angle so he can go up table and get out that tough yellow. Yeah, I mean, he's got both options in both middles. Oh, what's he thinking here? What's he seen? What's he seen? Great pot there from Joe.
To answer your question, Mark, I have absolutely no idea, though. He's not happy. I think he was trying to drop that in and leave an angle to screw into it off this one in the centre, but that was never happening.
No, it wasn't.
He just couldn't drop it in slow enough for that. The cue ball was never holding.
Well, that clock is ticking down again. 4, 3, 2. It really was, and he's just played a containing shot. This is risky. Because Dave, he's got nothing to lose now. Does it pass into the top right hand corner? Is there enough potting angle on it? Has he had a look? I don't think he has. He's keeping an eye on the shot clock though. That'll be ticking down again in a minute.
I think this is just going to be a bit of a nothing shot.
Yeah. There's nothing wrong with that.
It's not a bad shot because he's...
aren't we?
Yeah, but he's forcing Joe into either coming cushion first or playing one of those two yellows, and if Joe plays one of those two yellows, he's got to be very careful not to pot one of them.
Yeah, he's surely got to come off the bottom cushion and clip the yellow, or the top yellow of the two that's over the pocket. That clock though, it's ticking down again. They're not going to get any time to be thinking about this. It's
Potted
dropped. Now then, Joe, what are you thinking now? Can he get anything like a snooker?
This has got to be
this.
an exceptionally delicate touch, and he's really stretching.
He is.
And he's right over those two balls as well.
Oh, the white.
That was always going to be the problem.
One free shot.
And now, Dave Stratford, you will not get a better chance to be crowned IPA European Amateur Champion.
Yeah, see this red. Just needs to leave this over the pocket. He doesn't want this in.
This is so nervy now.
It is nervy, definitely
really
so.
Feel the tension.
Is Joe Prince going to get another chance? He's had a great chance in this frame to lock it up, and there you see it. He's developed the red of the closing moments now.
He'd like a bit more angle, I think, Mark.
Yeah,
this isn't
nervy.
This isn't great.
No, it isn't. Far from great.
He's quite straight on this. He might have to screw.
Both of these
back.
players are going to be under shot clock pressure. Where's the white
Oh,
going?
This is great cueing.
Oh, it's awkward cueing. Does he take the one in the top right first? Oh, that's a huge shot if he does.
He's very, very close to it.
He's got to take the one over the pocket.
Yeah.
He has to. At this sort of moment, I mean, if it was 0-0 or 1-1 or something, then he'll probably take the one in the top right.
But the black doesn't go past the yellow to the bottom left. That's a very good shot.
Well,
but he's going to have a difficult black. He's got to screw this on and off and leave it into the
left centre. Yeah, he has. This is a big shot. Nervy one. Is he going to nail it?
Oh, you bet he is.
The cue ball. How about this for your first IPA title? This black.
Drops it in absolutely dead weight and it falls. A fist pump for the Welshman. A celebration for the Welsh boys. Dave Stratford takes the title of IPA European Amateur Champion 2022. Joe Prince had his moments, had his chances, but he will be left disappointed in the end. A superb victory for the man they call Houdini. Joe Prince will go away, lick his wounds, and be back in a couple of months. But the delight on the face of Dave Stratford tells every story you need to know. He is the amateur champion here in Coventry. And we will now go to Kevin Barton for the trophy presentation.
Thanks a lot, Dan, and you join us down in the arena for the presentation for the conclusion of an absolutely fantastic amateur event here in Coventry. First of all, let's introduce our runner-up, Joe Prince. Joe, it's been a tremendous weekend for you, just not quite the finish you wanted, but must be delighted with your start to your IPA season.
Yeah, unfortunately, through the match away, I had a couple of chances I threw away, but credit's due. He played well. I thought he played better than me, to be honest. I've made more mistakes than him, and he's a deserved winner. Yeah,
some great words there, but overall, pleased with your debut appearance here in the IPA, and really sets you up for the rest of the season.
Yeah, just would like to be able to practice on one of these cloths so I could actually get used to the tables from now on, but we've got another 11 months or whatever it is for the rest of the season, so time to practice. So.
Well, you put up a superb performance there, great foul, really enjoyed watching it, well done, congratulations on a great event. Joe Prince. And the winner, with his support from Wales, it's Dave Stratford.
Take it easy on me, okay? Take it easy on me.
Dave, that was, I mean, we were all holding our breath on that final clearance. Tell us your thoughts as you were putting those last few balls.
Well, I was nervous then. I'm surprised he gave me the shot on the red, mind in fairness, but yeah, just take them out like I normally do. Thanks to these boys, brought me along over the years.
Yeah, you would bring the loudest lot from Wales, including Craig Marsh. But tell us about your experience here this weekend and the last 2 days, 2 or 3 days.
Absolutely fantastic. It's my first time. What a venue. Wicked, brilliant. Can't wait till next one.
Well, we all need a rest, so I don't know about you. But yeah, fantastic performance, Dave. So Matt's going to present you the trophy. Congratulations. You are the European Amateur Champion. Congratulations. Well, Mark, I think there's going to be some noise tonight from the Welsh party, but a great final to start the amateur season here.
Yeah, absolutely. I thought it was noisy on Saturday night, but it's noisy here again here on Sunday night, and a credit to both of the players. It was an incredible final. It had absolutely everything, and both of these players, it's the first IPA event, and a credit to what we've seen there on this table.
Yeah, absolutely fantastic. So we have got 2 more matches to go to conclude this fantastic weekend here in Coventry. First up is the semi-final between Ben Davis and Mark Boyle. What a match that is going to be, and then followed by the final. And what a way to wrap things up this weekend, Mark.
Yeah, it certainly is, and this next match is going to be quite mouth-watering. If it's got anything half as what we've just seen there from the 2 amateurs, it's going to be a classic.
It is. Well, I think it's time to get the action underway, so let's hand back to Dan in the commentary box.
Thank you, Kev. 2 matches left for the stream table in this IPA European event here in Coventry. As Kev said, Mark Boyle and Ben Davis, 2 of the faces of the IPA, 2 of the most well-known players, 2 of the most well-liked players. Disappointed Joe Prince slinks away. He had his chance in that final frame. Potentially should have gone for it perhaps. And in the end, left the chance for Dave Stratford to clear up and become a very deserving IPA amateur champion. Really was one of the great amateur finals, that one. I'm sure it will live long in the memory, particularly in the memory of Welshmen who were watching. Mark Boyle just making his way into the arena. As we see in the background, Dean Shields and Ryan Clark going toe-to-toe. They really are going toe-to-toe. They're at 3-3 at the moment. So that match will decide one of our finalists, and this match will decide the other. For Ben Davis and Mark Boyle, actually, the opportunity for a first IPA final for a little while. The two boys just switching and swapping over. As we get the arena set up. We just have, as I mentioned, the 2 more matches to come. What has been a very exciting and very nerve-wracking weekend. And a very long weekend, it has to be said. We're not normally quite this late on the Sunday. Be a long night ahead for the team breaking down the tables. You will see a little bit of that on the top right corner of your screen. Davis v Boyle, who will break first? Firm handshake between the two. Ben Davis wins the lag.
The IPA European Open semi-final. Race to 7 frames. First frame, Ben Davis to break. Time running.
Ben Davis then to get us underway. He's thrown the cue ball a long way up in the air there. He hasn't thrown anything down a pocket. First opportunity goes to Mark Boyle, but this is horrible. Really going to have to stretch to pot that red, and that's his only option.
Extension
Don't
call.
quite know whether it's touching ball on that yellow, but it's certainly close enough that any real contact with it would almost certainly be a push shot. You can see there he's not on the red in the middle of the balk area. Is he? Let's have a quick look at it. But no, he's going to have to stretch every part of his body here. Nice little delicate shot that. Cue ball's probably come half a roll too far. It actually came far enough that Mark could punch on and off the top cushion. And now he is in a very good looking position. red just to the left of the black. I think that plants onto the other red. It's a difficult ball to get onto now. Really to everywhere except the top right. But if it does plant, that's probably the shot. Just wants to catch it full so that the other red doesn't push to the side cushion. A bit like that. Mark is looking very cool out there. You can just drop this in and run the cue ball through an inch or two. Heaving the black into the bottom left for a reverse dish to start us off. This would be the perfect start for Mr. Magic. And it is the perfect start for Mr. Magic. Superb stuff from the Scotsman. All Ben can do is sit in his seat and admire his work. Ben Taylor Fuente, once again, our referee.
Frame 2. Mark Boyle to break, leading 1 frame to 0. Time running.
Oh, Mark Boyle has just about kept the cue ball on the table. It looked like it was tracking bottom left, then it looked like it was tracking bottom right. But it stayed up. But everything has gone over to the right-hand side of the table. Only the black just peeks into the left.
Extension called.
And whilst he does have an opening shot on either colour, problems are plenty on both. You can see there the easier colour set reds, just the one problem ball. Can he pop this red to the left of the cue ball into the bottom left pocket and drift up table, leaving himself an angle on the one on the baulk line to break it out? That's what he's trying. This looks pretty good. This looks like a very nice angle. But so much precision required here. You can see Mark lining it up. He's got to nudge the red into the yellow, but in such a way that the cue ball comes back out and stays on it. And he hasn't. Has it come out far enough that he's on it to the bottom left? Not giving anything away with his facial expressions. Very, very close. If it doesn't, does it plant to the bottom right? I think that's the shot. Oh, he's tried to play it off the yellow. It's probably a blessing in disguise for Mark Boyle that didn't go in, because that attempt caused him an even bigger problem on what would have been probably his last red on the side cushion. So Ben Davis comes to a horrible looking table, but with the potential to exert a lot of influence over it.
Timeout.
Easy safety for Mark to get out of this, but Ben's a pretty heavy favourite from here. Oh, that's just slipped round the back of the red.
One free shot, one visit. Time running.
And Ben has gone from a pretty heavy favourite to a very heavy favourite now. If he is going to pop that red over the corner pocket and fly into the yellow, just needs to make sure the cue ball comes back out. A nice full contact on the yellow would have worked, because it would have pushed the red into one of his other problem yellows and perhaps got that out as well, but he's found a better route by the looks of things. Has it worked out? Ooh. Yes, it has. Couldn't have worked out much better. It could have gone a lot worse. I'm not entirely convinced Ben had every bit of knowledge about where all those balls were going to end up, particularly that yellow on the left hand side. I think that could have gone horribly wrong for him. Key shot in the frame coming up here. Ben's got to screw out of this and get on one of those ones in the yellow, one in the centre. Apologies. Been a long day. And Ben with this easy-going style around the table just nonchalantly mops up for 1-1.
Frey.
Nothing Mark Boyle could do about that. His break left him in all sorts of trouble, really, chasing a finish that wasn't there. And in the end it caught up with him. Just take a quick look at the current scores, or the current score I should say, in the other semi-final. Dean Shields is the one closest to making his way through to another final. He leads Ryan Clark by 5 frames to 4, but you can see there in the background that Ryan's at the table.
Frame 3. Ben Davis to break. Scores are tied, 1 frame all.
There he is.
Time running.
Studying his options. Doesn't look like a particularly inviting table, that. As the cue ball drops in for Ben Davis.
1 free shot, 1 visit.
Straight from the break. Looked briefly like it was going to stick over that corner pocket before he got a very unhelpful nudge from that red. And Mark has his free shot to open everything up. A couple of clusters here. He'll do well to get everything out in one shot here. But no, Mark Boyle, he'll probably have a good plan. Looks like he's playing this red into the red and yellow in the bottom half of the table. Oh, he's missed it. He's missed the yellow. I'm not entirely sure exactly what he was trying to do there. But it's not the result he was going for, I'm sure of that. Obviously just trying a thin clip on the yellow, perhaps. But that could have caused problems of its own. Not unlike the last frame. Mark Boyle being forced into a finish that's not really on. And that attempt to develop things. Hasn't worked out perfectly, but it has worked out okay, because he does still have the red over the top left corner pocket. Is that red in the centre of the table? I don't think that goes to the right centre. Oh. Plenty of topspin on that. Mark Boyle bananas the cue ball across the top cushion. Leaves himself an angle on that last red in baulk to come back down. Well, that's overdone. I think Mark wanted to be a fair touch straighter on this red, but he could come across, take that red in the centre of the table. Well, the way he's played that, he either feels that red goes to the right centre, or he was trying to come further and play the other one, but no, go to the right centre then. This is a nice angle actually. This is okay, but if he catches that yellow above the red incorrectly here, he could find himself in trouble next shot. Caught it really nicely. Just that half ball contact widened the angle for the cue ball and sent it a little bit further up table to make this black as easy as possible. Doesn't have to worry about the cue ball because the yellow on the bottom rail is in the way of the in-off. And he rattles it home, just about drops. And Mark Boyle eventually, by hook or by crook, punishes the Ben Davis in-off from the break. But he certainly took an unorthodox route to do it.
Frame 4. Mark Boyle to break, leading 2 frames to 1. Time running.
Dean Shields, Ryan Clark still playing along in the background. Still 5-4 in that match. This must be a very tricky frame between those two. And Mark this time has found that corner pocket with that cut break. And unfortunately for him, it's a much better split as well.
1 visit. Time running.
Just that bottom right area of the table for Ben to work out. I think he'd like to break out the yellows nicely because
extension call.
Just because the black covers that top right pocket for a couple of those reds potentially. If he can break out the yellows, they are all there for the taking. And that will do. He's hampered on his next one. And then he's going to have a little bit of a tester. Dropping this one into the right centre pocket next up.
Start shot clock, please.
It's not too difficult. He can drop it in pocket weight and he will be on the right hand of those 2 yellows that are wedged together on the right hand side. There you see it, he's got plenty of the pocket to aim for. Just wants to get this cue ball back out nicely now. Again, he's just slightly hampered cueing. Love to be able to get his hand where the bottom of those 3 reds are. But that's very nice. A really lovely touch around the table for such a powerful man. Such a powerful cue action. All we can do now is just roll this yellow in, push the cue ball through. It'll leave a mid-distance black. But really, for Ben Davis, it might as well be hanging over the pocket. He levels the scores at 2 frames all. Reverse dish from Mark Boyle in the previous frame, followed up by a reverse dish from Ben Davis in that one. It's a race to 5 now rather than a race to 7. Ben looks like he's feeling the heat a little out there. It looks like another frame's passed us by in the Dean Shields Ryan Clark match as well, because Ryan's breaking off in what would be frame number 11.
Frame 5.
And it's 5 all.
Scores are tied, 2 frames all. Time running.
All these matches seem to be going down to the wire. 7 5s and 7 6s all across the board in the last couple of rounds. And that is just the way it seems to go. The further into the tournament we end up getting. These players have been playing not far off non-stop now. Some of them almost all weekend. And yet, they never seem to flag. Just seem to keep on producing the goods. Ben would love an angle here to almost jump round that black, stun down to the bottom cushion. Doesn't want to be hampered by the red. I think that's come just far enough. That's a tremendous positional shot and well appreciated by Mark Boyle. Ben had to really force that angle, lots and lots of running side, and he found that gap beautifully too. This is a surprising shot. This is a very thin clip into the bottom left. Well, not as thin as it looked perhaps. Ben could get away with playing that at a bit more pace. Probably wouldn't have minded a touch less. This black just a bit thin. But he drops it home comfortably for a 3-2 lead. Brilliant break dish by Ben Davis, following up the previous 2 reverse dishes. Ben Davis leads by 3 frames to 2.
Frame 6, Mark Boyle's break, trailing 3 frames to 2. Time running. Extension called. Time out? Certainly.
Ben Davis back at the table, studying his options. This is a tricky looking table.
Time running.
For the Welshman. Out comes the rest. Taking on this red. Well, he's not entirely sure what he was trying there, to be honest. But it's open table for Mark Boyle. Can he succeed where Ben Davis failed?
Extension called.
Mark looking at this plant. That solves one issue, but there are plenty more. That yellow, red just under his elbow there. I think that actually goes quite comfortably into the right centre, as long as you get nicely behind it. He does have the perfect ball to do that. So really now this finish is all about that lone red in the baulk area. It doesn't go past the black. It doesn't go past those 3 yellows. It would go into the centre. If he was a bit straighter on this red, he could potentially have pushed the cue ball up to the top cushion and taken that on. He's playing this off the black, is he? Trying to open up the pocket. That's never going to open up at that pace. Mark Boyle in a bit of trouble. He's got to take this one into the right centre. If he pushes it through far enough, he could leave an angle to come down off the side cushion. Leave that red into one of the centre pockets. That looks pretty good. We're going to top this through. If he could top this through and come round off 2 cushions and land the cue ball on the black, he'd be very happy. He does appear to be lining it up into the right centre. But I think either or, if he gets into that area, he's going to have a shot. He's underdone this a bit. It's going to have to be a double, I think. It's a pretty strong area of his game, Mark Boyle, the double, but this is not an easy one. Cushions are going to slide. Wants to play this with plenty of pace. Is he trying to cut this in still? He is, you know. He's played the skill shot. Oh, Mark Boyle, that is superb. What a way to win the frame. He knew exactly what he was doing there, and didn't he do it well? Another look at that terrific shot from Mark Boyle. Mr. Magic certainly pulling out one of his tricks there. Superb from the Scotsman.
Frame 7. Ben Davis to break. Scores are tied, 3 frames all. Time running.
Ben Davis breaks off in frame 7. We'll be happy to see that yellow drop into the top left corner. And may well be even happier to see the lay of the land. This top yellow going into that top left corner, that makes life a lot easier, because I think it looks very tight from this camera angle, admittedly, but I think the yellow just below the baulk line actually goes to the top right. It looks extremely tight from where we're sitting here, but the overhead camera angle, I think he's actually got almost a full pocket for it.
Extension call.
Look at that, yeah. Not quite the full pocket, but certainly enough. Well, I'm stunned that Ben's gone down table before he's dealt with that yellow. I'd have thought he had enough pocket there to be able to screw up off it, and now he's in a serious amount of trouble. He's having the cue ball cleaned. That's obviously not the contact he was expecting. But it makes no odds.
Time running.
What can Ben do from here? He can't cut that yellow back, surely. The fact that that other yellow doesn't have a full pocket makes this more difficult, but I think all he can do is try and force this round the angles. Very tough shot, this. And in the end, it's cost him dear. Mark Boyle will get his chance in this frame. I'm sure Ben almost had that one chalked up as his.
Extension called.
Two more games to go. 1.5 really. Ryan Clark and Dean Shields. Mark Boyle and Ben Davis. Be a pretty good pub league team, that. What can Mark do with those two reds on the side rail? Is he going to try and develop them now? If he can get them both out in one shot, this could go very well indeed. Hello. There we go. That should be frame over. Great shot from Mark. entirely happy with his angle on this red, just off the left side cushion. Shouldn't be too bad. Stun on and off. Played it nice and confidently. And now it's just a question of how close he wants to get to the black. Pretty much dead straight in that centre pocket. Can just screw this back. Not too bothered about distance, just wanted to leave himself the shot. And that right there is why Mark Boyle takes that frame. Ben Davies should have had it. He could have had it, but he didn't have it. And now Mark Boyle takes the lead. He moves 3 away from victory. Ben Davies still needing 4 frames. I can tell you Ryan Clark now leads 6 frames to 5 over Dean Shields. And you can see Ryan there surveying the table. Dean Shields' break was dry. So Ryan does have an opportunity to get himself into the final.
Frame 8. Mark Boyle to break, leading 4
Mark
frames
Boyle
to
and
3.
Ben Davies.
Time running.
We'll be hoping to join him, but he's got to take those out first, Ryan. And Mark Boyle's got to concentrate on what he's doing now. Breaking off in the 8th frame. Caught that cut break quite nice. But sometimes it doesn't matter how nicely you catch them, they just don't go in for you.
Extension call.
Ben Davies studies the scene. And he sees in front of him. Were it not for the red over the pocket, I think he'd be taking the yellows on already. But because of that, he's taking the reds on. It's all going to be about that red in the centre of the table. It's really awkward. It may well go to the left centre, but that is a vanishingly thin window to be able to drop on that area, especially with the black and the 2 yellows surrounding it. But there are a lot of players who say that if you don't have to move a ball, why would you? Oh, this is tremendous. And he doesn't have to move it. He's found that gap brilliantly. It's a nice angle as well. He should be able to drop this in and get the cue ball back out. Well, I sort of expect him to play that with a little top so that the cue ball travelled further up the table. But he's got his route mapped out. I think he's going to finish these off, and this has been some clearance from Ben. He spotted the opportunity to get into that difficult red. And didn't he do it well? Cuts in that thin black and levels the scores again. It's a best of 5 now. These two really are going at each other with everything they've got, giving it both barrels, and it's wonderful to watch. Do hope you're enjoying your Sunday night. Hope you've got the good biscuits out. I hope you haven't got work too early in the morning, because you're not going to want to go to bed until you've seen tonight's final.
Frame 9. Ben Davis to break. Scores are tied, 4 frames all. Time running.
Ben Davis cue ball tracking ominously close to that top left corner pocket once again. It stayed on the table, but that's where the good news ends for Ben. A dry break brings Mark Boyle back out of his seat.
Extension cool.
Mark selected yellows. These frames are getting more and more crucial as time goes by. Mark got an angle now to run across to that side cushion and take on that difficult yellow. Does. That is slightly under hit. Actually, to the point where he's decided he's going to have to come back for that one. Just a hint from Mark Boyle's facial expressions there that his clearance isn't quite going to plan. That's a nice shot though, plenty of check side on that to hold the cue ball, give him the angle. Go back up the table for that last red. But it's going to take a very nice positional shot to get from that one to the black, because it definitely doesn't go in that bottom right corner. Gonna play this off the cushion, plenty of left hand side. Bring the cue ball back in a line behind that black. He's going to try and go across in the top half of the table. That's a very good shot. Mark Boyle with the slightly tricky black. leads by 5 frames to 4. We are getting closer and closer now. See Ryan Clark there in the background. He's still at the table in the same frame. He leads by 6 frames to 5. And just from the glimpse of the table you can get from our vantage point, it looks like he's in a bit of trouble there. I don't think he's nicely on that red at all. So perhaps there's hope yet for Dean Shields.
Frame 10. Mark Boyle to break.
Back to the action here. Mark Boyle breaking off once again.
Running.
That is a venomous cut break. He has got a searing amount of pace into that cue ball. Watch this. Gone in the blink of an eye. He's been rewarded with a decent looking chance. Just having a look how easy it would be to get onto that red. He's pointing his cue out as his second shot. He wants to take this one down towards the bottom right corner pocket first. But he doesn't want to leave too much angle if he's going to have to cut that one into the centre. Could be a case for screwing back past it, but then you start to flirt with the centre pocket as well. That's pretty good. He couldn't have done much better from there. That red to the right of the black does look like it goes to the top left. Oh, well, if he's landed on it now, he's had a bit of a touch there, because I don't think that's what he was playing on. He'll certainly be taking it. Now, these are simple. You can take the bottom of those 2 reds into the left centre, then the red into the right centre, and that second red into the left centre will leave him a nice easy black for 6-4, and he's going to move 1 frame away from victory here now. Been a terrific battle between these two. They've been neck and neck almost all the way through. But Mark Boyle looks like he's going to open up a 2-frame gap, and that 2-frame gap, when it becomes 6-4, will look like a yawning chasm to Ben Davis. He now has to win all 3 of the last remaining frames if he's going to beat Mark Boyle and make it through to the final. That will be an exceptionally tall order. And if we look up at the table, in the centre of your screen above the stream table, we can see Ryan Clark racking the balls up for the last frame of the match, because Dean Shields has taken that penultimate frame. So it's 6-all. It's a deciding frame. Right in the top of your screen there.
Frame 11. Ben Davis to break. Trailing 6 frames to 4. Time running.
Davies had to get a good break there, surely. Keep himself in contention. And boy, didn't he. He split the balls far and wide. If he can pick the perfect pattern,
Extension called.
he should keep himself in the match. Very delicate shot there. First off, that red into the left centre, and now his pattern becomes clear. Going to take these 3 balls out in the top half of the table and try and leave himself straight for the one on the furthest left down into the bottom corner, so that he can just stun that in, and that will give him the perfect angle on the final red. That, I'm sure, is the plan. Is that how it's going to unfold? Usually for Ben Davies you'd have to say yes. I think that's okay. I think he can just screw this back, maybe flick off the yellow. Got a touch more angle than he'd like here. This has got to be a delicate one. Very nicely done. Very nice indeed from Ben Davies. One more shot on and off the side cushion perhaps. Ooh, that was risky. Very risky running into the yellow like that. But a risk worth taking by the looks of things, because Ben Davies gets back to 1 frame. Mark Boyle will have the chance to win this match before Ben Davies sees the table again. It's all going to be down to that next break. And worryingly for Ben, Mark seemed to have found his groove with that famous cut break in the previous frame. He really did leather those. Looking up at the other match, Dean Shields at the table. Is that good news for shootout? You'd certainly rather be at the table than not, but plenty of balls left on that table, and it's not easy to see if there's a finish on for him.
Frame 12. Mark Boyle to break. Leading 6 frames to 5. Time running.
Boyle to break again. Good break here, and it could all be curtains. He's made a yellow. Don't think there's much good news after that though. It's a horrible table. There's nothing particularly easy on as a starter, and you'd have to say that reds would be the preferred colour, I suspect. He doesn't have a good look at one of those at all. The only ball he can pot is the yellow to the left of the cue ball. Just the containing safety then for Mark Boyle. Quite a rare shot to play a containing safety with an open table, but he felt he had no choice. It wasn't worth taking on the yellows because the reds were that much better. And it's a really good shot as well because he's welded that cue ball to the bottom cushion. Ben can't really return the favour here.
Extension called.
Needs to find something pretty special. I can bring you some breaking news. We have our first finalist. It's taken a while, that match. This frame might take a while with that shot from Ben. It's a clever shot. He's just tied up the frame even further. But I won't keep you on tenterhooks any longer. It's Dean Shields, who is our first finalist. There he is having a natter with the chairman, Kevin Barton. He won't have long before the final starts. He'll be able to just go and rest and relax maybe for a few minutes, but with 2 frames left in this as a maximum, I don't think Dean's going to have too long to get tired or seize up. Having said that, with every passing shot, this table gets more and more untidy. Ben Davis decides he's going to try and take the initiative. Terrific plant on reds. Can't quite see how this finish is going to unfold yet, but that's why Ben Davis is so good, because he finds the finishes that aren't there at all. How easy would it be to double that red on that left-hand cushion? If he could move the one just to the right of it first, that looks like his next shot. This looks like a slightly awkward angle. It looks like he's going to push the cue ball towards the red. The closer he gets to that red, the harder the double becomes. If it is running into the red, he could choose to try and top throw into it, but he'd have to play it with a fair bit of pace. Well, he was off angle the other way, so he's definitely leaving it for a double, but it won't be the next shot. It will be his last red. Looks like it's going to be do or die for the Welshman. Left a nice angle here. Bit of a back double, but that will push the cue ball out of the way. It will be running into those yellows. He might hold it up to give him a better shot at the black. That's terrific. That is terrific from Ben Davis. Perhaps got to take a bit of pace off this black. He's weighing up his options here. I think if he ran this in the easiest possible way, he's really flirting with the in-off. Oh, just enough topspin to bring the cue ball just below that centre pocket, and we are going to a deciding frame. Terrific piece of cueing that black from Ben Davis, because if you cue that just slightly wrong, you're definitely in off in that centre pocket.
The score's tied at 6 frames all. This is the 13th and final frame. Ben Davis to break. Time running.
Final frame decider. Ben Davis controlling that cue ball beautifully. How's his luck with the split? Just that red and yellow below the black. If it wasn't for those, Ben would be very confident right now. Is he going to attack them early?
Extension
Kind
call.
of feel he has to. There's a possibility of playing them as a plant, but that would leave you on reds, and they're a slightly more awkward colour set. Plenty of food for thought here for Ben Davis. He's taking on the yellows, so he needs to find a very good shot to get that yellow out of trouble. Because really, whichever way you attack that from, that you can attack that from, is surely pushing into red or black and not necessarily going anywhere. How does he feel about it now? He could play the plant, try and screw down on the bottom cushion, get behind the yellow. That might be his best bet. If he could come cushion first and push it out that way, hope that it slides past the black. Here we go. Oh, it's disaster. He's left the red there. He's got maybe one more chance at it. He's possibly got a little bit too much angle on the yellow to the bottom right corner. But if he really dug into that, he might be able to screw the cue ball across and play the skill shot. Pot the red in the same shot. Here we go. No, definitely too much angle, so he's leaving it very late. And he couldn't have finished a lot worse on that yellow in the right centre. Looks like he's just off angle in the wrong way. If he pushes this through, the cue ball's going onto the right hand side cushion. If he's going to get down table, he's going to have to play this with a lot of pace. Play the double. How's that worked out? Is he on this yellow? I think he's got a thin snick of it. It's going to be a horribly tough shot. But it's his only option now. This will cut in to that bottom right corner. Well, perhaps he didn't. Perhaps he was just trying to make life difficult for Mark Boyle, but I'm not sure he's made life difficult at all. In fact, I think he's made it quite simple. And puts his cue down. I don't think he's expecting to pick it up again.
Extension called.
Mark Boyle steadies himself. On his return to the IPA Tour. After a very emotional time for him. Is he about to make a final? He would raise the roof if he did. Three balls away. Not quite perfect on either of these two reds just yet. But he's good enough, surely, to stun this red in, leave himself nicely on the black. And now he is perfect. Mark Boyle, the black down the rail to reach the final. It's there, a nerveless, wonderful performance from the Scotsman. Sees him beat Ben Davies by 7 frames to 6. A simply magnificent match from both players. Credit to both players. Ben Davies will go home disappointed, I'm sure. But Mark Boyle will be back on our screens in just a few minutes' time in the final match. He will go away and have a couple of minutes to rest and recuperate, and we will head over to the studio and Kevin Barton.
Thanks a lot, Dan. And now, Pickles, what are we seeing in the conclusion here of the European Open Championships? We've seen both semi-finals, well, one semi-final on the stream and one semi-final on the out-tapes, both gone to the deciding frames. Whoever wins between Dean Shields and Mark Boyle, it's going to be a fantastic story.
Yeah, it is. I mean, the last 2 matches that's been on the stream table, or not quite on the stream table, but we could see them, and they've all gone down to the side in last frame. And Ben Davies, he'd be gutted there. He's had a chance there in that final one, but what a clearance there from Mark, and deservedly getting in the final. He's been going under the radar in this Open event, and here he is in the final like Mr. Magic. So, but it's going to be a really incredible final now. We saw Dean Shields. He had a really great clearance in that last frame against Ryan Clark off a dry break, and Dean Shields, he's going to be a very deserved finalist alongside Mark Boyle.
Yeah, could it be Dean Shields' first professional title? We've been talking about him knocking on the door, raising his game over the past sort of 6 months or so. Is it going to be his time, or is the dream for Mark Boyle after all his personal tragedy that he's had to go through? Is he going to win the title and just send Scotland into delirium and all his friends, family and friends throughout the world?
Well, I think if Dean Shields does beat Mark Boyle, he's going to be banned from Scotland because he's already beat Liam Dunster. No offence to Ryan Clark, who isn't Scottish, from the northeast, but yeah, dispatching Liam Dunster, and now if he dispatches Mark Boyle, that will be a tremendous achievement in his own right, and a bit of a notch on his bedpost at some point, just to really set his mark in the IPA professional title. Yeah,
Dean had to come through a gruel. He was 6-5 down in his semi-final against Ryan Clark, who has been playing well himself, and a great run for him to the semi-finals. And Dean is he's doing what he's dreamt of doing for so long, that we've been talking to him about, time and time again. He just keeps saying, I'm going to play one match at a time, one tournament at a time, and now he's one match away from taking his first title. So he's going to be absolutely buzzing for this, and as is Mark, for maybe slightly different reasons.
Yeah, slightly different reasons, but Mark, he wants to get back to winning ways in the IPA titles as soon as possible. But what a debut it could be for Dean Shields there, and he's played some terrific stuff. The way that he's gone about the table, and the way some of the shot making that he's made, some high pressured shots, and real critical times, and he's produced it against the best already with Liam Dunster. Can he produce it again? Can he keep on delivering these big blows to these big players? He could quite easily do it.
Well, we're going to find out in the next minute or so. Just giving the players just a couple of minutes just to powder their noses and get a quick drink or something, because it has been a long, never mind a long day, it's been a long 3 days here in Coventry. And what's your thoughts as we look back on this event?
Well, I think we've seen some terrific drama on this TV table. There's been some great matches on the outer tables. The ladies' event has gone on even stronger. We've seen the amateur event, which created terrific drama again. It just shows how strong it is here to be on the IPA ranks, for the amateurs, for the ladies, even for the professionals. Everything is stepping up a level. And if it steps up any further, how is sky the limit for where Paul's going to go? It could possibly be.
Yeah, and I think that sums it up for me, that in the professional event we saw the top 4 seeds take all the 4 semi-final spots, but yeah, they weren't not a sight to be seen in the semi-final of the Open.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Well, I think just Liam Dunster, who was the only one of the top 4 seeds that made the quarter-finals, maybe. I can't remember, to be honest, because there's been so many upsets. I know Clint got knocked out very early doors, and John McAllister was the next to go, and they just felt like, Dan Davey knocked out Farnsworth, and we saw Dean Shields, he knocked out Liam Dunster, and it just proves it don't matter where you are in the rankings, it can just be a level playing field when it comes. It's all who can hold their bottle and producing the best pool in front of these TV cameras, because that's what it's all about.
Yeah, and I think we're seeing that there is literally, we've got the elite players, we know we've got the Dunster, the Farnsworths, but there is now about 12 or 14 even players who there's almost a cigarette paper between them. And as we've seen that, with the likes of Dean Shields and Clint Ianson, they're not scared of beating the top players. And I know we talk about the strength in depth, but the strength in depth at the top now is even bigger than it's ever been.
Yeah, and Liam Dunster, he's set the bar very high. You say about these 12, 14 players, it could be even more. They seem to be expanding as the tours go on. There's always somebody knocking at the door, and sooner or later, some doors are going to open for some of these players, and all of a sudden we could see like 6, 8 top players in the world all competing against each other. And at the moment we're probably looking at 2, 3, maybe 4 players at the moment. But there's, as you say, another 12 players to come through, and it could be a very big bubble in the end.
Well, it certainly could, and the players are just about ready to start. And any final predictions on this amazing conclusion to this absolutely one of the best IPA weekends that I can remember?
Well, I don't want to ruin it, I'm just going to put it in one word. I think it's going to be a truly magnificent final, and one I'm really, truly waiting to watch, and good luck to both players. That's the best I can really say on the outcome of this final.
Well, you've set it up absolutely perfectly, Mark, so I think it's time to get over to the commentary box and let's get the action underway. OK, over to you, Dan.
Thanks, Kev. Just one more match remaining of the weekend's action. 2 very popular men, Dean Shields and Mark Boyle. There will be a lot of people in each man's corner for various reasons. It would be a very emotional win for Mark Boyle after all his personal tragedies. It would be a very emotional win for Dean Shields, the self-proclaimed Jimmy White of pool, according to his own Facebook page. He's been to plenty of finals now, but he's never quite found the winning formula. Is this the moment for Dean Shields to take home one of those trophies? In particular, that trophy right in the centre of your screen. It's going to be an exceptional final, I'm sure. I'm just waiting for Mark Boyle to fully make his way into the arena. Dean's had a few extra minutes to prepare, but not much longer. Here comes the Scotsman, and Mark Pickworth joins me in the commentary box.
Yeah, I'm joining you for the final match of the night, and anybody that's stopped up this late to watch this, I'm sure it's going to be a truly magnificent final.
Can Dean finally get over the line, Mark?
Yeah, he's been knocking at the door, and it's now whether he can do it. He's already beaten Liam Dunster, and we was talking in the studio there with Kevin. These players that are coming through and trying to knock on the door, some of the doors aren't opened yet, but they're not afraid of any of these top players. And Mark Boyle is one of these top players, even though his ranking might not suggest that. But this is going to be a truly magnificent one, and there's going to be loads of great shots, great shot making, and it's one I cannot wait for.
Well, these 2 players have been hard at it all day. Almost non-stop pull for the last few hours.
Final. Race to 7 frames. First frame.
One of them.
Mark Boyle to break.
We'll be taking that
Time
trophy
running.
home. Will it be Mark Boyle? Will it be Dean Shields? It's Mark to break first.
Some power on that cut break.
Cue ball's in. Oh, it's not. Just turned away at the last second. But nothing's dropped.
Yeah, I don't think it had enough power to drop.
I don't know, Mark. This was very close.
It's going towards that far jaw, and I probably don't think it would have made it. But it's a dry break. And I've just seen Dean Shields produce a clearance of supreme quality in that final frame against Ryan Clark. Ryan Clark broke dry, and Dean Shields mopped him up. Not with ease. He had to do a bit of developing himself, and is he going to do the same in this opening frame? Well, he's really trying his hardest here. These reds. I don't think he's got that red possibly into the bottom right hand pocket. Possibly hasn't got all the pocket. But it's a shot he needs to take on. He has played directly at the pocket. He could have played that off the yellow if he needed to, all depending on how much pocket he could see. So Dean Shields continues to be pulling out these pots. And is he on this one into the top left? Does it go? He's very close to his work here. Not a lot of room in between the cue ball and that red ball. This will show exactly how he's feeling, and he's punched it into the top left hand corner like it was over the pocket. Another great pot. Dean's been playing some brilliant stuff today. Deservedly in this final. Ryan Clark, though, he keeps knocking on the door. Sooner or later, he's going to be making a final. He's had a couple of semi-finals now. I'm sure we're going to be seeing him in one of these finals soon. Ryan Clark, he'll be bouncing back. Well, Dean Shields that's made it. He's going about this clearance here. This is going to take another big shot. He's going to stun it on and off the cushion. Drift it up into the balk area. Don't want to be on the side cushion. He could do with a bit of an angle as well. Where does that black go? I don't think it goes right centre, does it? It might just drop in there. I think he'd have loved an angle on it so he could drift around the back of it to play it in the same pocket as this red. But does it, which pocket does it go to? Can he generate any angle on this? He's just going to drop it in. He is going to drop it in, and the way he's played that suggests it does go to the right centre. Can't take it down in the end if it doesn't go. So this black to take a 1-0 lead. Just dropping it in. He's at the far jaw. He tried to build himself up to that shot, and he'll be disappointed missing that because he's putting some terrific reds in the long potting. Can't afford too many misses here in this final. It's Mr. Magic. He will punish you. So the only one that could go wrong with this yellow ball clearance is the one on that right hand cushion. He's got into that a little bit. So it looks like he's, I mean, it's at a plant into the top right hand corner. Looking at that angle, no. He's going to have to make that if that's what he decides to take. Well, the clock's ticking down, he's used his extension. Feels like this is a key moment now in this frame. So, did elect that plant, and now, what has he got on? I think he's got one onto the left centre. He's probably going to leave the most difficult one till the end. Unless he can develop it. I don't think it's not the way he plays. He likes to keep it simple, just believe in his potting. Again, he's overdone this by, oh God, probably 2 foot. He's losing this cue ball, and this is not what Mark normally does. He's normally got it on a piece of string. Both of these players are showing an early frame nerves. Even though they've been playing pretty much most of the day, match after match. Means a lot to both of these players. Now this double on the yellow. He has a great double from Mark Boyle, never in doubt. And now simple 8 ball into the side to take the opening frame. And there you see it, Mark Boyle. Punish that error from Dean, that miss black. How much is that going to play a part in the outcome of this final? Who's going to become the European Open champion? As our referee, Ben Taylor Ferrante sets the balls up for this second frame.
Trailing 1 frame to 0.
Dean Shields, he's been breaking superbly today. He needs to keep this break going. Does generate quite a bit of power. Draws the cue ball back. Oh, that's nearly been kicked in off. And look at the way that these have split open. Oh, the yellows, first glance, they seem like the balls to be taken. Oh, how close was that white from going in? So, what has he got? An opening shot on yellow. He's got one into the bottom left. This one in this right centre. It's tricky. Remember, he's already missed a black in there, so he might be elect against that one. So he is going to go for the one in the bottom left-hand corner. Yeah, easily potted, but what is he on next? Can he cut this one into the right centre with a little tracer side? Yes. Oh, he's missed another one in that middle pocket. That's the second ball now he's missed. He's missed a black And now that yellow. Dean Shields, he needs to cut these errors out if he wants to be getting his hands on that European Open trophy.
It's been a very long day for everyone here. Is Dean Shields starting to show those cracks now?
Yeah, that could possibly be. But these reds are not easy. That red on that far side. Oh, he's left a lovely angle now. What a great cannon that was from Mark Boyle. He's going to have to produce another one though.
Yeah, just a delicate little nudge on this red.
Yeah, I think that will do.
Yeah, probably would have liked to have caught that a little fuller. Pushed it a bit closer to the pocket, left a little bit less of a cut. But this is okay. As long as he avoids those yellows on the right hand side when he pots this, he's bound to have a shot at that red on the over the corner pocket.
And that's a great shot there from Mark. Is he on that ball into the bottom right pocket? And I think he's played on this maybe twice.
It's very tight, isn't it? He's almost sort of overdone that, really. Any softer or any harder, and he'd probably have a nicer shot than this.
Yeah,
he's got to swerve this a little.
Yeah, I mean, if he does make contact, you expect to pot it, and he has potted it and got great position as well. Brilliant shot from Mark Boyle.
Yeah, almost caught the cushion and the ball at exactly the same time and just killed all the spin on the cue ball. Just left it nicely to drift across for this penultimate red into the bottom left.
How about that for a positive shot? Got it back on a piece of string. And Dean Shields, he knows he's got a big match on here. Mark Boyle taking no prisoners. 2-0 ahead. Yeah, he's put his hand up to apologise there. Just that he left himself a little swerve shot possibly on that red, and he did play on that red into the bottom corner, so maybe he shouldn't have apologised, but Mark being Mark, that's what he is. A great gentleman of the game.
Yeah, and I mean, we say that about a lot of players, but that is definitely the case with these two. Two of the most honest, professionals in the game. Two of the most well-liked, two of the most well-respected.
Yeah, it's fitting. That's they're playing each other now in this first tour final. First of 5 tours.
Frame 3.
Next one's in less than 8 weeks' time.
Leading 2 frames
I'd like
to
to remind everybody.
Time running.
Hopefully we'll have caught up on sleep by then.
Yeah, we've been very busy for the last 6 to 8 months. It's been properly full on. Probably a little bit longer. It's probably 10 months.
I just meant from this weekend.
Yeah, because we had that invitational event, didn't we, at the start of May, and we've never looked back since then, have we?
Not really. Opportunity knocks once again for Dean Shields, though. Mark Boyle comes up dry. And if Dean is going to win this final, he's got to start taking these chances. Just looking at those 2 reds over on the left hand side, if they were a plant, I think Dean would be looking at reds, but they're not. So yellows it is. The only yellow I really don't like here, Mark, is the one just to the left of the black. It's tricky to get nicely on that.
Yeah, it is. It hasn't got many pockets to go at. I mean, if it does have one into the bottom right-hand corner, but he's not going to be straight behind it.
Well, he could be. If he takes these two yellows in the top, leaves the one on the rail second, he could run the cue ball into the red that's sort of top left of that yellow we're talking about. He doesn't have the angle to do that now, though. But that is kind of the shot. He's just going to try and screw this off the cushion rather than drifting into the red. So the key shot coming up after this. Oh, even better. Even better, he's developed it.
Yeah, that's what he was playing. He was playing the cannon. And, he's played it pretty well there.
Touch unfortunate. It's a bit thin and he's skewing over the black. He's actually going to take it bottom left.
Yeah, he's took his medicine there just to try and leave himself a tougher pot. Didn't want to do anything spectacular with it, and that makes sense when you're 2-0 down against a top player like Mr. Magic Mark Boyle.
Again, though,
chances.
Awkward bridging. Oh, nice, very nice. Use the throw of the cue ball to get round that red. And a choice of options for the black. I think he'd probably screw this back and take it top right, but he could push it through and take it top left as well.
Yeah, I like your shot, Dan. Into the top right. And this simple black to get back within one.
Dean Shields is off the mark.
Frame.
He still trails Mark Boyle, but having missed chances in the opening 2 frames, he makes the most of his chance in the third. It's a really fascinating battle between these two. Mark, of course, so many titles to his name. Premier League stands out as a big one.
Yeah, it does.
Well, countless tour titles. I remember when he burst onto the scene back
as an amateur.
Yeah, 2017. I think he won the first Open event, didn't he?
Back to back. He
yeah.
won the amateur and the tour event. Well, the Open and the...
Yeah, he did the double in his first.
And he had a chance of a double.
Yeah, but he lost in the final of the amateur.
It was Ryan Clark that beat him.
It was, yeah. That's some amateur final, isn't it?
Some years ago, that is. I think we're talking maybe 6 years.
I think that's 2017. I think it was my second year on the tour.
Not a bad guess then, 5 years.
Yeah. And yeah, he really set the world alight that
Ryan
season.
Clark beat him in the amateur final.
Actually, I think the Open final from that second event, as he breaks off in this, I think that's still on YouTube. I think it was Mark Boyle v Jordan Church, and Mark in that match was absolutely unplayable.
Yeah.
It might be the best performance I've ever seen by anyone.
Yeah, because like you say, he burst onto the scene and we went, who the hell is this?
Yeah.
We really did. And we had all the top players, and looks like we still have now.
Extension
Mr. Boyle, he's still with us, and still producing some great shot making skills.
Dean Shields is eyeing up these yellows. They're all there for him as well. It's a really good split for Dean. Oh no!
It's gonna. Oh, I thought it was just going to drop off to the top knuckle. Has he got a kick there? Is that what's happened?
Stop the clock, please. Thank you.
Well, we've been told that it definitely sounded like a kick. I mean, if it was a kick, I'm surprised Mark's not having the white ball cleaned. Well, not sure himself.
It's a brutal piece of luck for Dean Shields if it is. Because this is one of those clearances where Dean has just got to sit back and watch while Mark pretty much does exactly what Dean wanted to do. Dean will have known his route when he took that shot on. He'll have known exactly where he wanted the cue ball, exactly where he wanted to go.
Yeah, there's another unforced error though from Dean. Whether it was a kick
harsh.
or not.
It's a bit harsh, Mark.
Yeah, it probably was. I'm only saying he hasn't got a kick, plus he never had the cue ball clean, so...
No, it's true.
So that's the only my reasoning behind it. But I have been told there was did sound like a poor contact. But yeah, I've always been harsh.
Accurate.
Like you say, Dan, this is exactly what Dean wanted to do. And how much is he going to be thinking back on these missed chances? I mean, it's not just this one. He's had a chance in the first frame. It weren't an easy black, and he just hit the far jaw. And he should have been taking a 1-0 lead, definitely. But didn't. He's got to get it out of his head now. It's very hard to do that when all you're doing is miring your opponent, just clearing up, but he looks short of pace there.
Yeah, he's definitely a good 6 to 8 inches short here. Shouldn't be fatal. He should be able to just drift the cue ball around the back of that yellow and hold for the same pocket. Probably would like to be a fraction more off the cushion, but all he's got to do is drop this in and leave black to the left centre. That's exactly what he does do. Mark Boyle capitalising on Dean Shields' mistake or misfortune, depending on who you listen to. And he leads by 3 frames to 1. We've had some extraordinary matches today on this table. I have to say, for me, so far, my favourite match has probably been the amateur final. That was a cracker.
Yeah, it really was. There was plenty of drama. It had absolutely everything. And we've been really treated to some great matches here today, and even over the weekend. There's been some terrific coverage, and it must have been really enjoyable for all of you at home.
Frame 5.
Definitely been enjoyable
Boyle's
for us
break.
here in the commentary
Leaving
box,
3
or
frames to 1.
wherever we've been watching it on the sidelines, or at the top table in the studio.
Mark Boyle's break hasn't gone particularly well so far in this final, and yet he leads 3-1. We'll be seeing improvement here. That cue ball's tracking, it's in. It's another first chance for Dean Shields.
1 free shot, 1 visit.
You have to say, Mark, it's a little bit of an indictment on Dean that he's essentially had first chance in pretty much every frame and finds himself trailing 3-1.
Yeah, he's definitely had first chance in every frame that Mark Boyle's broke, and he hasn't taken these chances, and he needs to start taking them sooner rather than later.
Extension call.
And this is a perfect opportunity now to get within 1 again, and it will be him to break next. We know Dean, he does carry a good break with him.
Nice control on that opening shot from Dean. Probably gone 6 inches further than he'd like. If he could have taken that trickier yellow on the right-hand side first. I'm pretty sure he would have done. He still does have that option. Oh, but even better, he spotted this yellow here. That was a very tough yellow to get on. That gets that out of the way. Really awkward bridging there as well. He did well to avoid catching the yellow with his hands. Pivotal shot coming up. Just a couple of shots time. Oh, Dean. Dean. That is not it. I fully expected him to land on the one on the rail there. If he was trying to, he's come way too far. I'm not sure what he was doing. The cue ball's in no man's land. He's going to really struggle to get back up the table now from this.
Yeah, and that shot clock ticking down again. Way off the mark, that one. What is he left now? He's left a red into the right centre.
Mark Boyle's going to need no second invitations, Mark.
Yeah, I think that red does pass that yellow on the top cushion.
Yeah.
That's going to be the important shot. If he does elect to go for the clearance, I don't see why he shouldn't.
No, it's just pointing this cue there. That the cue ball's going to be running very close to that red, closest to the left centre pocket. And if he catches that wrong, he could push it really awkward. He's trying to guard against that, but I don't think there's a huge amount he can do about that. You sort of feel that he's got to put everything into the pot, and then if that does go awkward, find a way to get it out again.
Yeah, he's got enough balls in that area to do that, but when you're in the heart of the pocket like that, it doesn't matter. And now I'm expecting him to take the most difficult red, and if it does pass, then it's looking like 4-1. Yeah, it does drop, and now it looks like he's going to take this red into the left side. And if one of them reds, well, the red that is closest to now, the left of the two, just above the blue spot. Well, he's trying to develop, and it's gone wrong. Wow.
I'm a little bit surprised at that. I didn't think anything really needed developing, to be honest, Mark.
Yeah, I thought that red that's just above the blue spot in the direct line to the middle, I thought that went past the black and the yellow into the top right.
Well, this will be some shot. This is a thin clip. Bridging over. Doesn't have to do too much with the cue ball. Everything into the pot here, Mark.
Yeah, he was always clipping that yellow, but he's clipped it at such a great pace. He just knew where the cue ball was going to go.
Yeah.
I think shot.
To be fair, wherever he lands, really, from that shot, he's bound to have a shot. If he ends up clipping that yellow thicker and ends up over on the right-hand side, he's going to have a shot. Be very unlucky not to have landed on anything.
Yeah, it would. And again, cannon into balls. Just like that, definitely surely goes now.
Flies.
If not, goes into the opposite corner, and that's what he's coming round to have a look at now. Because I think that's the angle he needs to have just to drop on it.
It's looking good at the moment for Mark, because he's winning despite not really having the lion's share of the first chances, Mark. If it does continue in this vein, how difficult is it going to be for Dean Shields to recover mentally?
Well, it's going to be one-way traffic, and it's very hard to recover when you're sat there admiring your opponent play some terrific stuff. It's a really hard one to take. Well, it's going to be Dean to break next, and he's had some chances in this final. Gilt-edged chances, and there's a lot of thoughts going through that head of his right this minute.
To be honest, he could probably do with less thoughts going through that head of his right now. Dean Shields perhaps just the occasion slightly getting the better of him at the moment. It's not over yet. And if the breaks continue to go the way they have been, with
Shields to break, trailing 4 frames to 1.
Dean continually getting first chances, he will turn this around. He will start taking some of them. The question is it too little, too late? Great contact. And one of the last balls rolling just drops in. Dean Shields once again comes to the table with an opportunity to keep Mark Boyle in his seat.
Extension called.
Having a really good look at the table. Certainly a marginal call between reds and yellows, this one. In addition to that, problems on both colour sets. Going to take this yellow one first. But that is going to leave. It's going to leave a tricky yellow in the top half of the table. Can he screw into it now? No, not yet, but he has punched round. He does look quite horribly straight on this yellow to the bottom left corner. I think Dean is starting to dig into trouble already here. Just enough angle to punch out. He's run just too far to take the one to the right of the black. I think he would have liked to have taken that one next. But alternatively, it would be a nice last ball as well. How do you solve the problem of that yellow on the baulk line? It's going to be do or die time here, surely. He doesn't have an angle to attack it now, does he?
Yeah, well, this is the normal scenario when you're trailing 4-1. Things just get tougher and tougher.
Well, it's not over yet. He can screw this back. Well, surely he hasn't tried to get into that. That was never on Mark.
Yeah, I think he was always going into that red there, and this is getting even more harder. What can he do now?
Well,
I mean, if he could have doubled this yellow on the left-hand cushion, then he'd have 2 doubles.
I just wonder if he can clip this yellow on the left-hand side in and actually come across table into the red.
I think the white's going to head towards down table, possibly. Wow, I didn't see it enough there.
No.
I really didn't. Because he's hit it so thin, I was expecting it to either clip off the red.
It's quite weird the way that's come off, actually. I was expecting him to play that thin and with right-hand side to check the cue ball, and it's almost like he's played it with left-hand side somehow.
Yeah, well, it clipped the red as well, so that's why it probably got a bit of an angle.
Yeah.
So, but Mark Boyle here.
Extension called.
Things are going from bad to worse for Dean Shields. I don't think Mark's in any mood to be giving him any more chances. So the concentration here on Mark Boyle's face. Hold himself together again. Got a little bit extra into that cue ball. We've seen that on a couple of occasions now from him. A little bit of adrenaline. He's feeling it as much as all the other players feel it.
Well, there's bound to be some coursing through those veins. He may look ice cool.
Yeah, and he made a couple of finals last year. Champions Cup was one of them. Got to a tour final as well. So, he's definitely no stranger to getting to finals. He's a multiple IPA winner. Is he playing double here? No, he's got a clean cut into the left centre, and he's just making this game look with so much ease.
Another exhibition of potting from Mark Boyle. And another exhibition of how to clear up from your opponent's mistake. Mark Boyle takes a 5-frame-to-1 lead.
Frame.
Dean Shields is really staring down the barrel now. And the thing is, he's been having all the first opportunities, Mark. He couldn't have asked for much more than he's got in this final so far.
Yeah, and I think if you'd have said to Dean, you're going to get the first opportunity in each frame, would you take it? Absolutely he would, and he'd be disappointed with the way that he's gone about them. Definitely should have had a couple more frames on the board, more than one. And, well, gilt-edged chances as well, weren't they?
You might find a few players who would maybe, pull out the list of excuses and go back to the kick that we saw Dean have in, I think it was frame number 4. I don't think Dean's that kind of player. I think he'll be brutally honest if he doesn't manage to turn this round in his post-match interview.
Leading 5
Yeah,
frames
but this
to 1.
break of Mark Boyle's, it hasn't really been working for him at the moment. Is it going to start to turn around for him? If it does, Dean Shields is in trouble. Great power again, and he's got a ball. Oh, look where the white has gone. Oh God, this is a horrible table. Past them yellows. Is he on an opening? Has he got an opening pot? Yes, he has, with the yellows into the left centre. Can he get through to the red? Probably not.
Well, that yellow to the left centre. I mean, if he screws that in, really digs into the cue ball, he could knock that other difficult yellow off. The only question is he going to be on anything? If he can catch that yellow half ball on the black side, if you like, then he'd probably be on that.
Yeah, it could come out this. Don't be surprised if it doesn't. It's a big shot though.
He's got a fair bit of angle on that.
But what makes this selection easier is that he's 5-1 ahead. And that's exactly what's happened, Dan. You've nailed it.
I have, but I haven't quite nailed it because he's caught the yellow a bit thicker than he would have liked, I think.
Can he cut back that yellow? No, not by the angle there. I'm looking at an overhead angle. And, the trio of yellows.
Is it going to be Dean Shields' turn to have something to mop up? What can Mark Boyle find here?
Well, he's not going to be giving him any option of any shot here. Oh, he has done.
Yeah.
That's a loose shot there from Mark Boyle. He'll be disappointed now.
Just caught that first yellow too thin. Ended up catching the second one when he wanted to be right in behind it, and this red will pass to the left centre. How much angle? He might just have the perfect angle to top into the cluster mark.
Extension call.
I think he might have a bit too much.
Every shot that Dean Shields is playing is getting bigger and bigger.
Oh, well, he's having a look to see if the cue ball will go through the gap. If he could nudge into the furthest right of those 3 yellows, he might be able to pot that yellow.
Oh, that clock.
The red, rather, sorry.
It's ticking down again. Yeah, easy enough to get the pot. Oh, is he? He ain't got the right angle on this red.
Nope.
Did he try and leave himself an angle so he could screw into the cluster? I mean, he's leaving it late now to try and get in there.
Well, he's really got one more chance, hasn't he? He's got to leave himself an angle with his next shot and then play it.
Oh, has he gone too far now?
Yeah, I don't know about this.
I think he can possibly get in there, but is it going to come out? It could get stuck in there. Both of them could. I think he's asking a lot now.
I mean, if he has got too much angle, could he play the red off the red?
Well,
it's a huge risk, but
I think he's stopping through, trying to get the black out, is he?
Oh well, does that red go?
Bottom left.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's played that to perfection.
Great shot.
But he's not out the woods yet. But you think he's possibly going to have a shot to be out the woods.
How close do you want to get to that red, Mark? Do you try and screw this back off the yellow and come as close as you can, or do you just give yourself a shot?
Give yourself a shot.
Oh, that's
no.
Disgusting.
Time out.
What does Dean have to do here?
Time running.
That's incredible misfortune. Oh, all we can do is feel for him.
Well,
it's not even. I mean, yeah, it's a one cushion escape, but he's even knocked the yellow out, and he's going to be leaving that yellow that snookered him.
Well, there's a chance that this goes in. You feel like it has to. It's not there. He's missed the red completely.
Under shot clock pressure as well. 3 seconds when he took that shot. Incredible. Incredible how cruel this game can be. And Mark, with his free shot, just opening up his yellows. Nearly overdid that one. But it's okay.
Mark Boyle spinning that cue ball around the table expertly now. Dean Shields, I was going to say he's going to need a minor miracle, but I think it's more than that. It does seem like it's written in the stars for Mark Boyle here. Because Dean is missing chances. And when he's not missing pots, his luck is cruel as well. It's nothing is running for the Englishman. But Mark Boyle is doing what he has to do, taking nothing away from Mr. Magic. He's been exceptional. Hardly a mistake in the entire match. And that's why he leads 6-1.
Frame.
Yeah, he's winning this final with ease. And yeah, there was a bit of misfortune there for Dean, but
that was harsh. That one was really harsh. He played a beautiful shot. A great pot on that penultimate red. And the way that yellow just sat in front was horrendous. I think the one thing that perhaps Dean, if he watches this back, could take away from that was the few seconds that he spent bemoaning his luck, he could potentially have used to line up the escape a little bit better.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a brutal way of looking at it, but, you know, when you've got 30 seconds, you haven't got time to wonder what would have been. You've just got to look at the table and work out what you've got.
Yeah, you have. And I've just seen then for that little shot there, he just had a little grin to himself, and I mean, Dean Shields got a good break. He's been working on this.
He won't be giving up yet, but I think at the moment he'll probably just be looking to add a little bit more respectability to the scoreline.
Well, I don't think he's going to be doing it on this visit. I mean, the cluster of balls that's gone together, it's just not felt easy at all. Everything is just becoming very, very difficult.
Extension called.
I have to say, I don't think we're going to see Dean playing safe. I may be proved wrong. He's going to give it a go, and he's got half a chance. This has come out a little awkward, but he does have this red to the top left to break into those two. Just further over to the left-hand side, just below the balk area. If this comes out nicely, you never know. Well, he is certainly on the red closest to the cue ball. He can screw on and off the cushion. Stay on that one. That's does that top red go past the yellow to the top left? If it does, then he's actually in pretty good shape here still.
Yeah, I'm not sure if it does, Dan. Is he having a look now?
Well, if it doesn't, he could still take the longer of the two and screw back and try and leave it into the opposite centre. Oh, he's going to leave it long.
Or does it pass into the left centre? I think it does. Is this what he was looking at?
Very tight.
It's tight, but he's taking it on, look. Just going to drop it off this near knuckle. Oh, he's playing off the yellow. And wow.
That was always extremely tight. And it looks like he's tied up one of Mark's yellows, but the yellow just below that centre pocket on the left-hand side. If he can get in a position where he can play that off the red, then it really opens the frame up for Mark.
Extension call.
This is not a bad chance. The yellow on the right-hand side is more than a touch awkward as well, welded to that cushion. But it wouldn't be a bad last ball for the black if you could get right behind it nicely. Now then, Mark Boyle. Just a few shots away from lifting that trophy. He's gone after the most difficult one now. Pressure on this yellow. Is he going to try and drift the cue ball back across the table for the shot I mentioned earlier? To play yellow off the red into the centre pocket and open up the centre pocket for the other yellow. Oh, well, he's He's cued that a dream, and he's actually come out on that yellow that I mentioned. Down to the bottom left. I don't think he's going to have a better chance at this. I think he's got to take that on now. I don't know whether that was his original plan or not. I think he's got to get this. I think the way the cue ball comes off, he may be bound to pot the red as well. Superb from Mark Boyle. Dean Shields can only watch as another final passes him by. Two balls remain. It looks a good angle on this yellow to run on and off the side cushion and back out for the black. Needs to get past the red, and he has, and the celebration starts already. Mark Boyle kisses the wedding ring on his hand, and warm congratulations come from Dean Shields. Commiserations to Dean. He's been fantastic all day, but nothing went his way in the final. But take nothing away from the man on the right of your screen, Mark Boyle, Mr. Magic. He's come up with an incredible performance when it mattered the most. There won't be a dry eye in the house after this, I guarantee you. Let's go now to Kevin Barton for the trophy presentation.
Thanks a lot, Dan, and welcome down to the arena for the final presentation of this epic weekend. And first of all, let's introduce our runner-up, Dean Shields. Dean, so near yet so far, but I know you're disappointed to lose, but you must be overall delighted with your form, and you know you're getting closer to that elusive first title.
Yeah, I say just keep getting closer each time. Yeah, bit gutted I didn't give Mark a game there. Just everything I tried just didn't seem to come off. I mean, the one glaring error that I can think of early doors, and the rest I was just chasing a finish that I probably shouldn't have done, and maybe that's the experience. You know, someone like Mark would maybe played a safety and waited for a better chance. Possibly, I'll have to watch it back.
It's been a long 3 days, and do you think maybe fatigue maybe caught up with it? Because there's a few like unforced errors that you made there, maybe just, you know, at the end of a long weekend that just crept in.
Maybe. I don't want to make excuses though. I've just not played as well, and I played well in the semis about half hour before, so I don't think it can be said to be fatigue. It's just one of them things.
Well played on a great tournament and a great weekend, Dean Shields.
Thank you very much.
Well done. Well, I think the whole pool world will be absolutely delighted at the outcome of tonight's final. It gives me great pleasure to introduce our winner, Mark Boyle. Mark, I'm not sure what to say. It's an unbelievable end to what has been an incredible weekend. Just tell us your thoughts right now on becoming European Open champion.
None, absolutely none. It's a big relief to win it because I tried so hard, and she was shining on me again. Same last week, everything just went my way, and I could feel it today again. It's so surreal. Part of me just doesn't think that she's away. She's always with me, and she's proof in the pudding because she always thought the Open was the one to win. And so she wasn't too fussed about the professional yesterday, but she always says the one that you want to win's Open because everybody's in it. That was her words. So I just knew that if the writing was on the cards today, because it's Mother's Day, and it's just, I honestly don't know what to say. I could burst into tears, to be honest.
Well, we won't blame you if you did. It's an absolutely phenomenal achievement. I mean, how have you summoned up the strength to do what you've done this weekend?
Honestly, don't know. I don't know. I feel for Dean because he was up against. Everyone just went against him. It was just anything. The breaks and then the wee rubs. He'd play a great shot and just everything never went for Dean there, you know. And I just thought, oh, sorry, Dean, you're up against two people there, But honestly, don't know what to say. My head's scrambled.
Well, I think it's trophy time, and Mark, it gives us great pleasure, gives us all pleasure to present you with the trophy and announce you as the Fair.com European Open champion. Congratulations. Well, Mark, what an end to what can only be described as an epic 3 days here in Coventry.
Yeah, it really is, isn't it? What a fitting result there for Mark and for his family, Marcus. Well, it's incredible. Even I'm lost for words now after that speech from Mark. I don't know how he got his words out, to be honest. We saw him produce a masterclass display there. We've got a feel for Dean. Everything did go against him, and wow, Mark Boyle, he's back.
He certainly is back. Well, we hope you have enjoyed the coverage we brought you over these last 3 days. It's been thrilling from the very first ball that's been hit to the last one there. The tables are just about packed away, ready for the next event. So we'll be coming back to you at the end of May, 25th of May, for the second instalment of the IPA Tour from Bradford. In the meantime, catch up with everything through the usual social media channels, website. Thanks for watching. Hope you've enjoyed it, and we'll see you soon. Good night.